The fourth month was quickly coming to an end. Great Zhou's two external wars had very different outcomes. In Africa, the Great Zhou army had split into two fronts and were unstoppable. Furthermore, the civilians of South Sudan and Kenya, who had been conquered by Great Zhou, received relief rations from the Imperial Court. Neither the civilians of Uganda nor those of Tanzania entirely resented the Great Zhou army. This allowed the army to avoid entering a conflict with the people. Baichi's use of grain was truly experienced. The civilians of Uganda and Tanzania, learning that South Sudan and Kenya had received relief rations and understanding this so quickly, was obviously not a coincidence. It was carefully planned. As a result, Ouyang Shuo was quite relaxed about the African theater. However, the Tibetan theater was unusual. Based on pre-war analysis, the Tibetan forces would not be a match for the Bear Legion Corps led by Li Jing. Even in the high plateau region, they were expected to win in a single battle. The reality, however, was far from this. According to intelligence provided by Li Jing, there was another power acting as a shield for the Tibetan dynasty. Although the soldiers fighting against the Bear Legion Corps wore Tibetan uniforms, they were not actually Tibetan troops. This was truly intriguing. As a result, Ouyang Shuo ordered Li Jing not to feel any time pressure. The Imperial Court did not set a deadline for the operation and simply allowed him to adapt based on the battlefield situation. Before they understood who was backing the Tibetans, it was not wise for the Great Zhou army to launch a full-scale attack. Additionally, the Tibetan region was filled one. The African theater asterisk. The fourth month was quickly coming to a close. Great Zhou's external wars had contrasting outcomes. In Africa, the Great Zhou army had split into two fronts and was unstoppable. The civilians of South Sudan and Kenya, who had been conquered by Great Zhou, received relief rations from the Imperial Court. Neither the civilians of Uganda nor those of Tanzania entirely resented the Great Zhou army. This allowed the army to avoid conflict with the local population. Baichi's strategy with grain was highly experienced. The civilians of Uganda and Tanzania, learning that South Sudan and Kenya had received relief rations and understanding this so quickly, was no coincidence. It was carefully planned. 2. The Tibetan theater asterisk. Pre-war analysis suggested in the fourth month, apart from Great Zhou, the global situation also underwent new changes. The most intense area was still the Asia region, where the Mongol and the Persian Empire were clashing heads. When the war had just started, using the element of surprise and determination, along with their masking city act, the Mongol cavalry stepped over the city-states of the Persian Empire and took down many cities. Large amounts of resources and population were transported back to the Mongol Empire. The grand fear of the Mongol West conquering that had happened in history was on display once more. However, the game was not the same as history. After the war started out bad for them, the Persian Empire quickly reacted and counterattacked. The war had just begun. On the fourth month, 10th day, to solve the backline problem of the Mongol Empire, Ouyang Shuo especially sent an envoy to rush to Karakoram to inform Genghis Khan that while the Mongol Empire was conquering the West, Great Zhou would not attack them. When Genghis Khan received the report, his expression was complicated. Although he saw through what Ouyang Shuo was planning, he had to accept this favor. He decisively gave up on his wariness towards Great Zhou and started to go all out on the Persian battlefield. That was because this was a plot. During this period, there were Mongols who were worried that Great Zhou was planning an attack. Their goal was to let them lower their guard before attacking. The Han people are crafty and cannot be trusted. Especially the nobles that had land connected to Great Zhou, they were even more nervous and afraid that once the empire moved away the defensive troops, they would be in great danger. Genghis Khan did not feel that way. The Zhou emperor is the strongest in the mid-plains, and he would not go against his words. Don't worry about it. There must be a certain amount of trust between rulers. Genghis Khan was clear-headed. Whether it was pillaging resources or expanding their territory, the West was the best choice for them. Thus, even though the early successes had yielded a great amount of resources and solved the hunger problem in the empire, Genghis Khan was still determined to continue the war with the Persian Empire. It would serve to train their troops while building his army. For the Mongol Empire, primarily nomadic, their agriculture was weak, so there was no question of industrialization or an industrial revolution. Such complex systems were impossible for them to establish. If the empire wanted to avoid elimination, it had to build its army through war. Only by conquering the Persian Empire, occupying the Persian city-state, and making the Persians their slaves could they create a system that would allow the Mongol Empire to gain a foothold. Sometimes, brutality and violence were necessary methods. Therefore, after Ouyang Shu made his promise, Genghis Khan abandoned his intention to stop after plundering Persia and shifted the focus of the empire toward the west. This conflict between the two dynasties would likely last for a long time. Apart from the battle between the Mongol Empire and the Persian Empire, another exciting development emerged on the global stage, the South American continent, which had been largely forgotten. As the Spain dynasty reinforced troops in Argentina, tensions in South America escalated, and the smell of gunpowder grew intense. Midway through the fourth month, the Indian Empire, unable to hold back any longer, launched an attack on Argentina. The first battle ended in a significant setback for the Indian Empire. In the face of the well-trained Spanish firearm tactics, the Indian army, primarily equipped with cold weapons, suffered heavy losses during their first large-scale engagement. The Indian Empire was composed solely of soldiers who wanted to adhere to the tradition of using bows and spears to defend the honor of their empire. Unfortunately, they faced a bloody lesson. The war exposed their fatal mistakes and weaknesses. The sweet taste of victory ignited the Spaniards' desire for more. They were not content with merely defending the Argentina region. Rumors suggested they were planning to attack the Indian Empire's territory. Meanwhile, the Indian Empire's defeat in the south gave the Brasilia dynasty confidence. They agreed to cooperate with the Dawson dynasty, whose goal was to supply them with firearms and train their gunmen. This gave the Dawson dynasty a reason to intervene in the South American conflict. Jack would likely be smiling in his sleep, knowing he had no reason to refuse. With his skills, controlling the Brasilia dynasty was only a matter of time. By the end of the fourth month, Spain and Brasilia officially formed an alliance, agreeing to engulf the Indian Empire. Ouyang Shu saw through the underlying dynamics. On the surface, it was an alliance between Spain and Brasilia, but in reality, it was Spain collaborating with the Dawson dynasty, with Silver Hand controlling the South American situation. Even in this scenario, the three dynasties paid little attention to Ecuador, neither fearing it nor confronting it directly. Their aim was to diminish the presence of Great Zhou in South America, a strategy clearly driven by fear of Great Zhou. Whether it was Jack or Brasilia, they were afraid that Great Zhou would send reinforcements to South America, adding many uncontrollable aspects to their plan. During this time, the Indian Empire did not request help from Great Zhou, nor did they ask for any training assistance for their gunners. It seemed they were trying to weather the situation on their own. Given this, Ouyang Shu obviously would not bring up the matter. On the South American front, Ouyang Shu was patient. He ordered the Judici of Ecuador to gather intelligence in the area, including on the Indian Empire. Based on his judgment, this was not the best time for Great Zhou to enter the South American conflict. On the first day of the fifth month, in the imperial capital, the imperial city, spring sowing had been completed. The wilderness was now a vibrant green, brimming with life. This also signaled the beginning of the war for unification, which could not be delayed any longer. Any further delay would mean the first harvest season would arrive, giving the enemy a chance to regroup. Based on Ouyang Shu's predictions, the Battle of Tibet would be completed by the fifth month. This would allow Great Zhou to fully focus on preparing to unify China. However, with the changes that had occurred, the war could not be delayed. On this day, Ouyang Shu officially announced the start of the unification war, with Great Zhou as his first target. The relevant battle plans had been confirmed by the Grand Council before winter. The army was fully prepared, awaiting only Ouyang Shua's signal to advance. Chapter 1240, The Corrupted Great Zhou. Following Ouyang Shua's order, the Great Xia war machine swiftly began to operate. On the 5th day of the 5th month, Sun Bin led the Tiger Legion Corps north from Donghai Province, charging into Ludong Province of Great Zhou, thus initiating the war to destroy the Great Zhou dynasty. The following day, Yu Fei led the Beijiang Legion Corps to enter from the western part of Beijiang Province, heading straight into Jingdu Province. At the same time, Zhuo Zongtan led the Hedong Legion Corps from Hedong Province to join forces with the Beijiang Legion Corps, forming a pincer attack. Great Xia only dispatched these 3 Legion Corps. The others, including the Guards Legion Corps stationed in the imperial capital, the Leopard and Xiongjiang Legion Corps in the southeastern war zone, and the Eagle Legion Corps in Xiaohou Province, remained stationary. Only the Phoenix Legion Corps, based in Liaojin Province, sent 1 legion south into Beijiang Province. The reason for this move was clear: to intimidate the Qin, Tang, and Song kingdoms. Should any of these 3 kingdoms send reinforcements to Great Zhou, they would face an invasion by Great Xia. The Eagle Legion Corps monitored Great Qin, the Leopard Legion Corps watched over Great Tang, and the Xiongjiang Legion Corps, along with the Imperial Palace Guards, kept an eye on Great Song. It was evident that the 3 Legion Corps sent by Great Xia to attack Great Zhou were defensive units, while the forces used to monitor the 3 kingdoms were the elite troops. This strategy ensured the disintegration of the so-called Four-Nation Alliance. If they tried to assist Great Zhou, they would leave their own territories vulnerable. If they did not help, Great Zhou would lose. Moreover, if Great Zhou were destroyed, Great Xia would continue to take them down one by one. Hence, this was a dead end. No matter what they did, the 4-country alliance could not avoid the fate of being destroyed. The reason they found themselves in this situation was due to the strong military prowess of Great Xia. Of course, if the Li Jing-led Bear Legion Corps had already taken down Tibet, the plan would be even safer. Speaking of which, Ouyang Shua had to thank the Mongol Empire. If it were not for them still being in the Persian battlefield, the Beijiang Legion Corps and the Hedong Legion Corps would not be able to focus fully on the war to destroy Zhou. Genghis Khan was making use of Ouyang Shua, and Ouyang Shua was also making use of him. On the 7th day of the 5th month, in Ludong Province, Pang City. As the former capital of West Chu, Pang City was the largest city in Ludong Province and the headquarters of the Great Zhou Pil Sun Legion Corps. Speaking of them, they had a terrible fate. This army had lost tens of thousands of troops on the Great Jin battlefield. Not only were they not replenished, but they also had tens of thousands of elites taken away when Di Chen was replenishing the palace guards. Only after arriving in Ludong Province did they take in a large number of new troops from the reserves. Such an army, whose power had fallen greatly, could not even fight against the Great Xia Border Defense Legion Corps, let alone the strong fighting armies like the Tiger and Wolf Legion Corps. As for defending Ludong Province, the leader of the Pil Sun Legion Corps, Chun Shinjun, had no confidence at all. However, Di Chen had given him the order to defend the place with his life. Di Chen was forced to do so. Once Ludong Province fell, Great Zhou would have no buffer zone and would certainly fall. Pang City was very close to the Ludong Province border and was right next to Donghai Province. Hence, on the 2nd day the Tiger Legion charged into Ludong Province. Both sides used Pang City as a fortified point to engage in a bloody battle along the long border. During the past winter, despite Great Zhou's lack of troops and people, they still used the army and laborers to strengthen border defense. Ludong Province, having lost the barrier of Donghai Province, was the main force. In just one winter, no fewer than 2,000 laborers died at the border. The entire labor force of Great Zhou was being squeezed dry by Di Chen and was reaching its limit. Facing Great Xia's attacks, he used large amounts of laborers to protect their logistics, which made him the person everyone hated. Even if Great Xia did not attack, Great Zhou was already on the verge of collapse. It wasn't just a little grain that forced Great Zhou into desperation. Grain was the spark, but the system they used was what truly pushed them into a corner. Everyone knew that Great Zhou established their country using aristocratic families. After Great Zhou founded their dynasty, in addition to the 4 major families, about 30 other families of varying sizes joined them, forming the ruling foundation of Great Zhou. From their key government departments to their business regions, everything was controlled by the aristocratic families. These families were the foundation of Great Zhou. Without the support of these aristocratic families, whether it was the 6 tyrants of Handan, the Yanhuang alliance, or the current Great Zhou dynasty, none of them would have been able to rise to power. For a city like Handan to establish a foothold in the wilderness, it relied on the substantial resources and gold provided by aristocratic families. This ensured that it did not fall too far behind Shanghai City at that time. However, one must remember that aristocratic families are inherently greedy. With their investments, they naturally expected returns. After the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, the aristocratic families believed they had laid an unassailable foundation in the wilderness and were ready to reap the benefits. Dividing the power among the various departments of Great Zhou and competing with commoners for business profits became commonplace. They often used their aristocratic status to act with impunity within the dynasty, and taking lives was not uncommon. If not for Di Chen and his allies suppressing them, even more extreme actions might have occurred. Di Chen envied how the Great Xia ruled by law, but he knew he could not replicate it, as it would not work in Great Zhou. The past winter was a devastating disaster for the people of Great Zhou but a feast for the aristocratic families. They amassed resources, buying low and selling high, exploiting the populace. Originally, the aristocratic families were rational and would not engage in such behavior. However, with achievement value being updated in real time and the constant threat of Great Zhou's destruction, these families could not resist the urge to gain more achievement value in the remaining time. They viewed everything as fake, with only achievement value being real. For that, they did not hesitate to exploit the entire Great Zhou and paid little attention to the riots that broke out, sending troops to suppress them. In their eyes, NPCs were merely data to help them earn achievement value. Who would care about tools? Just when Great Xia attacked Great Zhou, the situation became unsalvageable. Within the 2 provinces, an uneasy and nervous atmosphere spread, making it hard to breathe. Although Di Chen knew the aristocratic families were despicable, he could do nothing to solve the issue. As a result, not only did the small and mid-sized aristocratic families go crazy, but the Di family itself also participated, and they even took the biggest piece of the cake. How could Di Chen possibly restrict and stop the others? This is why, throughout the entire winter, Di Chen felt truly down and defeated. Great Zhou was not under his control, which was a tragic fact. Chapter 1241, Give Me a Reason. Along with the smoke billowing on the front lines and the flames of war rising up, Great Zhou finally could no longer suppress it. In the past winter, the hatred and anger of the people living in poverty toward the aristocratic families had slowly built up and gathered into a volcano, ready to explode and destroy everything. War made this volcano finally explode. On the 5th month, 10th day, fierce General Shihuang led the 4th Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps and broke through the Pillar Sun Legion Corps' defenses from the west, entering the main area of Ludong Province. The moment the breach was opened, no one could block it anymore. In the next few days, the 2nd Legion led by Hong Ying and the 3rd led by Zhao/Shi broke through the Ludong defenses from the east. With the left and right wings successfully converging, Sun Bin turned really calm. He led the 1st and 5th Legions to fight on the middle front and dragged the main force of the Pillar Sun Legion Corps into a standoff. Based on Sun Bin's plan, they would surround Peng City from the wings and then cooperate with the middle troops to surround the Pillar Sun Legion Corps, slowly suppressing them and forcing them into a corner. Although the Pillar Sun Legion Corps had the home ground advantage and Tian Dan was also a famous general, their strength was not enough. More crucially, they lacked grain and could not last for long. Sun Bin was staring right at this weak point of the enemy and decided to surround and trap them. The longer the standstill, the more the grain inside Pang City would be used up. In the end, they could only surrender. However, what happened next totally changed the direction of the war. After the two wings broke through the defensive line, they did two things. First, they expanded their rewards and increased the size of the breach they had opened. They destroyed the defensive works of the enemy to reduce the rear line worry. Secondly, they sent a vanguard army to besiege the cities around Pang City. On the 5th month, 13th day, the 1st Division of the 4th Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps acted as the vanguard of the left wing and was ordered to come to Xiapi City to conquer it and use it as the left wing's base. Xiapi City was located at the northwest corner of Pang City and was a place you had to go if you wanted to go toward Pang City. Although it was a county-level city, it was stable and had 6,000 Pilsun troops defending it, so they would not be so easily taken down. The results exceeded everyone's expectation. At 9 a.m., the 1st Division launched their assault on Xiapi City. The deafening killing shouts spread from the city walls to within the city, pulling at the impatient and unhappy emotions of the people. At close to noon, just as the two armies were fighting, a bunch of rioting civilians charged into the county office and injured the bailiffs, capturing the county magistrate and raising the flag of anti-Great Zhou. Influenced by this, the entire Xiapi city was thrown into chaos. The sudden rebellion with the county office as the center started to swiftly spread around. Seeing the office fall, more and more civilians joined in, opening up the granaries and robbing stores. As the chaos spread to the regions near the city walls, the Pilsun Legion Corps panicked. They did not know whether they should suppress the chaos or defend the city wall. Seeing that, the Great Zhou army launched an even more ferocious attack. The Pilsun Legion Corps, without any logistical support, suffered heavy casualties. Both sides fought until 3 p.m., and the remaining soldiers were forced to surrender. Xiapi City was conquered by Great Zhou in a single day, with the greatest contributors being the rebels at the start. The Great Zhou dynasty was finally paying for its cruel rule, and this was just the beginning. The chaos in Xiapi sparked the fury of the Great Zhou civilians. Inspired by this, there were 10 riots within a day in Ludong province. Wherever the Great Zhou army passed, cities surrendered easily. Upon hearing the news, Sun Bin made up his mind, ordering the left and right wings not to surround Pang City but to move north, using the people's sentiment to conquer the entire Ludong province. His strategy was truly ingenious. In the following week, the two wings of the Tiger Legion Corps were like two dragons, sweeping through Ludong province with ferocity. Along with the chaos across the land, they conquered city after city. The riots aided Great Zhou's siege, while the arrival of the Great Zhou army terrified the officials and local troops. With one supporting the other, the situation quickly snowballed. At the speed of capturing multiple cities a day, they swiftly took control of Ludong. In the end, due to the favorable war situation, the two wings split up again, with divisions as units pushing toward the north. On the 20th day of the 5th month, apart from the area around Pang City, the entire Ludong province belonged to Great Zhou. The changes were too sudden, and Chen Shinjuan's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and ordered the Pilsun Legion Corps to move into Pang City. He then contacted Ouyang Shua, begging him to allow his submission to Great Zhou. Looking at Chen Shinjun in the video, Ouyang Shua's expression was truly complex. That once arrogant Chen Shinjun, who viewed him as a rival, was now left with only respect. The nature of a merchant allowed him to quickly set aside the pride in his heart. This conversation not only pertained to Chen Shinjuan's fate but also that of his entire family. If Ouyang Shua did not accept, it would spell disaster for them all. Their 6 years of hard work would turn to dust. "Give me a reason to accept you," Ouyang Shua said expressionlessly. Chen Shinjuan's heart shook, and he forced a smile. The main force of the Pilsun Legion is still alive. If we defend to the death, Great Zhou will have to pay a heavy price, and both sides will suffer heavy casualties. You wouldn't want to see that, would you? Ouyang Shua smiled. That might not be the case. Who knows how long your grain will last, 10 days or 5? Chen Shenjun was stunned. He knew he couldn't show weakness now. If he did, he would lose his only bargaining chip. Swallowing his saliva, he said calmly, as long as we defend to the death, there will be a way. That reason is not enough, Ouyang Shua shook his head. Chen Shenjun felt helpless, knowing he no longer had the ability to negotiate with Ouyang Shua. If Ouyang Shua said it was not enough, it was not enough. Thinking for a moment, he said, as long as Peng City holds, the 3 countries might come to Handan's aid. Accept my submission, and the Battle of Great Zhou will proceed without issue. Ouyang Shua nodded in response. The Tiger Legion was confidently sweeping through Ludong province, while the Hedong Legion was being very cautious in its attacks on Jingdu. Till date, they were still fighting the Great Zhou Palace guards at the border. There were 2 reasons for this. First, Jingdu province was the foundation of Great Zhou and was treated better. Consequently, the people's sentiment there was more stable. Even when riots broke out in Ludong province, Jingdu province remained calm. Secondly, they were concerned that the 3 countries might assist Great Zhou. To avoid falling into the enemy's traps, the 2 forces had to play it safe and not attack recklessly. As Chen Shenjun had said, once the Pilsun Legion Corps surrendered and Ludong province submitted to Great Zhou, the Tiger Legion Corps would be able to advance further north. In that case, Qin, Tang, and Song would no longer intervene. Chapter 1242, End of the Road for Great Zhou. What do you hope to receive? Ouyang Shua asked. When Chen Shenjun heard this question, he was stunned once more. Strictly speaking, Chen Shenjun had some predictions before the conversation. However, during this short talk, he had lost a lot of confidence. Can I get the same treatment as Xiangba? Chen Shenjun asked, probing. Not only was Xiangba a provincial governor, but even his family, if they were truly talented, could obtain an appointment in Great Zhou. There were even rumors that Ouyang Shua would show even more trust toward Xiangba in the future. No, Ouyang Shua decisively replied. He was surprised that Chen Shenjun actually had the nerve to ask. Xiangba's submission shook the foundations of Great Zhou, directly weakening half of their strength. It could be said that Xiangba's family was worthy of such treatment, and even less needed to be said regarding Xiangba's ability. How could Chen Shenjun's current submission compare to Xiangba's? Then, treatment like Zhonlang? Chen Shenjun took another step back. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he was truly impressed by Chen Shenjun's bargaining skills. He decided not to waste any more time on this matter and directly said, how about this, after submitting, you and your family will focus on the business region. Do not enter politics, it's not suitable for you. When Chen Shenjun heard this, his face instantly turned white. After a while, he said, is there no room for discussion? Ouyang Shua shook his head, you either accept it, or we meet on the battlefield. Seeing that Chen Shenjun was unwilling, Ouyang Shua added, 6 years of territory running is enough to prove that your family and you are not suitable for running a territory. Going back to the business region you're better in, although you'll lose the game, it will be a fortunate matter in the long term. Chen Shenjun kept silent. Thinking back to his journey as a lord, his happiest moment should have been when he quarreled with Di Qin, during the time of the 6 tyrants of Handan and building the Chen-Qiu alliance. Now, reflecting on it, those times seemed so far away. That Xiangba had borrowed Chen Shenjun's help to obtain a ticket to enter the game. Now, he had already become an exceptional person. 6 years have passed, yet I did not truly win even once. Chen Shenjun's face was filled with bitterness. Eventually, Chen Shenjun's face revealed a look of determination, I accept your conditions. After he said those words, he actually felt really relaxed. It was like he had put down a huge burden in his heart. Ouyang Shua looked at him in surprise and smiled. Then he said, "That's great. As payment, I will protect all of your family's items in Great Zhou and will not touch any of it." "Thank you," Chen Shinjun thanked him sincerely. As long as he could protect the roots of the family, he would be able to answer to them. The only thing that Chen Shinjun regretted would be agreeing with Di Chen to hand the foundations of the family to Great Song. If he knew that this would happen, he would have submitted to Great Xia then instead. He would have obtained much more than this in such a scenario. Unfortunately, there was no way out. At this point, Chen Shinjun said, "Can I ask, how are you going to deal with the Weitong Bank?" Although the Weitong Bank had already lost its battle against the Four Seas Bank 2 years ago, it was that competition that made it the second largest bank in China. This was a significant business. Ouyang Shua replied, "It's really simple. The Weitong Bank will take out funds to purchase all its shares and become the fourth bank in Great Xia. As payment, your family can own 10% of the shares." Chen Shinjun nodded. Such an outcome left him truly satisfied. As the winner, Great Xia could have simply swallowed up the bank entirely. Clearly, Ouyang Shua knew how to achieve a win-win situation. "Then it's decided." Chen Shinjun looked at Ouyang Shua. His eyes were filled with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath before solemnly bowing, "Your Majesty." Ouyang Shua nodded. At this moment, Ouyang Shua was essentially witnessing the passing of an era. While there were remnants of this era, it was destined to end, and no one had the ability to change this inevitability. Surprised, yet not surprised. On the 21st day of the 5th month, following Chen Shinjuan's instruction, the Pilsun Legion Corps surrendered and handed over Pang City. During this period, Di Chen, unwilling to accept the outcome, attempted to incite his chess pieces in the Pilsun army to cause a riot. However, they failed to cause much turmoil and were quickly suppressed. The next day, Ludong province fell into the hands of Great Xia. The fall of Great Zhou was a foregone conclusion. The following day, Sun Bin left the 5th Legion to keep an eye on the Pilsun Legion Corps. Following this, he ordered the 4 legions to move north toward Jingdu province to form a 3-way pincer. Jingdu province, Handan City. Upon receiving the news that Chen Shinjun had betrayed the country, Di Chen was so enraged that he was drained of all energy. He did not even bother to eliminate Chen Shinjuan's family members in Jingdu province. After all, he needed to leave a way out for his family. Given the situation, he also had to secure an escape route for himself. The future of the Di family might depend on these traitors to survive in the game world. After learning about the situation in China, the Dawson family contacted Di Chen and offered to accept the Di family. However, Di Chen was not willing. Even if he were, his grandfather definitely would not be. Jack's offer seemed to be out of goodwill, but his intentions were hard to discern. With the strained relationship between their two families, who knew what he would do to them if they really went? Di Chen had often played such tricks. The only ones that could save Great Zhou were Qing, Tang, and Song. Unfortunately, at the outbreak of the war, Great Song had clearly stated that they would not send aid to Handan City. This was because Great Song was facing the threat of the Imperial Palace Guards and the Xinjiang Legion Corps. They could not protect themselves, let alone assist Great Zhou. On the other hand, Qin and Tang intended to send 100,000 troops. Both countries were confident in their ability to defend against one Legion Corps with 400,000 troops. Qin Shihuang and Tang Taizong both understood that saving Great Zhou would be the same as saving themselves. However, the war situation had progressed too rapidly. First, there were the unexpected large-scale riots in Ludong province, which allowed the Great Xia army to advance unopposed. They did not need to worry about their grain path being intercepted. Next came Chen Shinjuan's compromise and the Pilsun Legion Corps surrendering. In a short half-month, Great Zhou had lost an army and now had only half a breath left. Facing the attacks of 3 Great Xia Legion Corps, even if Qin and Tang sent 200,000 reinforcements, it would not make much of a difference. Abandoning Great Zhou had become an expected choice. Juedai Fenghua walked into the imperial reading room. She had come to discuss with the envoys of the three countries about sending reinforcements. Dichen raised his head and asked, "How was it?" He himself did not have much hope. As expected, Juedai Fenghua silently shook her head. Dichen had reached a truly despondent stage. He could not see a single shred of hope. However, he was oddly calm, getting up to look out the window and staring at the clouds. He muttered, "Since that's the case, send someone to talk to Great Zhou and see what we can achieve." Okay. Juedai Fenghua nodded before turning around and leaving. Behind her, someone asked, "Do you think the old fox would discuss with us?" Juedai Fenghua paused. She did not turn around and simply said, "He will," her voice filled with certainty. Then, she walked out of the imperial reading room and disappeared from Dichen's sight. Within the quiet imperial reading room, a long sigh spread out. Here is the clean and grammatically improved version. They did not need to worry about their grain path being intercepted. Next came Chen Shinjuan's compromise, and the Pil-Sun Legion Corps surrendered. Within a half-month, Great Zhou had lost an army and now had only half a breath left. Facing the attacks of 3 Great Zhou Legion Corps, even with 200,000 reinforcements from Qin and Tang, it would not make a significant difference. Abandoning Great Zhou had become the expected choice. Juedai Fenghua walked into the imperial reading room. She had come to discuss with envoys from the 3 countries about sending reinforcements. Dichen raised his head and asked, "How was it?" He himself did not have much hope. As expected, Juedai Fenghua silently shook her head. The end of an era. 5th month, 22nd day, Imperial Capital. Great Zhou wants to negotiate? Ouyang Shua asked. Yes, replied Honglu Temple head Zhang Yi. Dichen did not contact Ouyang Shua through the communication compass like Xiangba and Chen Shinjun. Instead, he chose to use proper diplomatic means. Then let's discuss. Ouyang Shua said expressionlessly. Zhang Yi asked carefully, "Your Majesty, do you have any instructions?" "Let Great Zhou surrender unconditionally." This. Zhang Yi's expression showed the difficulty of the task. How was this a negotiation? It was more like a forced surrender. How could they negotiate? That's all. Ouyang Shua did not say anything more. Yes, my emperor. Zhang Yi helplessly bid farewell, thinking about how to complete this tough job. The next day, in Handan City. Inside the imperial reading room, Dichen's face turned red as he asked uncertainly, "He really said that?" Yes, Juedai Fenghua was also genuinely surprised. Logically, since Ouyang Shua could accept Chen Shinjun, he should also be able to accept Dichen's submission. Who would have thought he would reject it so decisively? Dichen gritted his teeth. The old fox is determined to kill me. Then what are you prepared to do? Juedai Fenghua asked. Dichen remained silent. He was angry, but that was all he could manage. Apart from that, there was no other method. If he forces me, I'll fight to the death, Dichen said, his face filled with rage and madness. Juedai Fenghua shook her head. Don't be rash. If you fight to the death, nothing good will come of it. Dichen felt utterly at a loss. Obviously, he understood that, but apart from fighting to the death, what other choice did he have? Going all out to defend the last shred of the family's honor. Reflecting on how he had worked so hard for 6 years only to fall at such a stage in the end, Dichen felt his heart break apart. So, what should I do? Fenghua Juedai thought about it for a while and asked, in an uncertain tone, "Is he testing us?" Test? Is there a need? He is just determined to humiliate me. I don't think so. Maybe because she was not involved, Juedai Fenghua saw things more thoroughly and clearly than Di Chen. Di Chen's outburst only confirmed her judgment. Given his current position, he should not be so bored as to play with the lives of millions of soldiers just to teach you a lesson. With the strength of the Great Zhou palace guards, if both sides went all out, the Great Xia army would also suffer heavy casualties. Really? Di Chen's face was filled with self-mockery. He felt like he did not even have the ability to make Ouyang Shuo angry and take revenge. Juedai Fenghua opened her mouth to say something but swallowed it. The current Di Chen did not need someone to console him, much less sympathy. Instead, she said, I guess he wants us to unconditionally surrender to test us. Di Chen's eyes focused, seriously contemplating Juedai Fenghua's words before he said, I mean, he still has worries about us and wants to use this method to crush our last bit of hope. Juedai Fenghua nodded. A clear-headed Di Chen was still quite exceptional. Only that makes sense. After 6 years of fighting, it's only normal that he does not trust us. Fenghua Juedai analyzed. Haha, Di Chen laughed, so it means the old fox still treats me as an opponent. Yes, Di Chen thought, if China did not have Di Chen or the Yanhuang alliance, Great Xia might have been able to reach such a step, but they would not be so quick and determined. The two of them trained and competed with one another. However, the regretful thing was that there could only be one victor. Di Chen moved toward the window once more. He stood there for a while before making up his mind. Since that's the case, let's give him what he wants. I agree to their conditions. Juedai Fenghua nodded. A look of sadness appeared in her eyes for the first time. Also, tell him that I'll personally hand over the seal. This. Juedai Fenghua was really surprised and said bitterly, you do not have to do that. Anyone could see how painful of a decision it was for Di Chen to make such a choice. There was nothing as disappointing as bowing his head to an opponent of 6 years. Di Chen waved his hand and said, you do not have to try and convince me otherwise. I've made my mind up. Since this is what he wants, I'll give it to him face to face. Treat this as the last thing I'll do for the family. You lived and died as a part of the family. Even at such a stage, Di Chen, who was the family representative, had to take responsibility. This was the fate of an aristocratic family child, and he could not avoid it. I'll discuss with them. Juedai Fenghua held back her tears as she turned around and left. On the 25th day of the 5th month, Great Zhou surrendered unconditionally to Great Xia. The palace guards that were still fighting surrendered to the Great Xia army and volunteered to accept reorganized. Surrender the fighting and they. The end. Series of events dramatically as Di Chen, who had been a key figure, made a difficult decision. Even in the face of such a significant sacrifice, his sense of duty and family honor remained unshaken. The moment the news spread, the entirety of China fell silent. Whether it was the Great Xia players or the Great Zhou players, no one made a sound or mocked them. They only silently paid attention to the passing of an era. At that moment, Xiangba in Minnan, Zhanlang in Ecuador, and Chen Xinjun in Ludong stopped what they were doing and looked northward with truly complex expressions. Wandering Magic, Sha Pejuan, and others felt the same. To them, the Great Zhou dynasty was a special memory. It was where their dreams had started and where they had ended. Ironically, they had played a role in the process of ending Great Zhou. For example, when Xiangba decided to submit to Great Xia, he had predicted that such a day would come. However, when it finally arrived, he did not feel happy. Instead, he only felt a sense of disappointment and sadness that would not fade away. Not only Xiangba, but Bai Hua, Feng Qiuhuang, Gong Chengshi, Wu Fu, and the others also had complex emotions. Though they were no longer lords, as members of the Shanghai alliance who fought against the Yanhuang alliance, they respected their opponents. Respecting the opponent was the same as respecting oneself. With Great Zhou's surrender, the battle between the two alliances finally came to an end. Now, the two alliances were a thing of the past. In China, only a single territory remained, and its name was Great Zhou, their common home. I knew there would be such a day, but I did not expect it to come so fast, Bai Hua said, filled with emotion. She thought back to the first year of Gaia, when she was invited by Ouyang Shua to discuss the Battle of Zhualu. It was their first alliance meeting. At that time, the Yanhuang alliance was bearing down on their heads. It was also the 5th month, 13th day. How coincidental, Bai Hua remembered it as if it was fresh in her mind. At that time, Consonance Town had sought an alliance with Shanghai City. It was only because they were in the same region that they decided to band together. Who would have expected them to receive so much support? From that day on, they, along with Ouyang Shua, embarked on a journey to the top, defeating the Yanhuang alliance time after time on the battle map and expanding in the wilderness. Finally, Great Zhou unconditionally surrendered to Great Zhou today. History is like a circle, no one can predict its end, but it is right in front of you. They treated Ouyang Shua as an alliance leader and a friend. Who would have known that he would create such a colossal legacy in China? 6 years felt like yesterday. The once glorious 6 tyrants of Handan could only now join Great Zhou, either aiding Ouyang Shua in taking charge of a region or becoming part of the masses. They are no longer as arrogant and are now struggling to survive. On the contrary, apart from Sun Long Dianxue, who faltered midway, all Shanghai Alliance members became giants of a region. Bai Hua reached heights she never could have imagined. 6 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, who would have envisioned all this? One must say that Ouyang Shua is truly a miracle maker, and Great Zhou is the land of miracles. On this vast land, miracles happen every moment. As the sun set, that last bit of past glory disappeared into the horizon. The sun will continue to rise tomorrow, will it not? Bai Hua looked out at the horizon before turning back to her seat. As the Governor-General of Nanjiang, she had a heavy burden on her shoulders. She could not afford to slack off. Especially after what happened to Chao Can, which added a dark cloud to her grand journey. Bai Hua did not want to argue and did not wish to plead for him, as he deserved it. Who knows whether His Majesty would have any thoughts about her from this matter. 5th month, 28th day, Handan City. After the Great Zhou army took over control of Handan City, Ouyang Shua arrived. On the square in front of the palace, Di Chen was wearing a white robe. He personally handed over the seal. Ouyang Shua's face was unusually calm as he nodded. Su Chu accepted the items on his behalf and completed the simple surrender ceremony. Although the ceremony was brief, it was an unforgettable moment for anyone who had witnessed the historical event. Inside the palace, Ouyang Shua met Di Chen alone. This was the first time the two of them had met in private, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The Di family people can take up positions in the Great Zhou as long as they learn well. Whatever they did in Great Zhou, I will not hold against them. Right from the start, Ouyang Shua calmed Di Chen's heart, showing no intention of making things difficult for the Di family. His tolerance toward the aristocratic family would begin from this moment on, and he would not dig up past grievances. Ouyang Shua understood a principle: one had to learn to move forward. Seeing that Di Chen knew his place, Ouyang Shua was genuinely satisfied. What Ouyang Shua aimed to dismantle was the Yanhuang alliance as a whole, not its individuals. Upon hearing this, Di Chen let out a long sigh of relief. This time, he had taken the right gamble. Before entering the room, Di Chen was worried that Ouyang Shua would use the opportunity to step on them. Giving up his pride finally got him some rewards. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Di Chen hesitated, clearly unaccustomed to their current relationship. "And what about you?" "Certainly, here is a cleaned-up and grammatically corrected version of the text." "What plans do you have?" Ouyang Shua asked. "Me?" Di Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected Ouyang Shua to offer him a position. "I think I'd like to take some rest," Di Chen replied. Ouyang Shua smiled. Di Chen wanted to step back now only to move forward in the future. Despite his determined nature, he wouldn't truly rest, as he couldn't help but compete with Shihuang and others. "I think I have a position suitable for you," Ouyang Shua said without hesitation. "I am prepared to appoint you as the assistant at the Honglu Temple to act as a special ambassador to reach out to all the dynasties in the world and express our dynasty's goodwill. What do you think of that?" The Honglu Temple, as a great organization, was led by Ouyang Shua directly and had one minister, the outreach secretary Zi Luolan, and the assistant 4, and the deputy registrar, who were grade 3 and grade 4 officials, respectively. The assistant 4 position, while not comparable to a provincial governor, was a core post in the Imperial Court and held the title of a special ambassador. Its power and influence were comparable to those of a provincial governor. To Di Chen, this was quite appealing. Ouyang Shua decided on this appointment to leverage Di Chen's identity as an ex-Silver Hand member to bridge the gap. This position was crucial for Great Zhou's global strategy. Ouyang Shua knew, no matter how strong they grew, they would not be able to unite the world within 3 years. Unless they worked together. To disband the Silver Hand and Azure Badge could only be achieved by targeting their members, making them fight internal wars, and removing them one by one. Only then could he succeed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Di Chen swiftly accepted the role. Ouyang Shua nodded and let him leave. After he left, Juedai Fenghua happened to walk by. They brushed past each other, signaling the end of their master-servant relationship. "Sit." Ouyang Shua had clearly heard of the famous name of Juedai Fenghua. Among China's 3 female zuges, she was the most renowned. She was Di Chen's most important strategist. Although she could not save Great Zhou, that did not diminish her value. Ouyang Shua did not bother investigating her mysterious family background or her relationship with Di Chen. He only cared about whether she could be of use. Juedai Fenghua was shocked, while Ouyang Shua remained calm. Di Chen has agreed to serve as the assistant of the Honglu Temple, touring countries as an Imperial Court special ambassador to connect us with the Silver Hand dynasties. "What is your choice?" Ouyang Shua asked. Juedai Fenghua had 2 options. She could choose not to seek an appointment and remain a shadow beside Di Chen, or she could seize the opportunity to become independent. "The moment Great Zhou was destroyed, I became a free person," Juedai Fenghua replied. Outsiders might not know, but when they entered the game, Juedai Fenghua and Di Chen had an agreement. She would serve him for 10 years in the game, and upon arriving on Planet Hope, she would be free. Who would have known that in the 7th year, Great Zhou would be destroyed? With Di Chen's current identity, if he still brought her along, it would be too eye-catching and would not help him regain his footing in Great Zhou. Hence, the two had agreed to go their separate ways when they talked yesterday. "Returning you your freedom early is the last thing I can do for you," Di Chen said. Although he said that, Juedai Fenghua still felt regretful. Although she got her freedom back, their relationship over 6.5 years had developed some feelings and closeness. This was fate. Ouyang Shua did not bother about her sadness. "Thinking about it," he said, "since that's the case, the Secret Documents Pavilion has a place for you." The 3 female zuges gathered there. "What a story. Your Majesty trusts me so much?" Juedai Fenghua was surprised. Everyone knew that although the Secret Document Pavilion was not that famous, it was the closest to Ouyang Shua. Everyone that worked there were people he trusted. The 4 advisors there each held their own responsibility. Head advisor Xing Yi took control of the big picture, advisor Suzhi drafted memorials, Feng Qingyue, who was promoted to advisor, was in charge of organizing memorials, Bai Nanpu, who was also promoted, continued his old role as the decree-announcing official. Each advisor had 2 secretaries, each secretary had 2 assistants. 4 advisors, 8 secretaries, and 16 assistants formed up the Secret Document Pavilion and held the key role of the core of the Emperor dynasty, working solely for Ouyang Shua. "I trust Feng Qingyue, so I can trust you." Juedai Fenghua kept silent and did not ask for any further. With her intellect, she knew this was not the true reason. Feng Qingyue had spent half a year in the Shu lands before he was enter allowed she allowed start had your enter of what he this d have feelings you are. In Eep slides. After all, it was a significant period of time, and he said, Your Majesty trusts me so much? Juedai Fenghua was surprised. Everyone knew that although the secret document pavilion was not that famous, it was the closest to Ouyang Shua. Slides. After all, it was a significant period of time. 6.5 years of Ouyang Shua skipped the test not because he was attracted by her charm, but because Great Xia was now too strong, and he had confidence. If Juedai Fenghua dared to be disloyal, she would undoubtedly be playing with fire. Before you head to the secret document pavilion, help Shenbuhai merge Difeng into the Shanghai Guards. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Ouyang Shua asked. Taking over Great Zhou was much more complicated than managing Sui and the others from before. As the only player territory that could stand up to Great Xia, they not only had numerous aristocratic families but also powerful guilds. Aside from that, there was the formidable Difeng to consider. The most significant achievement they had was the assassination of Feng Shihuang, a superintelligence organization on par with the Shanghai Guards. If he couldn't use it for himself, he had to dismantle them. The issue was that intelligence organizations were not easily dismantleable. These spies and locations were known by only a few, and they could easily cover their tracks by changing identities. Once they went into hiding, it would lead to numerous problems. Therefore, Ouyang Shua needed Di Chen and Juedai Fenghua to take over the organization. Moreover, this was a true test of Juedai Fenghua's loyalty. The Shanghai Guards knew nothing about Difeng. If Juedai Fenghua tried any tricks, and the Shanghai Guards found out, she would be unable to establish a foothold in Great Xia and it could affect the Di family. Ouyang Shua didn't need to mention this, as Juedai Fenghua was clear about the matter. Don't worry, I'll handle it. As the leader of Difeng, Juedai Fenghua wished for a good outcome. Ouyang Shua nodded in satisfaction. He did not mention that if Juedai Fenghua performed well, she would be in charge of intelligence collection in the future, the true core. In Handan City, apart from Di Chen and Juedai Fenghua, Ouyang Shua did not meet anyone else. During this period, whether it was the representatives of the aristocratic families or the guild leaders Ijian Shelai, Yanzi Lisan, Xiao Chundao, Priest Qingyou, and others, he blocked them all from his door. Toward these aristocratic families, although Ouyang Shua would not take revenge, he was not going to make them feel important. They were all removed from their positions and rehired based on Great Xia's needs. As Great Xia opened up to players, the Imperial Court became increasingly familiar with such hiring work. This meant that from today onward, these aristocratic families would no longer receive special treatment in Great Xia. Moreover, if they dared to behave recklessly in the future, they would be dealt with by Great Xia's legal system without mercy. Ouyang Shua was not Di Chen, he had absolute control over Great Xia. The small and medium-sized aristocratic families did not have the ability or skill to disrupt the order he had established. Toward the aristocratic families, Ouyang Shua maintained a neutral stance. However, toward the super guilds, he was out for revenge, especially toward Laojun Temple, which had once betrayed the Shanghai alliance. Ouyang Shua was not going to be lenient with them. He ordered them to follow the same procedures as the other guilds. They had to disband within a week, and their members would be assigned to various positions in Great Xia. If not, they would be kicked out. Traitor Priest Qingyou was on Ouyang Shua's blacklist and was directly slaughtered before being exiled. Being exiled from Great Xia meant being expelled from China, so his fate was predictable. Ouyang Shua wanted to send a clear message so that the guilds would not entertain any foolish ideas. They would either have to give up their power and merge into the Great Xia system or leave. Of course, Ouyang Shua knew his limits. He targeted the higher-ups, especially the guild leaders. As for the other members, apart from those who clearly did wrong, they were all treated the same. Thus, the super guilds were forced to disband. How to take over Jingdu and Ludong province was naturally handled by the cabinet, so Ouyang Shua did not need to worry about it. On the 6th day of the first month, Ouyang Shua returned to the imperial capital. He had to decide on the two provincial governors. In the China region, Jingdu and Ludong were top-tier provinces. Not only were they located in strategic geographical positions, but they also had abundant resources and solid foundations. Ouyang Shua naturally had to be cautious in his selection. After contemplating for over 2 days, Ouyang Shua finally made up his mind. On the 3rd day of the 6th month, the Imperial Court issued a series of appointments to set the personnel matters for these two provinces in place. By imperial decree, Wang Shoren, the Chuanbei provincial governor, was reassigned to Jingdu province. His position would be filled by Song Wen, the Jiaozhou prefecture governor of Lingnan province. Wang Shoren, also known as Wang Yangming, was a well-rounded and true genius. The even rarer part was that he was morally upright, and Ouyang Shua trusted him a lot. He had run Beichuan province very well. During the court storm, Wang Shoren was one of the clear supporters among the provincial governors. Moving him to Jingdu would undoubtedly be a new challenge for him. This was because Jingdu province was right next to the Mongol Empire, making it the front lines in their battle against the Mongols. More importantly, Jingdu had a special strategic position among the locations in the north. Moving him there put Ouyang Shua at ease. A year ago, Song Tenxiong tried to interfere in Ouyang Shua's air matters, which annoyed Ouyang Shua. The affair even affected Song Wen. Not only was he scolded, but he was also barred from further promotions. Finally, Ouyang Shua promoted him. After facing such a setback, Ouyang Shua believed that Song Wen would have grown. He should have realized who should be loyal to his family and the imperial court. Promoting him would also be answering to his wife and putting her in a more favorable position. The imperial court ordered Sun Nongyan's removal from the post of Jin and prefecture governor. He would be promoted to Ludong provincial governor. After Gu Xiuwen and Cui Shoren, Sun Nongyan became the third native provincial governor. At this point, the native officials were like stars in the official court, slowly rising up and becoming a great power. Behind them stood Ouyang Shua. Apart from the provincial governors, the prefecture governors, and even the county magistrates experienced a significant change, removing all the aristocrats and replacing them with reliable officials. In front of the strong Great Zhou, those aristocratic families had no way to fight back. After dealing with the provincial governor appointments, the handover of Great Zhou was essentially settled. Next on the agenda were the war prisoners. Since there had not been a major war, after post-war calculations and replenishment of losses, the Palace Guards and Pil-Sun Legion Corps had 650,000 personnel awaiting organization. As before, Ouyang Shua was not in a rush. Given that the Battle of Great Zhou had proceeded so smoothly and there were no major battles, Ouyang Shua immediately decided to capitalize on the victory and destroy the remaining 3 countries. Chapter 1246 India Ghost. Along with Great Zhou's surrendering, the so-called four-country alliance was crushed. While he headed toward Handan City, Ouyang Shua ordered the Honglu Temple to move toward Qin, Tang, and Song to consider submitting to Great Zhou. Great Zhou's unification of China is inevitable, and no one can reverse the course of events. I do not wish for any unnecessary bloodshed and do not want the people of China to suffer and be harmed by war. If you are willing to submit, I'll treat you like a king. On the 6th month, first day, Ouyang Shua returned to the imperial capital when the envoy returned as well. A week after, 5th day, a week had passed since the envoys were sent out. The 3 kingdoms have not changed their stance, even though their envoys have reported that they are prepared to engage in combat to the end. An emperor's determination to maintain his power has proven to run much deeper than Ouyang Shua had anticipated. They would rather perish than renounce their goals, given their only choice to confront each other on the battlefield. On the 6th month, 10th day, after a brief respite, the United Legion troops returned to Hedong province along with the Eagle Legion Corps, menacing Great Qing from the east and west, while keeping watch from the border. Han Xian ordered the Leopard Legion Corps to safeguard Great Tang. To ensure this, Ouyang Shua commanded the 2nd Tiger Legion unit of the Tiger Legion Corps to go west from Ludong province into Zhongyuan province to assist the Leopard Legion Corps in challenging Great Tang. Needless to say, Ouyang Shua's first target was Great Song. To minimize casualties, they decided to attack the weakest first. Among the three countries, one must not assume that Great Song was the strongest just because it was the largest. In terms of strength, it was the weakest of the three. When Chen Shenzhun left Jingchu province, he took half of its elite forces to Ludong, leaving it half empty. Furthermore, in the 6 months since Great Song took over, they faced numerous disasters and suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, although Qin and Tang each controlled only half a province, they had been working on them for 2 to 3 years. Compared to the other two, Great Song lacked famous generals and fighting spirit. Great Qin had Wang Jian and Wang Ben. Great Tang was even more impressive. Even without the military genius Li Jing, they still had Li Ji, Hou Junji, Yu Qigong, and other renowned generals. In contrast, Great Song could only rely on Emperor Zhao Kuangyin as their primary general. To bring down Great Song, Great Xia planned to deploy the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd legions of the Imperial Palace Guards, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th legions of the Xiangjiang Corps, and the 1st, 3rd, and 4th legions of the Tiger Corps. In total, this amounted to 10 legions, or 700,000 troops. Throughout the middle of the 6th month, Great Xia focused on preparing to destroy Song. They also made preparations for potential battles with Qin and Tang. On the 25th of the 6th month, all the legions were in place, and the grain supplies were ready. The war was a spark away from beginning. On the 26th day of the 6th month, Sudek commanded the 3 legions of the Imperial Palace Guards to charge into Jingchu province from Xiangnan province. At the same time, Zhang Shutua ordered the Xiangjiang Legion Corps to enter Jingchu province from Jiangchuan province. Sun Bin led the Tiger Legion Corps, entering from Huanan province. The 3 fronts effectively locked down the south and east sides of the Great Song, ready to advance from south to north and east to west, gradually forcing the Great Song to surrender. Ouyang Shua was patient, and Di Chen, Chen Shenzhun, along with the reorganized Difeng, used their influence in Jingchu province to create opportunities for the army. Zhao Kuangyin, unwilling to surrender without a fight, ordered the 500,000 Imperial Guards to intercept them. Despite the numerical disparity, this was shaping up to be a battle of attrition. With the numerical advantage, Great Xia would not easily conquer Jingchu province. If the war dragged on, both sides would suffer heavy casualties. At this moment, Li Jing, who had been leading troops to attack Tibet, finally uncovered the identity of the force behind the Tibet dynasty, the Ashoka dynasty, which was connected to Tibet. The Ashoka dynasty was a source of headache for Ouyang Shua. The India region had a similar number of players as China but only one imperial city, unlike China's 9. This resulted in a formidable dynasty. With 5 million imperial city guards gathered in a single city, the scale was overwhelming. Even in the 7th year of Gaia, the Ashoka dynasty still maintained 4.5 million imperial city guards. Hence, early last year, Ouyang Shua noticed that the biggest obstacle to Great Xia's expansion into India was not the Gupta or the Peacock dynasty but the hidden Ashoka dynasty. After a few years of development, the Ashoka dynasty established the imperial city New Delhi as its core to expand outwards, occupying 1/3 of India. It was not only a problem for Great Xia, in fact, it had even become the biggest problem for the Peacock dynasty and the Gupta dynasty. Based on the intel from the Black Snake Guards, after destroying all the large-sized territories in the vicinity, the Peacock dynasty and the Gupta dynasty were showing signs of backing down. Given that Ashoka's ambition was so huge, that even while facing the combined attacks of the Gupta dynasty and the Peacock dynasty, he still had the energy to stretch his hand into the China region. Ouyang Shua could not allow that to happen. Looking at the report handed over by Li Jing, Ouyang Shua kept silent and said coldly, Ashoka, since you have joined in, do not even think about retreating. Do you really think you can do what you want with 4.5 million troops? Men. Present. Order the front lines to stop at nothing to destroy Song within half a month, yes, my emperor. Ashoka interfering in the Battle of Tibet made Ouyang Shua realize that he needed to quickly end the three countries' war. Even if he had to pay a price, it would not matter. Only then could he gather up the army and focus on the threat of Ashoka. Ouyang Shua was still uncertain whether Ashoka would take this chance to continue adding troops to Tibet, making Great Zhou fall deeper into this quicksand. Would he use this opportunity to threaten the Bear Legion and the western border of the Emperor dynasty? This was a risk Ouyang Shua could not take. Summon the head of Honglu Temple. Ouyang Shua ordered. Yes. After a short while, Zhang Yi hurried over. In the past, when Honglu Temple's envoys to the three countries all failed, it made Zhang Yi feel deeply ashamed. The moment he met Ouyang Shua, he sought forgiveness, saying, My emperor, I am sorry for my failure. Please punish me. Ouyang Shua waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this matter. Staring at Zhang Yi, he said, Send another envoy to Xiangyang to tell Zhao that he will surrender in 10 days, or we will wipe out the Zhao clan once we occupy Xiangyang. Yes, my emperor. Zhang Yi felt his heart tremble, and his back was drenched in sweat. He had never seen the emperor so furious. Chapter 1247, Tibet Coup. In the India region, during the Ashoka dynasty, in New Delhi, the young Ashoka's eyes shone as he read the battle report from China. This time, there will be a huge battle on the Chinese plains. Good, very good. With Ashoka's deep understanding of war and empires, he knew that Great Zhou and Great Song had no way of compromising. They could only fight to the death. Moreover, this conflict would influence the stances of the Qing and Tang dynasties. This is our chance. Just as Ouyang Shua had predicted, Ashoka was a truly ambitious emperor. 3 months ago, Songtsen Gampo had approached Ashoka with trepidation. Ashoka immediately recognized this as a great opportunity for his dynasty to annex Tibet and double their occupied territory. Such a temptation was something no emperor could resist. Ashoka did not hesitate. He split his forces into 2 batches and generously sent 300,000 troops to Tibet. To support the Great Zhou Bear Legion, he later reinforced them with an additional 200,000 troops. In total, Ashoka had deployed 500,000 troops to Tibet, surpassing the number of troops Tibet had on its own. Tibetan Ashoka. Ashoka. To reduce the logistical burden on the Tibet dynasty, Ashoka also sent grain from India. Ashoka's full support for Tibet was, of course, not out of kindness. A so-called cooperation was only possible when both sides had equal strength. However, the Ashoka dynasty's army was 10 times larger than Tibet's, putting them on entirely different levels. This vast disparity in strength meant that Tibet was essentially inviting a wolf into their home. By the time Songtsen Gampo realized this, it was already too late. The Ashoka dynasty army that entered Tibet's Lhasa city had already controlled the important areas of the city. It is easy to invite a god, but it is hard to send them away. Li Jing was a truly experienced general. After observing what was happening with the Tibet army, he was not in a rush to attack. Instead, he simply camped at the border to monitor the enemy and to slowly obtain intelligence. Realizing that Songtsen Gampo raised the matter to Ashoka, he said that the Tibet crisis was basically settled. He was deeply grateful for the Ashoka dynasty's restraint. This was also a time when Ashoka moved 500,000 more troops to the border, ready to charge into Tibet at any moment. When he received the news, only then did Songtsen Gampo realize that something was wrong, but he was helpless towards this situation. The weak Tibet was caught between the Great Zhou and the Ashoka dynasty, and they were destined to be sacrificed. Moreover, the speed at which Ashoka swung his bureaucratic knife was more decisive and faster than Songtsen Gampo had expected. In the 6th month, on the 28th day, just as the Honglu temple was about to be great again, Ashoka sent another 500,000 troops to Tibet, taking over control completely. Songtsen Gampo became a true puppet of the Ashoka dynasty. Ashoka's plan was really vicious. Not only did the reinforcements he sent control Lhasa city, but he also used the chance to get the troops to familiarize themselves with the geography, with the help of guides. Along with the two armies fighting side by side, the Ashoka dynasty completed their takeover of Tibet. The coup in Tibet went unnoticed by outsiders because it was conducted discreetly, and even Ouyang Shua was unaware. At the end of the 6th month, a giant beast was hiding at the western border of Great Zhou. On the 29th day of the 6th month, in Shenyang City, Great Song Dynasty, Ouyang Shuo's surrender order caused an uproar in the Great Song wilderness. The Imperial Court was divided into two factions. One group advocated surrender, while the other group wanted to fight. The situation mirrored that of the Northern Song Dynasty. Those in favor of surrender were afraid of Great Zhou's might and did not want to be annihilated. This was understandable, as even Great Zhou, the greatest adversary of Great Zhou with 700,000 troops, had surrendered without a fight. How could the much weaker Great Song hope to fare better? "We do not want Great Song to turn to dust," the official said. The faction that wanted to fight was mainly composed of generals. Their reasoning was straightforward: surrendering without a fight? Can we show some backbone? Even if we surrender, Great Zhou will still look down on us. Unfortunately, in Great Song, the generals held little power. True power rested in the hands of the officials and the emperor. Emperor Zhao Kuangyin was deeply conflicted. On one side, he could not put aside his pride and the dignity of the great dynasty he had built. He was unwilling to surrender, to lower his head. However, if they did not surrender, his people might be wiped out. He had no doubt about the Xia emperor's resolve. If they resisted, it was likely the Xia emperor would use his head as a symbol of his victory. If it were Zhao Kuangyin, he would do the same. Zhao Kuangyin, who found himself in a difficult situation, was uncertain whether to surrender or not. Helplessly, he sent envoys to Qin and Tang to seek their opinions. If they decided to surrender, the three would do so together, and it would be easier for them to save face. If they chose not to surrender, the two would remain neutral, watching as the Song faced destruction due to the Great Xia army's surveillance. "He will destroy us all, please think carefully. The day Song is destroyed is the day Qin and Tang will be wiped out, too. Rather than surrender, let's avoid a good war." By a good war, he meant allowing Qin and Tang to take some of the pressure. Only he was fully aware of the plans and plotting inside. Let's hope it will be of use. Zhao Kuangyin was making a final effort. In Jingqiu Province, Jingzhou Prefecture, Imperial Palace Guard Marshal Su De, upon reading the emperor's order, shouted, "Men present," they responded. "Gather the generals for a meeting." "Yes, Marshal." No matter how the Great Song officials debated, once they received the order to take down Great Song within half a month, the three fronts of Great Xia began to act. The emperor had made it clear that the one who captured Shenyang city first would be richly rewarded. The Imperial Palace Guards, the Xiangjiang Corps, and the Tiger Corps belonged to three different systems, and none of them wanted to be outdone by the others. In the army, merit determines strength. For the Imperial Palace Guards, this war held significant meaning. First, it was the first major battle Suda would lead since joining Great Xia. In the army where generals were as numerous as clouds, Suda needed to use this war to prove that he was worthy of his great general title. Secondly, the Imperial Palace Guards were a new force that needed to meld together through this war, both to test the results of their training and to truly unite as one. In his words, "I hope that after this battle, there will be no Jin, Ming, or Sui troops. Instead, we will all be Imperial Palace Guard soldiers." The left wing they commanded faced the greatest danger. Not only did they have to confront the Song army, but they also had to defend against the potential onslaught of the Tang army, who might intercept them at any moment. Ouyang Shuo entrusted this heavy responsibility to Su De. On that day, Su De rallied the troops, declaring that they would stop at nothing to claim the credit. They would take down Shenyang and showcase the glory of the Imperial Palace Guards. At about the same time, the Xinjiang Legion Corps in the center and the Tiger Legion Corps on the right wing held similar rallies. 700,000 Great Xia troops were lined up like ferocious tigers, baring their fangs at Great Song. The battle to annihilate Song had entered its most intense phase. On the third day of the 7th month, the Xinjiang Legion Corps of the Middle Army claimed the first victory. At 4 p.m., after a day and a half of intense fighting, and with assistance from within, the army finally conquered Pillar Sun City, slaying 30,000 people and emerging victorious. As the former main city of a territory, it was not only the second largest city in Great Song but also its most formidable stronghold in the south. Along with Xiangyang City in the north, it formed the bedrock of Great Song. In Pillar Sun City, Great Song had stationed 150,000 guards and stored vast amounts of grain. It was a crucial bridge for them in their fight against Great Xia. Unfortunately, Pillar Sun City was under Chen Shinjuan's control. He had governed it for nearly 6 years, and despite being forced to hand it over to Great Song, he still wielded significant influence there. The Xinjiang Legion was able to smoothly capture Pillar Sun City with inside help. Otherwise, the enemy could have relied on the city's strong defenses and 150,000 guards to hold out for at least a week, even with Zhang Shutua's abilities. The Great Xia army took only a day and a half to capture Pillar Sun City, dealing a significant blow to Great Song. When the news reached Shenyang, the Great Song Imperial Court was shaken once more. The fall of Pillar Sun City was a significant blow to Great Song. The voices of those advocating surrender drowned out those who wanted to fight. It seemed that surrender would be Great Song's only option. However, news of India's Ashoka dynasty taking over Tibet and preparing for war with Great Xia spread across China, offering a glimmer of hope to the despairing Zhao Kuangyin. Let's hold on a little longer. Maybe Great Xia will withdraw their troops, Zhao Kuangyin thought. While Zhao Kuangyin was determined to continue, the Great Song officials were not, as only one day remained until the deadline set by the Xia emperor. The order loomed like a guillotine over the Zhao family. To the nobles and officials, even if Ashoka posed a threat to the Western order of Great Xia's strength could still handle Great Song while stabilizing the West. In that case, they would be buried together with their emperor. In the Great Song Imperial Court, one side wanted to persist, while the other side wanted to save their lives. The two sides could not reach a consensus. When Zhao Kuangyin decided to fight on, the conflict erupted. On the night of the third day of the 7th month, Prince Jin Zhao Guangyi, with the support of the officials, staged a coup and imprisoned Zhao Kuangyin. History had repeated itself. On the 19th day of the 10th month in the 9th year of the Kaibao era, Zhao Kuangyin had invited Zhao Guangyi to the palace to drink and spend the night. On the morning of the 20th, Zhao Kuangyin was found dead. On the 21st day, Prince Zhao Guangyi ascended to the throne and became Emperor Song Taizong. The death of Song Taizu and the ascension of Song Taizong presented a great mystery to the following generation. Regardless, with the coup's success, the fate of the Great Song dynasty was sealed. The following day, Zhao Guangyi, on behalf of the Great Song, declared their willingness to surrender. When this news spread, the world was stunned. The imperial capital, the emperor's city. The frigid winter that seemed like yesterday had transformed into a scorching summer in the blink of an eye. After half a year of laborious efforts, the renovations to the emperor's palace were nearing completion. With a substantial influx of funds, the new urban district of the imperial capital had grown increasingly vibrant, serving as a new engine driving the growth of the emperor's dynasty. Almost every week, new establishments were sprouting up from the new city region. Recently, a bicycle craze had gripped the nobility, particularly among the young men, who rode Shanying brand bicycles. Those still riding horses were falling behind. The trend. The efficient production line of the Shenyang brand bicycle factory not only made bicycles more prevalent in the imperial capital but was gradually replacing the inefficient, small-scale production models. Industrialization had reached a whole new level. The development of the new region could not have proceeded without a certain group of people, the gamers who returned to their former jobs. According to the Industrialization Department, within just half a year, 150,000 workers had been recruited. As the new city region progressed on the right path, this number would continue to grow. Ranks of workers. At the start of the year, when Great Zhou opened its doors to adventure game mode players, more and more players changed jobs. Doctors, workers, teachers, merchants, farmers, and others could now find employment in Great Zhou. The proper allocation of human resources allowed Great Zhou's economy to grow rapidly. In just the 5th month, the Imperial Court had collected nearly 17 million gold in taxes. Exceeding 200 million in taxes for the year seemed like a simple matter. Using the 4 banks, Great Zhou began releasing its currency. A large quantity of gold coins were being converted into gold bricks, which were stored in the Great Zhou treasury. In the early stages of the game, Gaia used monster drops, mission rewards, imperial city shops, and other means to directly buy back gold from players. Gold became the common currency of the world. As the game world became more realistic, Gaia interfered less and less. With the fall of imperial cities, gold primarily transformed into gold bricks, which also meant that gold's status as the world's currency was being challenged. Based on financial logic, gold is a pure and hard currency, making it less suitable for everyday transactions. The first dynasty to establish a stable new currency system would benefit the most. As Great Zhou's currency became more widespread, gold was increasingly used for making jewelry rather than as currency. In just half a year, the amount of gold jewelry in the market increased 4 to 5 times, indicating that Great Zhou's citizens were becoming wealthier. Overall, Great Zhou was undergoing a profound internal transformation. The feudal atmosphere was gradually fading, replaced by a vibrant and energetic new country. This shift drew elite players in China toward Great Zhou. The Great Zhou's official halls were undergoing a change of guard. As emperor, Ouyang Shua was pleased to see new blood take over. Without this 56 renewal, they would stagnate and lose their drive to progress. Change had been the central theme in Great Zhou for the past half-year. Things were evolving daily, almost as if in a dream. Any lapse in thought would quickly lead to falling behind. Even the hall where Ouyang Shua worked had embraced modest yet significant changes. Just a few days ago, following his directives, the construction department had renovated the hall. These alterations were quite subtle. For instance, he had an additional room constructed next to the imperial study, complete with a long table and wooden furniture, giving it a very modern meeting space with a classical touch. Ouyang Shua named this new room the first meeting room. Moving forward, whether for military or administrative meetings, except for those requiring ceremonial formality, Ouyang Shua would convene them here. Inside, everyone would sit together, without the lower looking up to the emperor as he addressed the officials. Ouyang Shua found sitting on the cold throne and looking down while speaking dictated. True authority, that of the Son of Heaven, was not established through such superficial methods. The imperial court system had also welcomed some new faces. On the 46th day of the 12th month, after the successful handover, Ouyang Shua fulfilled his promise and appointed her as the advisor in charge of intelligence. She now held the position of intelligence secretary. This appointment genuinely surprised her, for intelligence was always among the most classified information, particularly at Ouyang Shua's level. It would all be the most top-secret information in the empire. The intel advisor should have been one of the people he trusted the most. However, he chose Juedai Fenghua, who had just joined. This not only surprised her but also made the other officials look at her oddly. Ouyang Shua was unfazed. He adhered to the principle, when you use someone, do not doubt them. If you doubt them, do not use them. Placing the right people in the right positions was most important to Ouyang Shua. This was also a challenging task, and he felt that her work in managing Difeng made her suitable for this role. As for monitoring her, the Shanghai guards were there. Before she started her new role, Di Chen had already left the imperial capital to travel the world. Ouyang Shua understood his feelings and knew he needed a period of adjustment. Therefore, he did not restrict Di Chen or impose strict rules. Instead, he gave him a sum of gold, leaving it up to Di Chen to decide what to do with it. Ouyang Shua trusted his judgment of people. Since Di Chen had accepted the role of assistant at the Honglu Temple, he would surely strive for success. He just needed some time to adjust. The only thing that surprised Ouyang Shua was that after Great Zhou surrendered, Lianpa gave up his military position to follow Di Chen and become his guard. Their friendship evolved from a relationship of ruler and official to master and servant. Since this was Lianpa's choice, Ouyang Shua did not force the matter and let it be. It seemed that with Di Chen's achievement value, he could instantiate one Lianpa. Apart from Lianpa, the former officials of Great Zhou all received new appointments. Strategist Fan Zhang remained in Jingdu to spend his twilight years and was not planning to work. Zhang Hongfan, in whom Ouyang Shua had shown no interest, left Great Zhou the day they surrendered and went into seclusion. Not everyone could adapt to Great Xia and start a new life. Despite the Shanghai Guard's capabilities, they could easily find Zhang Hongfan's location, but Ouyang Shua chose not to. Since Zhang Hongfan knew his place, Ouyang Shua decided to let him be. Among the Great Zhou officials, only the Japanese General Toyotomi Hideyoshi was given a significant role, becoming a Legion General in the Halua Legion Corps. With this, the last remnants of Great Zhou had vanished. The afternoon sunlight was still quite intense, filtering through the window and casting a long shadow on the wall. Seated at his desk, Ouyang Shua closed his eyes to rest. The recent events, the Ashoka dynasty's annexation of Tibet and the Great Song coup, had caught him off guard, leaving him feeling exhausted. Taking advantage of the midday break, Ouyang Shua decided to gather his thoughts. Chapter 1249, North Song has no generals, South Song has no officials. The Ashoka dynasty taking over Tibet was something Ouyang Shua had not expected. Songtsen Gampo had rejected the Mongol Empire in the north and defended against Great Xia, but he could not escape the fate of his dynasty being swallowed up in the end. This marked the first time an outside force had interfered in the battle for China, which made Ouyang Shua feel a loss of face. Even so, he had to treat the matter with great care. A day earlier, Li Jing had already led the Bear Legion back to the Shu lands border. Great Xiao's first attempt at conquering Tibet had ended in failure. Li Jing sought punishment, but Ouyang Shua suppressed it. Given the complex nature of the Tibetan campaign, leading the Bear Legion to a safe retreat was already a significant achievement. Why would Ouyang Shua punish him? Before dealing with Qing, Tang, and Song, Ouyang Shua was not going to launch another battle with Tibet. The Ashoka dynasty would need time to consolidate such a vast territory. Moreover, the Shu lands were difficult to attack and easy to defend. As long as Ashoka was not foolish, he would not attempt an invasion. Putting Tibet aside, Ouyang Shua shifted his focus to the three countries. On the third day of the 7th month, as the deadline approached, Ouyang Shua prepared to use the Great Song Zhao family as a sacrifice. However, the night before the deadline, a dramatic change occurred in Great Song. Zhao Guangyi had saved his family, but later generations would likely see him as a thief, while regarding Zhao Guangyin as the rightful ruler. Ouyang Shua had no intentions to concern himself with what had transpired. He knew that following the coup's success, Gingchu province became part of the Great Xiao's territory. This marked a significant step towards the conquest of the three countries. On the 5th day of the 7th month, Great Xiao's cabinet grand secretary, Jiang Shang, acting as a special envoy of His Majesty, led a troop towards Xiangyang city to receive the surrender. Prior to this, the armies of both sides had ceased hostilities. The frontline Great Song Guard troops had submitted and were awaiting guidance from the Privy Council. It was estimated that the Great Song troops waiting for reorganization numbered around 380,000. Jiang Sheng carried the imperial decree from the Imperial Court. The decree bestowed the title of Song King upon Zhao Guangyi and the title of Song Marquis upon Zhao Guangyin. Such magnanimity was the ultimate extent of the emperor's generosity. If Zhao Guangyin was dissatisfied, he would be not acknowledging his position. Aside from the Zhao family's royal members, the Great Song's senior officials received new positions. Zhao Pu became the governor of Chuanan province, and Fan Zhangyan was reassigned to Jingchu province. Zhao Pu served as the secretary to Zhao Guangyin. In the 7th year of Shenda, Zhao Guangyin and Zhao Pu initiated a coup and established the Song dynasty. He became prime minister in the 2nd year of Gonde, assisting Zhao Guangyin in seizing control. He executed significant reforms, including the revision of laws, restructuring the administrative system, and setting up border defense legions. In the 3rd year of Chunhua, Zhao Pu died from illness at the age of 71 and was posthumously titled Zhang King. He was also given the title of loyal and listed as one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Jiaxuan court. Though he did not read many books, he cherished the Analects of Confucius, which greatly influenced him and became a significant part of Confucian rule. With his talent, there would be no issues with him taking on the role of provincial governor. However, being immediately appointed as the Chuanan provincial governor astonished many. Although the Imperial Court had long ago quashed the rumors of Chuanan province being a Zhili province, the high status of Chuanan province was undeniable. Ouyang Shua's true goal was to move Banzhongyan away from Chuanan. As Jingchuan province had the imperial city Xiangyang and was a major province in the central region of China, it would not be too bad on Banzhongyan. Ouyang Shua hoped that this adjustment would be understood as a warning to him. Apart from Zhao Pu, Morong Yanzhao, Ye Huaid, Wang Xinqi, Han Lingquan, Xu Shouxin, Zhang Lingze, Zhang Guanghan, and Zhang Yanwei were all given positions. North Song had no generals, South Song had no officials. Out of all the officials, only Zhao Pu was decent in terms of civil and military skills. Along with Great Song's surrender, the China situation became really clear. Be it Qin Shihuang or Tang Taizong, neither would admit defeat easily. Forcing them to surrender was even harder than killing. Imperial capital, Emperor Palace. Administrative mentor and court grand secretary Zhang Liang was invited to the imperial reading room. How do you think I should handle Qin and Tang? Ouyang Shua asked. If possible, he would like to avoid war and take over these two countries through less aggressive means, especially in light of Ashoka's aggressive actions. However, Qin and Tang would not surrender without a fight, leading to a deadlock. This is why Ouyang Shua sought Zhang Liang's counsel, hoping for a solution. Zhang Liang replied, Qin Shihuang and Tang Taizong are both proud leaders who understand their circumstances. What we need to do is offer them a dignified way to step down. Ouyang Shua nodded. How should we do that? Should I speak to them personally? No. Zhang Liang firmly shook his head. Given your position, you cannot lower yourself to request their surrender. If you make an exception, it will embolden Qin and Tang, making it difficult to govern Guangxi province. Zhang Liang's concerns were valid. Both Qin and Tang had numerous renowned officials and generals, and they had been established in Guangxi province for a long time. If Great Xia showed them too much respect, it might give them the wrong impression. They might believe that their submission to Great Xia was a favor, leading to arrogance and unrest. This was not what Ouyang Shua wanted to see. Zhang Liang continued, I believe we should approach this through Ashoka. How so? Ouyang Shua was puzzled and did not see the connection between these two issues. Kings Qin Shihuang and Tang Taizong were once the legitimate rulers of China. Their pride will not allow them to surrender easily, but they might be more willing to consider a dignified exit if Ashoka's aggressive stance is countered by a more strategic approach from Great Zhou, Zhang Liang explained. Ouyang Shua nodded, contemplating Zhang Liang's advice. If they still want to fight internally while enemies are attacking China, wouldn't they be going against the name of China? I suggest we send a high-profile envoy to use this as a breakthrough point to convince them to back out, Zhang Liang said. Ouyang Shua frowned. Will that work? If you don't mind, I'm willing to personally lead a group to one country, Zhang Liang continued. Okay. Ouyang Shua, always open to suggestions, decided to let Zhang Liang give it a try. On the 7th day of the 7th month, Great Zhou's Cabinet Assistant Secretary and Administrative Mentor Court Grand Secretary, Zhang Liang, led an envoy to Great Tang. At the same time, the head of Honglu Temple, Zhang Yi, personally led an envoy to Great Qing. In history, Zhang Yi was a chancellor of Qing, and his return now could be seen as a homecoming. Ouyang Shua hoped that Qin Shi Huang would agree to seclude himself and step back from power due to this connection. Ouyang Shua could use officials and generals but not emperors. He would not take a chance and would not take Qin Shi Huang under his charge. Even the overlord of Chu, Xiang Yu, was unwilling to work for others, much less Qin Shi Huang and Tang Taizong. Recruiting them would create numerous significant problems. Therefore, even if the two countries were to surrender, Qin Shi Huang and Tang Taizong could only retire and become casual kings in the game world, with no involvement in politics. Whether there would be an opportunity in the future to instantiate them on planet Hope to expand territory was another matter. After all, there were many unknowns on planet Hope, so how could Ouyang Shua be certain? While Zhang Liang and Zhang Yi were sent on their missions, Great Zhou did not move any troops and silently awaited the outcome. If they remained unwilling, to prevent further waste of time, Ouyang Shua would have no choice but to resort to war. Chapter 1250, Qin Shi Huang's Choice. 7th month, 7th day, in the Great Qin Dynasty, Xianyang City. Within the palace, the middle-aged Qin Shi Huang stood with his back to someone, gazing at the map of the Chinese region. More specifically, he was looking at the area belonging to the Great Qin, which was just a small piece. He asked, Lisi, did Great Zhou send someone, and is Zhang Yi leading them? Just the sight of his back could instill immense pressure. This was the authority of Qin Shi Huang. Yes, Your Majesty. Lisi replied. What did they say? Qin Shi Huang did not turn around. Lisi quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered, They said they hope Your Majesty will become a hermit. Qin Shi Huang was silent. After a long while, he turned around and looked toward Wang Jian, who was standing to the side. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he asked, if we fight against Great Zhou, what are our chances? Wang Jian thought for a moment and replied, we can try to fight. The implications of his words were significant. Historically, Wang Jian and his son had conquered 6 countries. At that time, Qin was truly prosperous, with a strong army. The 6 countries were corrupt and weak, mere shells of their former selves. As a result, Qin was able to unify the 6 countries within a mere 10 years. The path began with Wei Yang's legal reforms, a result of the hard work of many generations of rulers. Qin Shi Huang merely delivered the final blow and certainly did not take all the credit. In the current wilderness, Qin was confined to a small piece of land, and its army lacked combat experience. Their opponent, Great Zhou, had a vast territory and a strong army. It was an entity that even the peak Qing country could not compare with. The two sides were not on the same level. Hence, when Wang Jian said, we can try, it was as if he were saying they had no chance of winning. Qin Shi Huang gazed deeply at Wang Jian and Li Si before he waved his hand wearily and said, you may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. That night, Qin Shi Huang wrote a decree, passing the throne to his eldest son, Fu Su, before he took his own life. A ruler of a generation chose to end his journey in the wilderness in such a manner. In his final moments, he looked to the sky and said, Mother God, I should not have come. Gaia remained silent. The moment Qin Shi Huang took his life, a shooting star streaked across the night sky. Imperial capital, Emperor City. Ouyang Shua, who was burning the midnight oil going through memorials, felt a disturbance in his heart, so he stood up and headed to the window. Coincidentally, he saw that star flash past his eyes. The northwest direction? Ouyang Shua fell deep into thought. A fallen emperor star, was it Qin Shi Huang or Tang Taizong? This is not what I wished for, but I have no choice. At that moment, Ouyang Shua was truly emotional and downtrodden. He held the utmost respect for both Qin Shi Huang and Tang Taizong. However, the situation forced his hand, and the wilderness could not allow all parties to coexist. The path to greatness was filled with such helpless decisions. In Great Tang, Chang'an City, Tang Taizong Li Shiming looked quietly at the striking star and said, "You have finally made your choice. What about me? What should I do?" Next to him was the virtuous queen of his generation, Empress Chang Sunday. "Your Majesty, I have always looked forward to accompanying you on your tours of the world," the Empress smiled. When Li Shiming heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter. "That's right. Fighting is useless at this point. Why not let it go?" Between family and power, Li Shiming chose the former. Holding the Empress's hands, Li Shiming smiled. On the 8th day of the 7th month, Prince Fu Su ascended the throne. That day, the new Qin king, Fu Su, agreed to submit to Great Zhou. Fu Su's ascension altered Qin's history, but it seemed that little could be changed. The only thing that could be altered was Fu Su's position in Great Zhou. He would be given the title of Qin king and would lead the Ying family to survival. One could not help but sigh at such an ending. On the 10th day of the 7th month, Tang Taizong Li Shiming passed his throne to Prince Li Ji, who became Tang Gaozong in history. He then went to spend time with his children and disappeared from public view. Before vanishing, he ordered the execution of Wu Zetian. Although the Li family would not achieve the same glory as in history, he did not want his family to be ruined by a woman. The two emperors used different methods to safeguard their pride. On the 11th day of the 7th month, in the imperial capital, Zhang Liang's plan had succeeded. Great Zhou conquered Qin and Tang through peaceful means. At this point, except for the Mongol Empire and the Tibet that Ashoka had annexed, the entire China region belonged to Great Zhou. They were just a foot away from unifying the region. The 9 imperial cities all belonged to Great Zhou. It was hard for outsiders to imagine what this meant, but to the players in the China region, it was a significant accomplishment. After all, the Chinese had a strong drive for unification. From the first year of Gaia, when there were thousands of lords, to the 3rd year, when the giants rose, to the face-off between Great Zhou and Great Zhou, and finally to Great Zhou's completion of its rule, the entire process took Ouyang Shua less than 7 years. If this were not in the game, such an achievement would have been impossible. One must remember that the game map was expanded tenfold, and they grew from a small village into a vast imperial dynasty. Ouyang Shua was destined to become a legend. After Qin and Tang submitted to Great Zhou, the news spread throughout the world, drawing the attention of everyone. In the Dawson dynasty, in the Free City, Jack was speechless upon learning that Great Zhou had taken down Qin, Tang, and Song. "Hey, this Eastern dragon is finally venturing out to sea." His eyes showed excitement and a hint of concern. The Great Zhou imperial dynasty, having unified China, would inevitably focus on overseas conquests. They would confront the Dawson dynasty and even the entire Silver Hand head-on. The moment Jack had been anticipating had finally arrived. Who knows who would emerge as the ultimate victor? It's time to start planning. In the Mediterranean, at Atlantis City, Kalia stood on the city wall, gazing out at the vast ocean. Will he return? Kalia did not doubt that Great Zhou would return to the Mediterranean after unifying China. After all, Great Zhou had only faced a minor setback in Morocco. There are going to be huge waves in the Mediterranean again. I am really looking forward to it. Along with the territories in the Mediterranean merging, Atlantis has started to face attacks from the Spanish, Gallic, Caesar, Arab, and Egyptian dynasties. It was already too much for them to handle. At such a time, Kalia especially hoped to receive the help of Great Zhou. It was time to stir this stagnant pond that was the Mediterranean Sea. In the Indian Empire, Cusco, after receiving the news that Great Zhou had taken down 3 countries, the king of the Indian Empire was unsure whether to feel happy or worried. He had to admit that in the past few months, where the Indian Empire faced combined attacks from the Spanish and Brasilia dynasties, the empire was having a tough time and was losing control of the situation. Should we get Great Zhou to interfere? Juarez could not make up his mind. The Indians had their own pride. 7th month, 15th day, Imperial capital. The aftereffects of the submissions of Qing and Tang were slowly settling down, and the Battle of the Central Plains had come to an end. The best part about conquering Zhou, Song, Qing, and Tang was that it brought the population close to 100 million. Along with Kenya in Africa, Great Zhou's population reached a new milestone, surpassing the 500 million mark. In terms of both population and land, the Great Zhou Emperor's dynasty had exceeded every dynasty in history. The surge in population undeniably placed a massive burden on the Imperial Court. Luckily, the weather was favorable this year, and the first rice harvesting season brought bountiful rewards, helping to alleviate the hunger from the previous winter. The calamity of the 10th month last year had left consequences. Be it farmers or herders, all stored a large quantity of grain at their homes just in case. As the people put it, we are not going through such a winter again. With the unification of the Central Plains, mice was leading a prosperous life and loving what they did. The native population of Great Zhou would soon witness explosive growth as the new population settled in. The children born in the first year of Gaia had grown up by the 7th year of Gaia. Their generation had grown alongside the emperor's dynasty, becoming the most loyal and active-thinking generation. They were the pillars of the country. Just like shadow guard Cui Tianqi, who was just a teenager when he arrived at Shanghai village. Now, he had grown into a handsome young man, becoming the sharp sword in Ouyang Shuo's night sky. 10 a.m., Imperial Reading Room. Ouyang Shuo was discussing personnel arrangements with Jiang Sheng, Kojuan, and Zhang Tingyu. Their discussion included arrangements for the old officials of Qin and Tang, as well as the choice for the Guangxi provincial governor. Additionally, there were personnel matters for the African Governor-General's house. Over the past 3 months, Great Zhou had continued their wars in Africa. Under Baiqi's leadership, the 4 Legion Corps in Africa fought battle after battle. On the 10th day of the 4th month, Great Zhou took down Uganda. In the same month, on the 8th day, they took down Tanzania, completing the 2nd step of the military operation. During this time, Baiqi also smoothly wiped out 2 small countries, Rwanda and Burundi. Rwanda borders Tanzania to the east, Burundi to the south, and its west and northwest connect to Congo. It lies north of Uganda. It has many mountains within its borders and is known as the country of hills. Although not as large as Cheongjo Island, it has 1 million players, making it the most densely populated country in Africa. About 83% of its population is spread out through villages. Tungsten and forest resources are its specialties. As for Burundi, it borders Rwanda and is slightly larger, with around 800,000 players. Similarly, their activities mainly consist of farming and herding. In the modern world, these small African countries faced significant industrialization challenges. However, in the game world, the area is a divine granary due to its natural environment. The Imperial Court decided to merge Uganda into Kenya province and use Tanzania as the main body to merge with Rwanda and Burundi to establish the Tanzania province. The role of Tanzania provincial governor would be temporarily left vacant, with the area managed by the African Governor-General. After resting for a short time, the African war zone began its third stage of military operations in the latter part of the fifth month. The targets this time were Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. Malawi, located in southeastern Africa, is an inland nation surrounded by Tanzania, Mozambique, and Zambia. Its size is comparable to Donghai Province, and it has a population of around 1.3 million players. The country is named after Lake Malawi, the third largest lake in Africa, which covers over 30,000 square miles and reaches a depth of 700 meters. It is home to many of the world's unique freshwater fish species. Malawi's economy is primarily agricultural, with main exports including coffee, tea, cotton, sugarcane, and tobacco, with tobacco being the most significant. Mozambique, located next to Malawi and sharing Lake Malawi, was a former Portuguese colony. It is similar in size to Qing Province and has a population of around 2.5 million players. Mozambique lies on the southeastern coast of Africa, bordering the Indian Ocean. The Mozambique Channel between Mozambique and Madagascar is the world's longest strait, stretching 1,670 kilometers. The country is humid and hot, with an average temperature of 19.4 degrees Celsius. It has abundant rainfall and a wealth of ocean and forest resources, making it a haven for tuna and seafood. The northern part of the country is home to a variety of shark species. Mozambique's natural resources were a significant reason for its historical importance to the Portuguese. Lastly, Zimbabwe, an important center of civilization in southern Africa, also deserves attention. In the Middle Ages, a civilization established by the Shona people left behind many historical ruins. Among these ruins was the ancient city of Zimbabwe, from which the country's name originates. The Mutapa Empire, which used the city as its capital, gradually grew strong in the 11th century through trade with Muslim traders from the Indian Ocean. They exchanged local gold, ivory, and copper for linen and glass from the Persian Gulf region. During the 15th century, the Mutapa Empire became the largest city-state in southern Africa. Zimbabwe was a country with advanced industrialization, with manufacturing, agriculture, and mining as its three major pillars. It was famous for producing high-quality crocodile leather and was known as the home of crocodiles. Zimbabwe was roughly the size of Yunnan province and had a population of about 1.4 million. It was evident that, apart from Rwanda, the population density in East Africa was relatively low. Furthermore, East Africa was rich in natural resources and had been almost entirely colonized historically, leading to a lag in industrialization. Additionally, East Africa had excellent weather, making it an ideal place for raw material production. As the first wave of industrialization spread across the world, regions like this became prize targets for major powers. Consequently, various dynasties competed to control parts of the African continent. By the end of June, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe were all conquered by the Great Zhou. The Imperial Court decided to merge them into the Mozambique province, marking the end of the Great Zhou's East African strategy. After capturing Zimbabwe, the African war zone entered a relatively long period of rest to focus on internal development and expansion. There were two reasons for this. In just half a year, the African war zone had conquered 9 countries in succession, leaving the soldiers exhausted. The grain supplied by the Imperial Court was almost entirely depleted and could not support further large-scale wars. Even the strongest army cannot continue indefinitely. Secondly, the African Governor-General's office had established 4 provinces, expanding its territory fourfold and adding 30 million more people. This rapid expansion required a pause for digestion to avoid numerous problems. After conquering 9 countries, players would no longer be transported to the trial lands and would remain in the conquered territories, placing higher demands on the Great Zhou's governance. Additionally, the provinces of Tanzania and Mozambique still lacked appointed provincial governors. Thirdly, there were no other significant territories worth conquering in East Africa at the moment. South of Mozambique lay the Bantu dynasty, and it was not an opportune time to engage them in war. To the east and north of the African Governor-General's office was the Indian Ocean, which, apart from Madagascar, Mauritius, and similar islands, offered no other conquests. The only direction left to target was the west. In the west, apart from Zambia, which borders Zimbabwe, the regions of Congo and Central Africa were the focus of the Dawson dynasty. While Great Zhou was conquering East Africa, the Dawson dynasty had taken over Cameroon, Gabon, and Equatorial Guinea. Their next target was Congo. Historically, Congo was split into the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Republic of Congo. In the game world, however, they are a single country, larger than 10 Yunnan provinces and home to around 8 million players. For both the Dawson dynasty and Great Zhou, conquering Congo would be a formidable challenge. If one considered how both sides would interfere and restrict each other, it would make matters even more complicated. Congo would likely be where the two dynasties would truly engage for the first time. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo ordered the African warzone to rest and prepare well. At the same time, he instructed them to cooperate with the Governor-General's house to stabilize East Africa. As long as the development of East Africa was on the right path, it would be able to sustain the resource needs of the 4 Legion Corps without any support from China. Once they achieved this, they would be able to go all out. Ouyang Shuo summoned the 3 ministers. Apart from discussing personnel arrangements, he also planned to discuss how to support the African Governor-General's house and develop Africa extensively. The Song, Qing, and Tang dynasty contributions brought a significant number of people and officials, offering an ample source of manpower for the dynasty's expansion in Africa. Delaying the Africa appointments until today was partly due to these considerations. A few days ago, the Imperial Court decided to relocate a total of 10 million civilians from Handan City, Shenyang, Xianyang, and Chang'an to the Africa Governor-General House. They would bring over China's advanced agricultural techniques to focus on the development of Africa. At the same time, the Imperial Court also desired to move over. For this, the Africa Governor-General House collaborated with the Imperial Court to establish welfare policies such as a year of tax-free agriculture, free cows, tools, and more. The aim was to initiate a major construction wave in Africa as swiftly as possible. Along with economic and agricultural development, Ouyang Shuo also emphasized the spread of Chinese culture. Therefore, he directed the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department to work with the Governor-General to set up schools. Any region under the Africa Governor-General House would adopt Chinese as its official language. Ouyang Shuo envisioned using this 2 to 3 years to have a third or more of the African people and 90% of the school-aged children learn Chinese and how to write it. He aspired to have Chinese civilization take root in Africa. While not entirely impossible, in Nanjiang Governor-General House, this has already been implemented. Perhaps due to Southeast Asia's deep ties with Chinese civilization, learning and writing Chinese has become a local trend. Official schools there all use Chinese and pass down philosophical classics. As they promote Chinese culture, they also absorb local culture to make it a part of Chinese civilization. The interplay of cultures makes Chinese civilization shine even more brightly. Chinese civilization is about to step onto the world stage. To support Africa's development, Ouyang Shuo instructed the Imperial Court to hand over 30 million gold directly. This was an unprecedented action. Instead of giving the 30 million gold directly to the Governor-General, it was used by the Great Zhou Business Bank and Great Zhou Agriculture Bank to flow into Africa. These funds were enough to let both banks gain a foothold in Africa. The financial organizations of the 9 countries that were destroyed were taken over by the 2 banks. They then were opened to the public to stimulate the financial market. Thus, the 2 banks could absorb the spare cash of African locals to support the second and even third rounds of development in Africa, forming a positive cycle. However, 30 million gold was not enough for the large continent of Africa. As Africa developed, the African war zone was also adjusted under the supervision of the Privy Court. Taking down 9 countries in half a year was an exceptional achievement. Under Baiqi's leadership, the 4 Legion Corps became formidable, sweeping through Africa. Baiqi's nickname of Azura spread across Africa, terrifying those who heard it. After so many consecutive wars, it was natural that there would be a few tough battles. The 4 Legion Corps suffered varying degrees of losses. With the permission of the Privy Court, they replenished their ranks with surrendered soldiers. Even after replenishment, many troops remained. To strengthen the local recognition of the Imperial Court, Ouyang Shuo instructed them to disarm one of the 4 Legion Corps to form the garrison and defending division. The vacant spots were filled by war prisoners. After this adjustment, the ratio of African native soldiers to foreign soldiers was around 20%, totaling around 200,000. This would become the standard in the future. For every governor-general's house, the local soldiers must comprise 20% of the forces to maintain stability. This not only increases the native civilian recognition of the Imperial Court but also reduces the animosity of surrounding countries, as the Great Zhou army will not be seen as composed entirely of foreigners. The scorching sunlight shone into the imperial reading room, signaling that time was slipping away. Just now, Ouyang Shuo and the 3 ministers had decided on the 2 positions for provincial governors. They planned to appoint the veteran minister Zhang Sun Wuji as the governor of Tanzania province and promote the Lijiao prefecture governor Yang Xiuqing to the governor of Mozambique province. Zhang Sun Wuji came from the Hunan Zhangsun family and was raised by his uncle. In his youth, he was a close friend of Tang Taizong. They later became in-laws. After Tang Gaozu initiated the coup, Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward to help, fighting alongside Li Shiming. He became his advisor and participated in the planning of the Xuanwu Gate incident. During the Zhuoguan era, Zhang Sun Wuji held several important positions, including Zhuowu Great General, Secretary of Personnel, and head of the Secretariat. He was awarded the title of Duke of Zhou and was the top official among the 24 in the Lingyan Pavilion. During the struggle for the throne, he supported Gaozong and was appointed as a supreme government official, a grade 3 official. During the Yonghui period, he revised the Tang dynasty code, building on the Zhuoguan code, and opposed Gaozong's decision to make Wu Zetian the empress. In the 4th year of Xianqing, Wu Zetian, under the instruction of Su Jingzong, had Zhang Sun Wuji framed and exiled. Zhang Sun Wuji served 3 dynasties in history and worked as a minister for over 30 years. He was a well-rounded and renowned politician of the Tang dynasty. As a relative of the emperor, he held significant power but never misused it. Loyal to the royal family, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to his duties and played a crucial role in establishing the Tang dynasty's ruling system. Given his profound influence on the Tang dynasty, Ouyang Shuo decided to send him to Africa, believing that Zhang Sun Wuji's performance there would determine his future. Meanwhile, Yang Xiuqing was promoted from governor-general to provincial governor. Although this seemed like a small step, it was a significant advancement, akin to a carp jumping through the Dragon's Gate. Mozambique, where Yang Xiuqing was appointed, is a vast and strategically important region, connected to the Bantu dynasty and rich in resources. With Africa just beginning to develop, this position was particularly vital. Yang Xiuqing, a long-serving official who joined the dynasty during the Taiping era, was chosen for this role due to Ouyang Shuo's consideration for old relationships and Yang Xiuqing's proven abilities. His ability to distance himself from the remnants of the Taiping era further demonstrated his exceptional talent. With the governors for Tanzania and Mozambique now selected, only the issue of Guangxi province remained. Guangxi province, which encompasses both Qin and Tang, includes Azura City, Fallen Leaf City, and 2 imperial cities. Given its historical significance and strong foundations, the governor of Guangxi province must be a person of exceptional talent and capability. Logically, top talents like Li Si or Wei Liao from the Qin dynasty, or Fang Xianling or Gao Shilian from the Tang dynasty, could fit the role. However, their deep connections to the province made them unsuitable to prevent potential conflicts. Therefore, it was best to transfer a current provincial governor. Taking this opportunity, Ouyang Shua considered several long-serving native provincial governors, including Huiguang, Peizhou, Wei Ran, Wufu, Fan Zhengyan, and Westgate Big Official. Only those appointed within the last 1 to 2 years were left, illustrating how rapidly Great Zhou was expanding. Among the 6, Wufu was the future Shihuang Governor-General and should not be moved. Fan Zhengyan and Westgate Big Official had both been relocated recently. Even Peizhou had just shifted from Somalia province in the 7th year. This left Wei Ran and Huiguang as the most suitable candidates. However, the Mongol Empire remained a threat, so the Imperial Court needed Huiguang to oversee Liaojin province. Thus, Wei Ran was the only remaining option. However, Wei Ran was the person Ouyang Shua least wanted to choose. He had a history of greed and abuse of power, and although he had improved after Ouyang Shua's warning, old habits were hard to break. This placed Ouyang Shua in a difficult position. Zhang Tingyu suggested, "Your Majesty, why not appoint Wei Ran to Guanxi? Unresolved personnel issues could pose significant risks to a dynasty." In Zhang Tingyu's view, a compromise could resolve the situation. Ouyang Shua remained silent, his brow furrowed tightly. After a long pause, he said, "Some matters cannot be compromised. Let's transfer Peizhou." Ouyang Shua had great trust in Peizhou. Kozhuan and Zhang Tingyu exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts on the matter. Wei Ran's past misdeeds cost him a chance to advance, which was truly regrettable. Ouyang Shua was indeed stubborn and resolute in his appointments. From now on, Wei Ran would likely remain at his current level. A look of concern flashed across Jiang Shang's face. His thoughts diverged from those of Kozhuan and Zhang Tingyu. Could His Majesty's decision to halt Wei Ran's promotion be partly due to his concern over his son-in-law Baiqi rising too quickly? Jiang Shang did not dare to ponder this further and chose to remain silent. The thoughts of an emperor are impossible to guess. Sometimes, Jiang Shang found it difficult to understand the emperor's decisions. Since they were moving Peizhou to Guanxi, Kozhuan suggested they select Yao Shilian to take over the vacant position of Yunnan provincial governor. This way, the Great Tang would have 2 provincial governors, truly a testament to the dynasty's abundance of talent. Yao Shilian had served as a minister in the Sui dynasty's Department of Rights. He was implicated in Hu Zizhang's case and, in the 9th year of Dai, was demoted to the Secretary-General of Zhuwan County. In the 5th year of Wuda, Yao Shilian submitted to the Tang dynasty and assisted Li Shiming in the Xuanwu Gate incident as the governor of Yongzhou. He was later promoted and granted the title of Duke of Qing. In the 5th year of the Zhuguan era, he was appointed as Minister of Personnel and granted the title of Duke of Su. He was tasked with establishing the record of clans and was awarded the rank of secondary grade 3. In the 12th year, he became the head of the important executive bureau and served as chancellor. In the 19th year, he was appointed as imperial tutor to assist Prince Li Ji in governing the country. When Emperor Taizong commissioned the portraits at Lingyan Pavilion to honor the 24 meritorious officials of the Tang dynasty, Yao Shilian's portrait was included. This demonstrated that Yao Shilian was fully capable. After discussing the appointment of the Guanxi provincial governor, the positions for Li Si, Wei Liao, and Fang Xianling posed another challenge. Wei Liao, while competent, was not as renowned. Li Si and Fang Xianling, however, were exceptional talents, ranking among the top 10 prime ministers in China's 5,000-year history. The issue was that the Great Zhou did not have suitable positions for them. Chapter 1253, Imperial Strategy. Chapter 1253, Imperial Court Positions. The Imperial Court had a set number or limited number of posts. Given their abilities, they should at least be directors. They were even good enough to be one of the 4 ministers and enter the cabinet. These positions could not be adjusted. Although the cabinet did not have a fixed organization, Ouyang Shua was not prepared to add new elders. The current cabinet had 1 grand secretary, 3 assistants, and 2 part-time members, which was ample. However, he had to arrange a post for them. He could not simply let such talent slack around doing nothing because that would be a waste of treasures. At this juncture, Jiang Shang stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, I think it's time to arrange the Secretaries General and Commissioners for the Governor-General houses." In a regional office, the Governor-General's house was not an empty shell. Apart from the Governor-General, there were 2 core officials, the Secretary-General and the Commissioner. The Secretary-General was akin to a Chief of Staff, while the Commissioner was the advisor to the Governor-General and could be seen as their strategist. Due to the Great Zhou system still focusing on separating administrative and military matters, the role of the Secretary-General was much higher than the position of the Governor-General. Based on the Great Zhou system, the Governor-General House was split into 2 parts, the Commander-in-Chief House and the Great General House. Essentially, in military affairs, the Commander-in-Chief was ranked higher than the Great General, and the position of the Commander-in-Chief House was higher than the Great General House. The Commander-in-Chief Governor was a primary Grade 2 official, similar to a censorate minister, a Honglu Temple minister, and the head of the court of law. It was a position higher than the 4 deputy ministers of the court and lower than the 4 ministers of the court. The Secretary-General held a primary Grade 3 position, akin to that of a provincial governor. The Grand General Governor's position was a secondary Grade 2, matching the 4 deputy ministers of the court and the imperial capital governor. The Secretary-General's rank was secondary Grade 3, the same as the directors under the 4 courts. Following a recent adjustment, the imperial capital governor was elevated from primary Grade 3 to secondary Grade 2, reflecting the critical nature of the imperial capital. With the Great Zhou Bank serving as the central bank, its president ascended from secondary Grade 3 to secondary Grade 2. Presidents of the business and agriculture banks stayed as secondary Grade 3 officials. The Nangjiang Governor-General Houseovers, which oversaw 5 provinces, should properly be referred to as the Nangjiang Commander-in-Chief Governor House. Beijiang, overseeing 3 provinces, was temporarily a Grand General Governor House. After conquering 9 countries in Africa, the Africa Governor-General House was upgraded to the Africa Commander-in-Chief Governor House. Jiang Shang proposed equipping them with Secretaries General and Commissioners to strengthen the infrastructure of the Governor-General. Furthermore, it aimed to provide 4 restrictions and oversight. When Ouyang Shua learned of this, he was deeply moved and said, "I will follow your advice." "Your Majesty is wise," exclaimed Jiang Shang in approval. The advisors, Li Si, Fang Xianling, and Wei Liao, shared similar ranks and experiences, making the situation rather coincidental. After further discussion, they decided to send Li Si to Nanjiang, Fang Xianling to Africa, and Wei Liao to Beijiang. Out of these places, Africa's situation was the most complicated, so Li Si was the best choice. However, considering Mulan Yu's young age, she might not be able to control him. Moreover, Baiqi was there. To avoid suspicion, Li Si, who was also from Qing, could not be sent there. Luckily, Fang Xianling was intelligent and full of ideas. He was also honest and had a balanced temperament. He would definitely assist Mulan Yu and help her manage the overseas territory. At this point, this round of personnel arrangements had finally come to an end. Before leaving, Ko Zhuan asked, "Your Majesty, where should the Guangxi province ruling city be set at?" Both Chang'an and Xianyang were suitable. As such, it was a difficult decision. The choice could easily make the civilians of the not-chosen city unhappy. However, Ouyang Sh made an easy selection. He said with a smile, "First to come, first to serve. Let's go with Xianyang." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ko Zhuan was impressed. With those words, there was nothing Chang'an could say. After sending Jiang Shang and the other 2 off, Ouyang Shua still had more work to do. Settling the officials and adjusting the relevant personnel matters was only the first step. Next would be the generals as well as the troops of Zhou, Song, Qin, and Tang. In terms of surrendered generals, Qin had Wang Jian and Wang Ben, while Tang had Hou Junji, Li Shiji, Yu Qigong, and Chang Yijin. Among them, Wang Jian and Li Shiji were the standout options and could become marshals. The next tier would consist of Wang Ben and Hou Junji, followed by the rest. Wang Jian was capable enough to be a warzone commander. Next would be the surrendered troops. Among these, 650,000 were from Zhou, 380,000 from Song, and 500,000 from Tang and Qin, totaling 2.03 million troops. Apart from Song, which was slightly weaker, the rest were all elites. It would be a huge waste to disband all of them. However, with the mid-plains now unified, the current Great Zhou army needed to go through a round of disarmament to reduce expenditure. Forming a new legion corps was not an option at the moment. Dealing with these 2 million troops became a significant problem. At 3 p.m., Zhang Liang, Jia Su, and Du Ruhui were invited to the Imperial Reading Room to discuss this matter. How do you think we should deal with the troops from the 4 countries? Ouyang Shua asked. Hearing this question, Zhang Liang was the first to step forward and answer, Your Majesty, I think that settling them should not be an isolated matter and should be considered alongside the disarmament. What do you mean? Ouyang Shua asked. Zhang Liang said, With the mid-plains now unified, our strategy can shift outward. Our disarmament should not be a crude and brutal process. Instead, we should align it with our strategic direction to decide which troops to retain. We should use this opportunity to reorganize and strengthen the current military structure. The goal is to enhance the empire's overall strength, not to weaken it. Since Qin and Tang had submitted, the officials had come to a common understanding to stop referring to Great Zhou as an emperor dynasty and call it an empire instead. Indeed, with their current territory, although it was not an imperial dynasty, it was worthy of being called an empire. Calling the Great Zhou an emperor dynasty would belittle them. Ouyang Shua allowed them to do so, as empire sounded grander. A newly rising superpower needed such confidence. Zhang Liang's suggestion extended beyond the 2 million troops and addressed a problem that was not solely a military issue for the Great Zhou. It was a challenge that would impact the empire's future over the next 2 to 3 years and beyond. The problem was significant and unavoidable. Ouyang Shua smiled. As expected from a master like Zhang Liang. Ouyang Shua, always open to opinions, said, That's great. Let's discuss the future strategy of our empire. Zhang Liang stepped forward again and said, To become an imperial dynasty, we must secure the overlord position in Asia. From this perspective, India in the southwest, the Persian Empire in the west, and the Romanov dynasty in the north are enemies we cannot avoid. They should be the focus of our strategy. Zhang Liang did not mention Java and the Mongol Empire, not because he overlooked them, but because they were mere nuisances that could be easily dealt with the current strength. Further, there are the African and American continents, which are still in their early stages. Even how to enter Europe in the future is up to Your Majesty's discretion. Unknowingly, the Great Zhou had established a framework to rule the world, with its influence spanning the globe. However, this structure was still fragile and required deeper roots. Ouyang Shua remarked, Europe is not currently within our strategic considerations. In Europe, the Great Zhou only held Jidian city. Using just one city to shake the entire continent was nearly impossible. More importantly, based on Ouyang Shua's long-term vision, Europe should not be their main enemy. In the future, they could possibly become allies. Understood. Zhang Liang nodded. He himself felt that giving up on Europe was a wise decision. One cannot put all their eggs into too many baskets. At this moment, Du Ruhui stood up to say, I feel that although expansion is important, we cannot forget our local defenses. No matter what, the mid-plains are the core area of the dynasty, so we must not relax when dealing with it. Ouyang Shua nodded and concluded, Mid-plains, South Asia, West Asia, North Asia, Africa, and America, of these 6 strategic directions, none must be abandoned and must be treated seriously. The dynasty is still facing huge challenges. As Zifang mentioned, we need to plan for this disarmament. Although we need to reduce the number of troops, we must ensure an increase in our overall battle strength. After this, the Grand Council, Privy Court, and Administrative Mentor Court need to discuss the specifics to come up with an actual feasible disarmament plan to try to complete it by the end of the year, Ouyang Shuo ordered. Yes, Emperor. The three ministers all nodded. It was already the middle of the 7th month, so they were just 5 months away from the end of the year. Logically, this disarmament involved the entire army and would take at least 3 months or even longer. This also meant that time was running short for the three organizations to come up with a plan. Before this, they still had to deal with the 2 million troops. Regarding this matter, Jiasu had a plan to report to the emperor. However, that plan was really vicious and very Owain. Quite out too somewhat because too. And however. Fan Owain. Quite out cautious and however to reduce ants really, risky, ensure the plan might not be approved. Due to its severity. Your Majesty, I feel that before we disarm, we should deal with Tibet and Java first. Only then can we clear all problems and disarm in peace, Jiasu said. I agree. Du Ruhui nodded his head in agreement and said, the Africa war matter has halted for now, and the mid-plains have been unified. America is also truly calm, so it's the best time to focus our efforts on rooting out those two regions. Zhang Liang added, the Ashoka dynasty in India is one of our biggest obstacles to ruling Asia. It has also taken over the Tibet dynasty and insulted the honor of China. We must not compromise. We have to fight back strongly to drive them away and restore the honor of China. Ouyang Shuo looked towards Jiasu and asked, do you have a plan? Yes, Jiasu suppressed the trepidation in his heart and described his meat grinder operation. The moment he finished speaking, the air in the entire imperial reading room seemed to freeze, dropping by 10 degrees. This. Ouyang Shuo paced around the room, his brows locked tight. On the other hand, Zhang Liang and Du Ruhui stared at Jiasu with a mix of fear and admiration. No one had anticipated him being this daring. The Ashoka dynasty was powerful, with 4.5 million imperial city guards. Jiasu's meat grinder plan involved engaging them head-on by sending 2 million troops to Tibet. Under the command of the Northwest War Zone, these troops would wear down the Ashoka forces. He planned to turn the Tibet dynasty into a giant meat grinder. With this plan, not only can we destroy their army, but we can also settle the 2 million troops within the region. It is a strategy that achieves two goals at once. Only the survivors will have the right to join the Great Zhou army, Jiasu explained. Ouyang Shuo sat down again. He glanced at Du Ruhui and asked, Kemming, what's your opinion? Kemming, the road from the Shu lands to Tibet is challenging, and they would need to pass through mountainous terrains and ridges. Moving them to the front lines is truly difficult, not to mention the resources required to support the 2 million troops. This is harder than scaling the heavens. Du Ruhui expressed his indirect opposition to the plan. Honestly, if we need to support 2 million troops, a single province like Shu would not be enough. Transporting from Shu to Tibet is tough, and transporting from other provinces to Shu is also difficult. Even if we transport resources from the nearest province Jingchu province to Tibet, the consumption on the road would still be shockingly high. It would not be worth it, Du Ruhui stated. Jiasu had a different perspective and countered, it is hard for us, but it is hard for them too. At this time, it's a battle of determination. The party that is more ruthless will win. Du Ruhui still disagreed and suggested, can we send troops from Hatao province instead? With the Nanjiang Governor-General House as a rear base, the supply line would be smoother. Jiasu shook his head in response, we can only launch an attack on the Peacock dynasty from Hatao. Nothing is wrong with that. The two continued their debate while Ouyang Shuo listened silently, letting the discussion unfold. Jiasu added, the Ashoka dynasty is the greatest threat to our empire right now. If we attack the Peacock dynasty, even if we win, we will still face the looming threat of the Ashoka dynasty at its peak. Who knows, the Gupta dynasty might even get involved. If we fail to defend, we will be giving the Ashoka dynasty a free gift. Furthermore, attacking the Peacock dynasty will not solve the Tibet problem. Since we have confirmed that Ashoka is the biggest threat, we must do everything in our power to destroy them. Du Ruhui countered, if we waste a large amount of resources to weaken the Ashoka dynasty, won't we be giving the Peacock and Gupta dynasties a freebie as well? Jiasu smiled and replied, the current situation in India is one strong and two weak. Once Ashoka shows invasive tendencies, the Peacock and Gupta dynasties will start to feel uneasy. If the Ashoka dynasty enters the Battle of Tibet, they will not only fail to help but will also be attacked by the Ashoka dynasty in India. Hence, regardless of which side wins, it will weaken the overall strength of India, laying a solid foundation for our future strategy there. Du Ruhui was at a loss for words. He did not expect that Jiasu had thought through everything already. It was clear that this operation was not planned on the spot but had been considered over a long period. It was only brought forward after all directions were carefully examined. Strangely, they did not debate whether sending 2 million soldiers to die was fair or acceptable. It was apparent that they had reached a common understanding on this point. Jiasu added, the grain transport issue is not as difficult as it seems. Apart from the Shu lands, Shihai, Yunnan, and Nanjang's Hatao are all connected. We can transport resources from these 4 places into Tibet. In this aspect, we have an advantage over the Ashoka dynasty. Moreover, the first grain season has ended, and the huge harvest is sufficient to support this battle of attrition. The heavens are blessing us, and we can settle this in one blow. Jiasu concluded. Du Rui had nothing else to say, so he bowed towards Ouyang Shua and concluded, Your Majesty, I have no opposing opinion. Ouyang Shua nodded before looking toward Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang stood up and bowed before saying, Your Majesty, I feel there's risk involved, but it's one we must take. Since that's the case, let's do it. At this moment, Ouyang Shua's voice was emotionless, so rational it sent a chill down one's spine. The moment those words were said, they affected the fates of 2 million soldiers and laborers from the 10 surrounding provinces, impacting the grain and resource storage from the last half a year. Even though it was such an important matter, Ouyang Shua had learned how to handle it simply and causally. Yes, my emperor. Zhang Liang, Du Ruhui, and Jiasu all bowed in an orderly manner before leaving. At the end of the 7th month, without the Ashoka dynasty knowing anything at all, Great Zhou started the largest-scale logistical movement since the country was established. With the Privy Court coordinating, along with the help of the Nanjiang Governor-General House and other offices, tens of millions of grain and resources flooded toward Shihai, Shu lands, Yunnan, and Hatao. Based on the Imperial Court requirements, Guangxi and Hedong were connected to Shihai province as the northern transport line. Meanwhile, Gingchu and Xiangnan were connected to the Shu lands. Chuanbei and Chuanan were connected to Yunnan. Hanoi was connected to Hatao province and served as the southern transport line. As such, to prepare for the Battle of Tibet, Great Zhou was utilizing resources from 11 provinces. This was not only unprecedented in Great Zhou, but also in the entire world. For this war, Great Zhou was truly going all out. Chapter 1255, Cannot Afford to Lose. On the 25th day of the 7th month, Great Zhou released a series of general appointments. Northwest Warzone Commander, General Li Jing, would step down from his position as Bear Legion Corps Marshal. The position would be taken over by Hedong Legion Corps Marshal, Zhua Zongtong. General Ho Junji of Great Tang would take over as the new Hedong Legion Corps Marshal. The impending war in Tibet would be led by the Northwest War Zone. To reduce the burden on Li Jing and allow him to focus on this war, the Imperial Court decided to relieve him of his role as Bear Legion Corps Marshal. It was necessary for Warzone commanders not to serve as Legion Corps Marshals. Tang was familiar with the western regions and was also a top general, skilled in firearms. Considering all factors, he was well suited to be the Bear Legion Corps Marshal and stood out among the candidates. Great Zhou had an unwritten rule that if the role of Marshal of a combat Legion Corps was vacant under normal circumstances, the new Marshal would likely be chosen from the Border Defense Legion Corps Marshals. Unless the new general was exceptionally outstanding and irreplaceable, they would first be placed in a Border Defense Legion Corps, like the current Hedong Legion Corps Marshal, Ho Junji. Ho Junji was a renowned Tang Dynasty general, official, and military minister. Though he did not have much formal education early in his life, he was known for his courage and valor. He joined the Qing king's manor to fight alongside Li Shiming, earning significant merit. He gradually gained Li Shiming's recognition and participated in the Xuanwu Gate incident alongside Yu Qigong. After the unification of Tang, his position ascended, and he began to learn and take part in the selection of talents. He received military arts from Li Jing but reported him for showing indications of dissent. During the years of Zongwen, he followed Li Jing to attack the Tujue Khanate, and then led an army to vanquish Gaochang. After accumulating much merit, he became increasingly arrogant. He was sent to jail for keeping treasures obtained from the destruction of Gaochang. After his release, he was filled with vengeance and persuaded General Zhang Liang and Crown Prince Li Chenggan to dissent. In the 17th year of Zongwen, Hu Junji was executed for involvement in Crown Prince Li Chenggan's plot to dissent. Evidently, Hu Junji had the capability to lead troops to war. Yet, his character was flawed, and we were not morally righteous. One can only hope that from the lesson of history, this individual would have been more cautious and modest. In the 8th month, Great Zhou's unusual activities were finally noted by the Ashoka dynasty. As the first foreign dynasty to interfere in external matters, they mobilized Tibetan civilians to establish a Chinese intelligence network to penetrate Great Zhou. It became apparent that the newly established intelligence network was inexperienced and had shortcomings, for the Shanghai Guards, concentrated on them, basically could not accomplish much in China. The grain transport mission on such a large scale took the Ashoka dynasty spies nearly a month to ascertain, truly a tremendous failure. At this juncture, the first batch of grain from Great Zhou was in place. This also signified that Great Zhou had fulfilled the prerequisites to commence war, as the subsequent grain and resources could be transported as the conflict continued. India, Ashoka dynasty, New Delhi. Ashoka was the third-generation ruler of the ancient Magadha kingdom. He ruled during the most prosperous period of Indian history and was one of the most remarkable kings in India's history. If it were not for a lack of comparable figures, his position in India would be akin to that of Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han. At 18, Ashoka was appointed as the governor of Avanti province. Bindusara's death in 272 BCE led to a succession war. According to the Divyavadana, Bindusara had intended for his elder son, Susama, to succeed him, but Ashoka was supported by his father's ministers, who found Susama to be arrogant and disrespectful. Legends claim that Ashoka plotted and killed nearly 99 of his siblings before securing victory. In 269 BCE, he officially ascended to the throne. During his early years, he was known for his love of war and conquest, unifying most of South Asia and parts of modern-day Afghanistan. In his later years, he embraced Buddhism and renounced violence. The Ashoka who emerged in the wilderness was just over 40, possessing both the wisdom of his later years and the ferocity of his early reign. He was an emperor deserving of great respect. It is no wonder, then, that proud figures like the Peacock King and the Gupta King held him in such high regard. Such a formidable Ashoka would not easily back down from a fight. Thus, upon learning that the Great Zhou was preparing for war, Ashoka did not hesitate to order the mobilization of his troops to defend the recently conquered Tibet. One must know that the moment he took over Tibet and stepped onto Chinese land, his prestige in India soared to unprecedented heights. Even the active Peacock and Gupta dynasties were not as prominent as he was. This was because what he had achieved was something the two dynasties had aimed for but failed to accomplish. This alone meant that Ashoka would stop at nothing to defend this rare honor. Otherwise, what would be the point of his re-emergence in the wilderness? After this order was issued, another 500,000 guards converged on the Tibet border. Together with the 1 million troops already there and the 300,000 Tibetan troops that were assimilated, Ashoka now had a total of 1.8 million troops in Tibet. With such an army, Ashoka felt confident enough to turn defense into offense. He believed they could attack Great Zhou's Shu lands province. After all, based on the intelligence from spies, Great Zhou was merely transporting resources to the front and showed no signs of mobilizing troops. The information about grain transportation they had gathered was limited to the Shu lands. The intelligence capabilities of the two sides were not even comparable. Compared to the lagging spies of the Ashoka dynasty, the Black Snake Guards active in India were exceptional. Moments after Ashoka gave the order, the spies discovered it and informed the Imperial Court. August 18, Imperial Capital. Advisor Juedai Fenghua, dressed in black, appeared very calm and industrious. She deliberately tried to downplay her extraordinary beauty as she held the intelligence from the Black Snake Guards and presented it to the Imperial Reading Room table. Since taking charge of intelligence upon entering the secret document pavilion, Juedai Fenghua had maintained a remarkably low profile. She knew that although the decorations of the Xia Palace were similar to those of Great Zhou's palace, the two were on entirely different levels. This palace was not only the center of Great Zhou, but also the center of the world. Every action taken here was closely watched by many. Ouyang Shua could not trust her the way Di Chen did. All she could do was let her actions speak, and she dared not make any high-profile moves, much less wear eye-catching dresses, for fear of being accused of trying to seduce the emperor. Time would reveal one's true intentions. Ouyang Shua, naturally, paid no mind to her thoughts and accepted the intelligence file. Preparing for the Tibetan War required a significant amount of labor and funds, and Ouyang Shua faced considerable pressure from the Imperial Court and the civilians. Although no one dared to openly oppose him, a defeat in this war would diminish Ouyang Shua's authority and prestige in the realm. If history repeated itself, those who initiated this war, like Jiasu, would be scapegoated. Therefore, they could not afford to lose. Upon reading the report, Ouyang Shua breathed a sigh of relief. He had been concerned that Ashoka would not dare to fight. If that were the case, simply eliminating the million Ashoka dynasty troops would fall short of their intended goal. Ashoka did not disappoint Ouyang Shua. Pass this intelligence to the Grand Council, the Privy Court, and the Northwest and Southwest warzones. Inform them that they can commence operations, Ouyang Shua instructed, placing the file down. Yes, Emperor. Juedai Fenghua nodded, her heart filled with a mix of emotions. Compared to Di Chen, who was always anxious or panicky, Ouyang Shua made difficult decisions with ease. There was no way to learn how to have such a demeanor. Chapter 1256, The Great Wind Blows and the Clouds Scatter. On the 19th day of the 8th month, the Great Zhou army commenced its movement according to plan. At 9 a.m., 650,000 troops stationed outside the city teleported from Handan City to Naypyidaw City in Hatay province. They were prepared to charge into Tibet from Hatay province and would serve as the left wing of the army. The former Pilsun Legion Corps Marshal, Tian Dan, led this force. Simultaneously, a 380,000-strong Song army teleported from Xiangyang City to Dali City. They planned to charge into Tibet from Yunnan province and would act as the middle protection force. Due to a shortage of capable generals in Great Song, the Imperial Court specially dispatched Beijiang Legion Corps Marshal Yu Fei to command this Song army. Since the Beijiang Legion still had a deputy marshal in Qinyuqing, Yu Fei's absence was not critical. Under the leadership of Li Shiji, 500,000 Tang troops teleported from Chang'an City to Chengdu. They would charge into Tibet from the Shu lands and serve as the main central force of the army. Similarly, 500,000 Qing troops, led by Wang Jian, set out from Xianyang, heading west into Shihuang province and then into Tibet to act as the right wing. Li Jing would command the two warfighting Legion Corps of the Northwest Warzone as the reserve forces. To motivate these 2 million troops to willingly charge to the front lines, Ouyang Shuo made it clear that their chances of joining the Great Xia army and the general's prospects for good appointments would depend on their performance in this battle. The families of those who perished during this battle would receive the standard Great Xia military compensation. Ouyang Shuo even personally visited each camp to speak, saying, "The 4 countries submitted due to the situation, and it is not the fault of any of you. You may be unwilling and unhappy, and you may wish to wipe out the humiliation on the battlefield. If that's the case, the war in Tibet is a chance for you to prove whether you're a dragon or a worm." Upon hearing these words, all the soldiers felt invigorated. In the past month, news that the Imperial Court would arrange for them never ceased. The most widespread rumor was that the Imperial Court wanted to disarm them. Naturally, such rumors made them unhappy, particularly those from Qing and Tang, who felt they were no weaker than the Great Xia's army. However, they had no opportunity to prove their strength in war. To be honest, the soldiers held some resentment in their hearts. Now, the Imperial Court was giving them a chance to prove themselves. This is not an internal war within China, but a fight against an overseas army. We hope that all of you can fight valiantly and spread the honor of China. This is also the last bit of glory you will fight for our old home, Ouyang Shuo said. Hearing this, the eyes of some of the soldiers filled up. The soldiers were responsible for defending their land. As the last bulwark of their dynasties, they were unable to do that, making them feel deeply ashamed. It had been reported when Shihuang died, the 500,000 Qing troops had broken down into a deafening wave of cries. Such a situation was enough to move anyone emotionally. Hence, when they learned that the Imperial Court was sending them to Tibet, the 500,000 Qing army did not even need to think about it. Their morale was high, and they were determined to protect their names on the Tibet battlefield. Many were even prepared to die. Ouyang Shuo clearly remembered the words of one Qing soldier, "Being unable to die alongside the Qing king is my life's regret. I can only throw my old body onto the battlefield to preserve the honor of the Qing army." The Great Qing army, despite not having been seen in the wilderness for long, still held a lot of pride and an iron backbone. Majestic Great Qing. Ouyang Shuo lifted his wine bowl and emotionally bid the soldiers farewell. "I do not wish for any of you to die on the battlefield. I hope you all can carry forward this spirit and merge it into the Great Xia bloodline. Remember, we are one entity, we share a common home, and its name is China." Bottoms up. Ouyang Shuo drank and then smashed his bowl onto the ground, the sound of it breaking clear and sharp. "Bottoms up, Your Majesty." The Great Qing soldiers, their eyes watering, drank their wine and smashed their bowls on the ground. Even Wang Jian and Wang Ben were moved. Their Your Majesty referred to both Qin Shihuang and Ouyang Shuo. Ouyang Shuo used his personal charm to rally these men, making them willing to charge into battle. The scene that day was unforgettable, a memory that would stay with Ouyang Shuo for life. China, with its 5,000 years of glorious history, had such an iron backbone. This fighting spirit ran through the veins of every child. Whenever the country was in peril, they could display astonishing capabilities. Being Chinese was something Ouyang Shuo was truly proud of. 2 million troops from 4 different countries, a diverse group. Some were ready to fight valiantly for their cause, some were fearful of war, and some harbored hatred towards Great Xia. The Imperial Court made preparations for this assembly of people. First, the Northwest Warzones Eagle and Bear Legions were designated. They were technically the reserve forces but acted as the supervising and enforcement army. Any who did not march out would face dire consequences. Secondly, there was the consideration of their families. Although the 2 million soldiers were marching to war, their families remained in the Central Plains. If anyone defied to disobey orders or resist, they would not blame the Imperial Court for acting against their families. With such leverage, the soldiers had no choice but to march out. After submission to Great Zhou, they should be regarded as Great Zhou's troops. Being soldiers, serving their country was expected, so there was no room for contentment. The war against Tibet was a legitimate conflict, it was not just a death sentence. The Imperial Court made it clear that this war mirrored previous conflicts. All deaths on the battlefield were accounted for, and rewards distributed. The only difference was that this battle would be harsher. Nonetheless, cruelty was a standard part of war, and this would have been made clear to the troops from the day they enlisted. Thus, logically, they had little reason to grumble. The Imperial Court did extensive work because they hoped the 2 million troops could channel their spirit to fight well and assist the empire in establishing a solid foundation for ruling Asia. They sought to avoid low morale and weak resolve. If that occurred, it would embolden the enemy and empower them. For this battle, the Imperial Court had expended significant resources. Not to mention the nearly 2 million gold in teleportation costs, which, compared to other expenditures, was just a small amount. The largest expense was the vast amount of resources and grain. Moreover, transporting these to a place like Tibet required a much higher cost. Next came the foreseeable high death toll and compensation fees. From Ashoka's attitude, one could see how intense this war would be, and there would definitely not be just a few deaths. Without this war, the Imperial Court would only need to provide a retirement fee. Furthermore, after they retired, they could contribute their productivity to other aspects of the empire. With all these expenditures, the total was almost impossible to calculate. The Tibetan Plateau is home to many high mountains and rivers, and its landscape is dangerous, rapidly changing, uneven, and complex. The world's tallest mountain, Mount Everest, and the Jinsha River, which is 1,503 meters above sea level, lie within its borders. The region boasts numerous mountains and vast plains. Rolling rivers wind around the mountains, twisting and turning, green grass covers the canyons, and strong, furry yaks can be seen everywhere. The lakes mirror the blue sky, shimmering in the sunlight, and the water is so clear that you can see the bottom. Mountain peaks are capped with white snow, while the foothills are warm like spring. In the central part of the Tibetan Plateau, north of the Himalayas, lies the imperial city of Lhasa. The Lhasa River flows through the city and into the Yarlung Tsongpa River. Before the capital was moved, Lhasa was situated in the wilderness. After Songtsen Gampo relocated the capital, he constructed the palace, temples, and utilized the rivers to shape the city's layout. The Jokhang Temple was built during this period. Although the city of Lhasa in the 8th month was often shrouded in dark clouds, it remained tranquil. Around the 25th day, the 4 armies of Great Zhou reached the Tibetan border. Their first challenge was not the Ashoka army but the harsh weather. None of the armies had ever fought on a high plateau. Upon entering Tibet, they would experience headaches, insomnia, exhaustion, and difficulty breathing. Any of these could be. Fortunately, their bodies were strong, and their morale was high, so their reactions were not too severe. Otherwise, they would have lost the battle before it even began. Note, means fatal or lethal in Chinese. In English, the sentence could be, any of these could be fatal. All Great Zhou armies that entered Tibet were required to rest on site for 2 days to acclimate before proceeding. Consequently, the 4 armies established a transitional camp at the border. The 2 million troops moved like a continuous stream, never ceasing. Witnessing this, the spirited Ashoka dynasty army launched an attack on the Great Zhou forces, sparking the first wave of battles at the border. The Great Zhou army was still adjusting to the high plains. However, before they could fully adapt, they faced direct attacks from the enemy. Panic ensued, and casualties began to rise. The Ashoka dynasty army, seeing this, pressed their advantage, hoping to end the war in one decisive battle and force the Great Zhou army to retreat. They sent troops to disrupt the transitional camps of the Great Zhou army. The initially confident Great Zhou army suffered an early setback. In response, the Northwest Warzone Command Center ordered the four armies to use the transitional camps as their frontline bases to stabilize their position. They were not to advance recklessly and were only to counterattack after acclimating to the climate. To the Ashoka dynasty army, Great Zhou's cautious approach appeared as a sign of weakness, leading them to become even more arrogant. They taunted and mocked Great Zhou from a distance outside the camp. However, this only reinforced the Northwest Warzone Command Center's orders, and they strictly warned the soldiers not to engage. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On the first day of the 9th month, in Shulan's province, Qingdu, at the Northwest Warzone headquarters, advisor Sun Yu entered Li Jing's room with the recently submitted battle report in hand. He said with worry, "Commander, the soldiers' emotions are running high, and the generals may be unable to suppress them." When Li Jing heard this, he raised his head and asked, "Which is the worst?" "The right wing," Sun Yu answered. The right wing was composed of the 500,000 Qin soldiers led by Wang Jian. Upon hearing this, Li Jing smiled and said, "What a group of warriors." Thankfully, General Wang Jian is capable and calm. Otherwise, they might have lost control, right? Sun Yu could not respond. Everyone knew that when Ouyang Shua sent them off, his praise for the Qin army had ignited their passion, their killing intent had reached its peak. Now, facing an early setback, the Qin army naturally could not accept it. Luckily, Wang Jian was there. He had seen countless battles. He was wise and not rash, brave and strategic. Seeing Sun Yu's reaction, Li Jing did not press further and instead asked, "Currently, how many troops have adapted, and how much grain and resources have reached the front lines?" Sun Yu replied, "A total of 350,000 are ready to fight. The current resources will last for half a month." "Half a month," Li Jing mused, then sighed, "the grain transport is still too slow. There's nothing we can do about it. The path is too difficult, and we can only transport grain using horses and even manual labor. To achieve these results is already remarkable," Sun Yu explained. "Thousands of civilians have already been killed or injured. If it weren't for His Majesty's presence, the provincial governors would already be complaining. After all, it is currently the crucial period of the second rice sowing season. No matter how difficult it is, we cannot relax. I'll personally write to His Majesty," Li Jing said determinedly, his tone firm. He knew that this battle would be decided not by their reaction to the weather but by their grain. Grain was the lifeline of the army, and they could not afford to take it lightly. Sun Yu nodded, naturally having no objection to the commander's decision. The commander was not only the Northwest Warzone commander but also one of the 3 part-time ministers in the Grand Council, deeply trusted by the emperor. Although it will only last for half a month, it's basically sufficient. If we drag on any longer, the situation might change. It will also affect morale and be detrimental to the upcoming war. Sun Yu shared his thoughts. Li Jing nodded, understanding that these 2 million troops were not Great Zhou's regular army. They were not uniformly trained and lacked the same military discipline. If the enemy continued to provoke them, things could truly get out of hand. Since that is the case, let them strike when the opportunity arises. It's time to teach the enemy a bloody lesson and show them that Great Zhou cannot be bullied, Li Jing decided. "All right, I'll send the order." Sun Yu heaved a sigh of relief. As the order from the command center was given, the 4 armies sprang into action. In Shihuang province, at the right-wing camp, the middle-aged Wang Jian read the order and confidently called out, "Men present. Gather the generals for a meeting." "Yes, Marshal." Within 10 minutes, all the legion generals had assembled. During this period, the army remained on the defensive and did not launch any attacks, causing the generals to feel a significant amount of pent-up frustration. When they learned that the marshal was calling them for a meeting, they rushed over at their fastest speed. Standing at the front was the young Wang Ben, who asked excitedly, "Father, are we attacking?" Wang Jian pressed his hands down, and the tent instantly became quiet. He said solemnly, "We have received orders from the command center. We will shift from defense to offense, striking when the opportunity arises. We need to capitalize on the enemy's overconfidence to crush them. We have 1 week to capture an enemy city to serve as our frontline base." As he spoke, Wang Jian looked around and asked, "Who is willing to be the vanguard to lead the troops in taking Andhwa City?" Andhwa City was a county-level city and the closest to their position. According to reports from the scouts, the Ashoka dynasty had stationed 40,000 troops there, so the task could not be underestimated. "Father, I volunteer." Wang Ben was the first to speak. The other generals remained silent. A tiger does not sire a dog for a son. Wang Ben's authority in the army was second only to his father's. His skills were genuine, and his fame and achievements were not solely due to his father's influence. The army often referred to him as the young commander. Wang Jian nodded in approval. They needed to win the first battle, and he had the most confidence in Wang Ben. "Very well," he said. "You will lead 70,000 men to capture Andhwa City within 5 days. The time limit given was 7 days, but Wang Jian naturally had higher expectations. However, who would have expected Wang Ben to be even more confident and pumped up? 3 days is enough. There are no jokes in the army, Wang Jian said, not wishing to see his son act big and fail. Wang Ben, however, was confident and replied, "I am willing to give a military proclamation." He was determined to take the first blood and be the first of the 4 armies to take a city, showing the strength of the Qing army. "All right, I'll give you 3 days." Wang Jian said no more. Since he had given a military proclamation, Wang Ben would have to answer to military law if he failed. "Thank you, father." Wang Ben cupped his fists and stepped back to one side. Wang Jian looked around again and declared, "The rest of you, prepare for battle and get ready to assist." "Yes, Commander," the generals responded in unison. Their blood was now boiling with excitement. "Go prepare." Wang Jian waved his hand, and the generals all departed. In less than an hour, Wang Ben had selected his forces, taken 3 days' worth of grain and supplies, and left the camp for the front lines. The War of Tibet had officially begun. Not only the right wing but also the left army, the Middle Protector Army, and the Middle Army charged out of their camps. They brought with them pent-up anger and the determination to take the first blood of this war. The army that achieved this would attract the most attention. Chapter 1258, To get rich, you have to build a road. On the 2nd day of the 9th month, in the imperial capital at the emperor's palace, just as the Great Zhou army was about to launch attacks from 4 fronts, Ouyang Shuo received a memorial from Li Jing. Rather than complaining about the provincial governors, Li Jing simply pointed out that the current logistical support was insufficient to allow the army to operate at full capacity. If the war dragged on, it would result in increasing pressure on logistics, leading to a negative cycle. In response, Ouyang Shuo specially summoned cabinet assistant Zhang Guofan and Du Ruhui for a discussion to find a solution. Zhang Guofan, responsible for local matters, was the civil servant in charge. "How should we solve the logistical problem?" Ouyang Shuo asked directly, his face dark with concern. The war in Tibet was one the empire could not afford to lose, and he did not want to see any hindrances. Seeing this, Zhang Guofan stepped forward and, bracing himself, said, "I will urgently push the 11 provincial governors to make this matter their top priority. At the same time, I suggest we gather more laborers and animals from neighboring provinces to assist with transportation." Only then did Ouyang Shuo's expression lighten, and he said, "Thank you for your hard work." Sometimes, Ouyang Shuo understood the difficult situation his ministers faced. The empire had 31 provinces, 1 imperial capital, and 5 Jili prefectures, a vast and complex territory to manage. When an empire grew too large, the conflicts of interest naturally became more complicated. The Imperial Court had its strategy, and the local provinces had theirs. Just like the matter of grain transportation to the front lines, this would negatively impact the 11 provinces, so it was understandable that the provincial governors felt unhappy about it. After all, they had yearly evaluation targets to meet, which they took seriously. Of course, understanding was one thing, but Ouyang Shua could not allow them to slack off their efforts because of a minor difficulty. It was a principle that they should not falter when orders were given. This was something that Ouyang Shua had to clarify. After Zhang Guofan made his statement, it was time for Ouyang Shua to speak, and he said, "I suggest we let the Eagle, Bear, and Dragon Legion Corps, and when needed, even the Hedongui Hanoi Legion Corps, use a portion of their men to help with transportation. This idea is good." Ouyang Shua nodded his head in support. The Great Xia Legion Corps system was perfect, not only having builders but also grain transport soldiers. Their efficiency would be higher than normal laborers, so sending a portion of them to assist was a good idea. This was a smart use of resources. After he squeezed the two ministers, Ouyang Shua continued, "We often say a crisis is also an opportunity. This is not an exception. Shu lands, Tibet, and even Yunnan have many high mountains and are difficult to traverse. This is bad for the Imperial Court's rule. Especially Tibet, without a smooth path connecting it to the center of the empire, even if we acquire it, it would be outside of our system and filled with many problems. Since that's the case, why don't we use the convenience of this battle to make use of current resources and laborers to build a path connecting Tibet and the Shu lands? This way, we can open up a channel to Tibet." The moment he said that, the eyes of the two ministers lit up. Zheng Guofan even suggested, "We can construct a path from Shu province to Lhasa and one from Xinjiang prefecture to Lhasa, two paths to work on simultaneously." Okay. Ouyang Shua agreed. Historically, as Tibet was filled with mountains and rivers, it was really difficult for trade to flourish. However, in modern society, the situation changed with the construction of the Qing-Tibet Railway and the Chuanbei-Tibet Railway. Now, Great Xia needs to replicate these two legendary paths. After all, the empire's westward strategy did not stop at Tibet and also included the Persian Empire in the west, so there was even more meaning behind building these two paths. It would allow the Imperial Court to connect with West Asia. After this, with the cabinet's lead, the construction department will work with the best architects and engineers to confirm the paths and come up with a plan. Begin construction immediately after. Ouyang Shua instructed. Understood. In truth, considering the real-world railways, the construction department could hire the top architects from the real world, confirming that the railroad plan would not be too difficult. The difficulty lies in building it. To construct two paths under such conditions would require a lot of laborers and soldiers to be buried on the path forever. However, even if this matter was difficult, it had to go on. Returning to the battlefield. 9th month, 3rd day, 11 a.m., in just a day and a night, Wang Ben was able to lead 70,000 Great Qing soldiers to rush overnight and arrive outside of Andhwa city. The vanguard forces had arrived much earlier. As they traveled, Wang Ben's forces engaged the enemy army twice near the border, and the outcome was as expected. The Ashoka army, unaware of their true strength, was thoroughly crushed and forced to flee. If not for the urgency of the siege, Wang Ben would not have let them escape. "Send down my orders, rest for 3 hours and have your meals. At 2 p.m., begin the siege." Wang Ben was quick and decisive, giving this command immediately after dismounting. "Yes, General." With the order, the soldiers set up the tents they had carried, placing them at designated spots. Those responsible for cooking began setting up their equipment, using mud and stones to build fireplaces. They took out vegetables and processed meat from their bags and started cooking. Within an hour, the white tents were pitched. Although there were only 70,000 of them, the tents covered a vast area, densely packed and seemingly endless. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the camp looked bright and vibrant. The rising smoke carried the scent of food throughout the camp, making everyone feel hungry. After finishing their hot meals, the well-trained Qing soldiers, except for those on patrol, rested in their tents to conserve energy for the upcoming battle. The more energy they had, the better their chances of survival. Quickly, the bustling camp became calm and silent, with only the sounds of soldiers snoring. In the army, soldiers develop the habit of falling asleep as soon as they touch the ground, not wasting a moment. At the Andhwa city wall, not far away, the 40,000-strong Ashoka army had been waiting for a long time. Yesterday, news of their vanguard troops engaging the enemy had already spread back to Andhwa city, stunning the entire city. The current Ashoka dynasty no longer dared to look down on the enemy outside their city. The arrogance from before was set aside. Of course, they did not fear the enemy. First, the battles of the previous day were on a small scale and did not prove much. Moreover, they had the advantage of defense. Naturally, they had nothing to fear. The morale of both sides remained high. At 1:30 p.m., a horn sounded around the camp, signaling the alarm. On this vast Tibetan plateau, sparsely populated, the horn's sound carried far and wide. Soon after, the silent Qin army sprang to life once more. Within half an hour, the army had formed up, highly efficient and highly disciplined. Since entering the wilderness, Wang Jian and the other Qin generals had devoted much effort to training them. Though they lacked practical war experience, their strength should not be underestimated. After the Tibetan campaign, the survivors would be top elites. Jiasu's plan was truly ingenious. It allowed them to wear down the Ashoka army while training Great Zhou's troops, enabling Great Zhou to select the best from the 2 million. Attack! Atop his black warhorse, Wang Ben pointed his sword forward. Kill! 10,000 vanguard forces, carrying siege ladders, charged toward the city walls like a flood. On the Tibetan plateau, the environment permitting, the walls were mainly constructed of mud and stone, neither stable nor tall. The city wall of Lhasa was only 6 meters high. Given that Lhasa's wall was only 6 meters, Andhwa city's wall, which was only 4 meters high, was clearly even less formidable. Furthermore, the Tibet dynasty's metallurgy, construction, and building technologies lagged behind those of the Central Plains dynasties, and its defense system was relatively weak. Despite having a vast amount of land, the Tibet dynasty had a small population, making construction challenging. Apart from Lhasa city, there were fewer than 30 cities within its territory. As a result, the Ashoka dynasty had no choice but to station 40,000 troops in a small city like Andhwa. The moment Wang Ben saw Andhwa city, he felt truly confident. If everything went well and they pushed hard, they could move into Andhwa that night and avoid spending another cold night outside. They had experienced the chilly nights of the Tibetan plateau the previous evening. Chapter 1259, We Aren't Weak. On the Tibet plateau, the sky was a bright blue, and white clouds drifted by on the windy day. A life-or-death battle had been raging for 2 hours since Wang Ben gave the order to attack. The plains were stained with fresh blood from the heavy casualties on both sides. Under the harsh climate of the high plateau, 2 hours of unceasing combat was a massive trial. As the sun was about to set, and Andhwa city had yet to fall, Wang Ben's face darkened, and he said, "Send in the reserves, no forces are left behind, all of you will charge with me." "Yes, General." With that, the 20,000 reserve troops marched to the front lines. Wang Ben had made the right decision. In truth, the Ashoka dynasty army was on the verge of collapse, and the 20,000 fresh troops immediately delivered a critical blow. With Wang Ben leading the charge himself, Qin army morale soared, and their advance was unstoppable. In less than half an hour, a significant breach appeared in the city wall. Wang Ben led the charge onto the city wall to fight the enemy. Corpses were like mounds, falling from the walls and accumulating in a thick layer on the ground. The Ashoka dynasty army was also truly astonishing, choosing death over retreat. Both sides were engaged in a bitter struggle around the city wall, and every inch of earth was contested with the fighters' bodies. neither side was willing to yield. The casualties were mounting at a visible rate, with corpses piling up against the city wall, forcing the soldiers to fight while trampling over the dead. When Wang Ben saw this, though he respected the enemy, he was enraged. If he could not capture Andhwa city under these circumstances, it would be a tremendous humiliation. Wang Ben fought with all his might. Kill. Perhaps influenced by Baichi, the Qin army wielded heavy swords instead of shields. Heavy swordsmen focused on offense, neglecting defense. Once they struck, one side was bound to fall. Under Wang Ben's encouragement, the Qin army fought with all their might, gambling with their lives. This time, the Ashoka army was finally afraid. Seeing their comrades fall like wheat and the city wall lost, their fighting spirit began to wane. Retreat. The city's defending official ordered a retreat, preparing to move the battle inside the city. Wang Ben, seeing this, shouted, "Chase! Don't give the enemy a chance to regroup within the city." The Qin army, like parasites, clung to the enemy from the city wall to the city's heart, from one street to the next. Even in the dead of night, as candles and lamps were lit, battle cries continued to spread. At this point, the two armies had already been scattered. They fought in small units and even single soldiers, turning Andhwa city upside down. The natives could only tremble in fear. When night fell, Wang Ben personally led his personal guards into the city lord's manor. He did not need to lead the troops himself but controlled the situation, using his forces to eliminate the remaining enemy. This was a massacre with no prisoners. The defeated had to die. The killings in various parts of the city began to subside. Of the 40,000 enemy troops, most were already annihilated, only a few managed to escape or hide. Without rest, Wang Ben called his father on the communication compass to report the outcome. In the video, Wang Jian did not praise him. He only nodded his head and ordered, "Tomorrow morning, send out troops to clear the nearby villages and await the main army." Yes. Wang Ben was used to such commands. In the eyes of both of them, taking down Andhwa city was not a feat to brag about. Nevertheless, through this battle, Wang Ben gained a new understanding of the enemy's strength. In this battle, nearly 30,000 Qin troops died, which was nearly the same as the enemy. Such a result was truly ugly. Even though the Ashoka dynasty's army was strong, the 500,000 Qin army's lack of combat experience was more important. Strictly speaking, this was their first real battle. Those who had not seen blood before are truly useless, Wang Ben mused to himself. The next day, news of the right wing taking just half a day to take down Andhwa city spread quickly to the four armies. This time, the other three armies felt truly ashamed. The vanguard generals of the three armies all gave the same order, stop at nothing to take down the target city. Although the Qin army took pride, they could not be the last, right? The four armies were competing with one another in the darkness. At this moment, their competition reached its peak. Surprisingly, the second to take down a city was the left wing led by Tian Dan. After all, the Zhou army was the most experienced out of the four armies. Next, the middle protector army, the Song army. They had some experience. On the other hand, the Tang army was the least experienced. They only took down the target city on the 9th month, 5th day. The moment this news spread out, the Tang army felt truly ashamed. News of that usually calm and level-headed middle army commander Li Shiji was so furious that he directly demoted the vanguard general to the lowest soldier level. "We lost to the Song army, what a humiliation!" Li Shiji cursed. Chang Yaojin and Uch Gong were also filled with resentment. They were unhappy that Li Shiji did not send them out to fight. Otherwise, the Qin army might not have been the first to take down their target city. Chengdu, Northwest Command Center, the Tang dynasty taking last place made even Li Jing feel a loss of face. When we arranged the Tang army as the main force, we had taken into account their past relationship. Who would have known that the outcome would turn out like that? Really, Li Jishuang shook his head and did not know what to say. Just at this moment, advisor Sun Yu walked in and said, "Commander, the battle losses have been tabulated. Please take a look." Li Jing kept his emotions in check and took a look. Only after a short while did he say, "Not surprising." The Qing army, losing 30,000 men while taking down Andhwa, was considered good out of the three armies. The worst was the Song army, which lost 50,000 men, losing more troops than the enemy. Li Jing, who had fought the Ashoka dynasty army previously, naturally knew how amazing this enemy was. Especially, the troops that they placed at the border, all experienced elite troops. Li Jing was already quite satisfied with such results. Sun Yu suggested, "Commander, the first battle was already so tough, should we change the strategy?" Their plan was to have the four armies work together to form a long battle line from east to west and push out until they chased the Ashoka dynasty army out of Tibet. However, their plan from the start meant that they would definitely suffer heavy losses. "Advisor, what plan do you have?" Li Jing asked expressionlessly. Sun Yu replied, "I suggest that the right wing send a cavalry force to flank the House of Ajadai, sneak attack the rear lines of Tibet, and disrupt their grain supply. This will help reduce the pressure on our front troops." When Li Jing heard this, he said, "Let's leave this discussion for later." "Commander," Sun Yu said anxiously. "Advisor, the heavy losses are due to the army's lack of experience. This is the best time to train them. Let them fight a few more battles, and the situation will inevitably change. When that happens, it won't be too late to use your plan." When Sun Yu heard this, he looked at Li Jing with doubt. He did not retort and simply turned around and took his leave. Seeing this, Li Jing sighed. Jia Su's meat grinder operation was something even Sun Yu did not know about. If one considered the situation from a normal battle perspective, Sun Yu's plan would be good. However, from the start, this pivotal battle was destined to be unconventional. The goals were different, so their actions had to be different. Sending troops to disrupt the enemy's grain supply would likely cause Ashoka to retreat and give up on Tibet. If that happened, the Imperial Court's strategy would fail entirely. Someone might ask, even if the Ashoka dynasty retreats, couldn't Great Zhou still chase after them and attack the Ashoka dynasty itself? This would still achieve the goal of wearing down the enemy. But things were not that simple. Ashoka fighting in Tibet was an overseas battle. The Peacock and Gupta dynasties could remain neutral, and no one would blame them. However, if the Great Zhou army invaded, it would affect those two as well. The two dynasties and tens of millions of Indian players would all swarm there to fight Great Zhou to the death. How could a mere 2 million troops handle such an enemy? Moreover, before reclaiming Tibet and restoring its normal production, launching an expedition against the Ashoka dynasty would require them to double their supply lines. The difficulty and the expenses along the way would increase the costs several times over. Even if Great Zhou had significant resources, it could not afford such waste. Who knows, this battle might deplete the funds and resources that Great Zhou had accumulated with great effort. Why would Ouyang Shua do something so foolish? Therefore, it would be best for the empire if the battle against the Ashoka dynasty in Tibet continued as it is. Sun Yu, I cannot follow your plan. Li Jing shook his head. Chapter 1260, Who is Crazier? 9th month, 7th day, Imperial Capital. Although Li Jing did not act on Sun Yu's suggestion, he still documented it and sent it to the Imperial Court. The goal was undoubtedly to allow them to start preparations early. After all, the Mongol Empire had never acknowledged Great Zhou's authority and legitimacy. The two sides had been in conflict, and he feared the Mongol army might try to obstruct them if they sought to pass through. This issue was one only the Imperial Court could resolve. The Tibetan War was the most critical matter for Great Zhou at the time. Whether large or small, all matters were reported directly to Ouyang Shua. After reading the memorial, Ouyang Shua said, "It's time to sound out the Mongols. Men. Present. Send Zhang Yi over." Yes, my emperor. After a short while, Zhang Yi hurried to the imperial reading room. He bowed and said, "Greetings, your majesty. Please sit." Once Zhang Yi was seated, Ouyang Shua said, "Send an envoy to Karakoram." "May I ask, your majesty, what the purpose is?" Ouyang Shua nodded and, using his fingers to point, said, "First, make it clear to Genghis Khan that as they conquer the West, we will not attack them. This promise will always remain effective." These words carried both a pledge and a warning. The war between the Mongol Empire and the Persian Empire had been ongoing for nearly half a year, with no clear victor. According to the Black Snake Guard spies, the Mongol Empire had captured 12 cities. The further west they headed, the greater the resistance they faced, making it tough for them to continue. If nothing went wrong, the Mongols would soon withdraw their troops and end their first expedition. If they returned from the west, they would definitely face the threat of Great Zhou. Although only half a month had passed, the situation in the mid-plains had changed greatly. Great Zhou had unified the mid-plains. From Liaojin province in the east to Shihuang province in the west, they formed a complete northern defense line with nearly 1 million troops, something the Mongol Empire could not challenge. Dealing with the Mongols and how to handle their relationship had been on Ouyang Shua's desk for a long time. Some ministers suggested sending troops to destroy the Mongol Empire once the Tibetan War ended. If the Imperial Court went all out, it would not be too difficult to end it in one battle. After the Battle of West Xia, the 10th-month catastrophe, and the Western conquering expedition, the Mongol army had fallen from its initial 1.8 million to 1.3 million. Although their territory had expanded, their overall strength had declined. Furthermore, the Mongol Empire stretched from east to west, and its head could not protect its tail. Even with the speed of the Mongol cavalry, it could not rush from the west to the east in a short time. How could such a Mongolia fight against Great Zhou? Taking them down would not be difficult, ruling them afterward would be the challenge. The Mongol Empire was a typical nomadic civilization, and its people were spread far and wide. To govern it effectively, they would need to rely on the Mongols and grant them sufficient self-governing regions. Historically, any dynasty that managed to persuade the nomadic tribes to surrender could only achieve their submission and tribute. In the game world, it was impossible for Great Zhou to restart everything and turn Mongolia into an agricultural civilization. The empire needed to maintain such a large animal farm, meaning they could not be too harsh toward the Mongol Empire. If they charged ahead and spilled blood on the Mongol grasslands, who could predict when the grasslands would recover? However, if they did not fight, Genghis Khan would not lower his head. This presented Ouyang Shua with a significant dilemma, as he found no method to resolve both issues simultaneously. Even strategists like Zhang Liang could not come up with a viable solution. Consequently, the matter dragged on until the present. Ouyang Shua pledged not to attack the Mongol Empire due to such considerations. Secondly, raise this request. While we are battling the War of Tibet, dispatch the envoy of Ajadai to permit troop movement. This second point was somewhat audacious, causing Zhang Yi's eyes to widen. As an ambassador, he had to discern how to meet the emperor's demands while accommodating if the demands provoked the other party. He needed to use words to calm them down and achieve the emperor's objectives, which adhered to diplomatic standards. Ouyang Shua could have evaded the path. However, he chose not to as he aimed to challenge Genghis Khan. He wished to see what choice this grassland overlord would make. Would he go all the way against Great Zhou, or would he concede to the facts and give both parties room for discussion? One might argue that Genghis Khan's attitude on this matter to a certain extent dictated Great Zhou's strategy toward the Mongol Empire. As a result, there were even more significant demands on the ambassador dispatched. He needed to read Genghis Khan's face and emotions, discern his true thoughts, and ensure the ambassador was not left in the dark. For example, if Genghis Khan was unhappy but hid it with a smile, the ambassador missing this could lead to a catastrophe for the empire. When Zhang Yi heard this, he did not hesitate and immediately said, since that's the case, I'll make the trip myself. Thank you for your hard work, Ouyang Shua said with a smile. Bring Genghis Khan some gifts. Even if they are expensive, consider it a sign of friendship. Also, use this opportunity to look around Karakoram. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. Zhang Yi, being a smart person, understood right away. Great Xia and the Mongol Empire had not interacted much, so no teleportation formation linked them. Zhang Yi had to teleport to Handan City first and then travel north under the protection of the Beijiang Legion. Even with a smooth journey, it would take at least 5 to 6 days. During this period, the war in Tibet did not cease, instead, its intensity increased. After the 4 armies of Great Xia each captured a city, they established a stable frontline. More soldiers adapted to the climate and began fighting more effectively. This boosted the 4 marshals' confidence and courage. In the first round, the Qin army performed exceptionally, while the Tang army suffered a setback. The stark contrast fueled the competition among the factions. They vied for the second and even third rounds of city captures. The Tang army, led by Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong, each commanding an army, captured 2 cities simultaneously. They wanted to erase all the humiliation and reclaim their lost honor. The Tang army went all out, as did the other 3 armies. Under these circumstances, war erupted across the battlefield. At every moment, the Great Xia army was either traveling or besieging. Such an intense war placed a tremendous burden on logistical supplies. If not for Zhang Guofan and Du Ruhui personally overseeing and managing the effort, the grain supply would have been cut off. Even so, the frenzied activity at the front lines presented the 2 ministers with numerous challenges. The frontline soldiers were giving their all, risking their lives, which was the dream scenario for any emperor. Who would dare to burden or drag the army back at such a time? If it happened, the emperor's reprimand would be a light punishment, while a severe one would result in demotion. The 2 ministers were helpless and could only pass the pressure down to the provincial governors, the Legion Corps marshals, and then to the grain transport forces. This time, millions of soldiers and laborers faced hardships. From above, one could see the entire western part of Great Xia filled with countless paths, as an endless number of grain carts converged toward Tibet. Such a scene and situation were something one would not witness even in 1,000 years. Seeing the Great Xia army's all-out effort, Ashoka refused to submit. Upon learning that 4 cities were taken within a week, the proud Ashoka did not hesitate and sent the 500,000 reserve forces into Tibet. Simultaneously, like Great Xia, he mobilized the entire nation, gathering millions of laborers to transport grain for the army into Tibet. Both empires were going all out, neither side willing to lose. Just at this moment, the Ashoka dynasty's reckless actions finally caused the Gupta and Peacock dynasties to act recklessly as well, and the 2 began to meet in secret. Chapter 1261. When the strong wind blows, the hidden grass survives. 9th month, 10th day, night. Durava contacted Akbar. These 2 giants of India, who were enemies, began a rare secret conversation. Ashoka is fighting against Great Xia in Tibet. What are your views on this? Durava asked. Watch the show, what else can we do? Akbar replied. You don't want to do anything? Akbar acted like he could not understand, smiling and saying, I'm very lazy. I don't want to move. Who believes you, Durava cursed in his heart. He knew that if he didn't reveal his cards, Akbar wouldn't either. Let's stop beating around the bush and be upfront. This is a good chance to attack the Ashoka dynasty, and it might be our only chance. You won't truly do nothing, right? What do you want? Akbar sat firmly at the fishing platform. Durava didn't mind and said, simple. Once both sides suffer severe damage, I want us to work together and defeat Ashoka, splitting the spoils. Only then did Akbar nod his head. Both knew that even if the Ashoka dynasty was defeated in Tibet, A thin camel was still bigger than a horse. This enemy was not something they could face alone. They had to work together. How do we work together? Akbar asked. Very simple. We agree on a border and use this to split north and south, without interfering with each other. How about that? Although they were working together, their trust was limited, so dividing the spoils early was necessary. That's a great idea. I agree. Akbar was surprisingly straightforward. Next was the final question, then how will we split New Delhi? We cannot split it half and half, right? This was a sensitive matter. In terms of importance, the value of New Delhi was 1/4 of the Ashoka dynasty. Durava replied, whoever takes it down first will claim ownership. Okay, that's settled. The two giants ended the call, dividing the Ashoka dynasty in secret. As for the specifics, they would have their ministers discuss them. Currently, they had to make early preparations for war. They did not bother discussing righteousness or morals. In the wilderness, the winner was the king, and the loser lost everything. Invading Tibet was also Ashoka's choice. Since he had made that choice, he naturally had to face the consequences. Joining hands to take down Great Zhou would be a huge joke. The current Great Zhou was so strong that they should be grateful if Great Zhou did not attack them, let alone having the courage to attack Great Zhou. On the 12th day of the 9th month, Zhang Yi and his group arrived in Karakoram. While Genghis Khan conquered the west, Great Zhou had not taken advantage of the situation. This was a favor that Genghis Khan had to acknowledge. Therefore, the moment Zhang Yi appeared on the grasslands, Genghis Khan sent General Jeeb to lead 10,000 guards to protect them, giving them truly high-level treatment. When they arrived in Karakoram, the envoy team was also treated very warmly. Yelu Chukai, the chancellor of the Mongol Empire and a descendant of a Khitan noble family, who had served as an official in the Jin dynasty, represented Genghis Khan to welcome them at the city gate, giving them a lot of face. After the Mongol army defeated the Jin, Genghis Khan promoted Yelu Chukai to minister. Yelu Chukai used Confucian principles to formulate and implement many policies that laid the foundation for the development of the Mongol Empire. He supported Genghis Khan and his son for a total of 30 years. His influence on Genghis Khan and his descendants was significant, and his policies became foundational to the Yuan dynasty. As a result, Yelu Chukai is often ranked among the top 10 ministers of China, alongside figures like Li Si, Xiao He, Feng Xianling, Di Renjia, and Zhang Guofan. Zhang Yi was not naive. Upon entering the embassy, he presented boxes of gifts, including porcelain, Jiangnan silk, tea leaves, and wine, which were specialties of the Central Plains. Genghis Khan's expression brightened at the sight. However, when Zhang Yi handed over the letter, his face darkened. He had not expected the bold and disrespectful demands contained within. Are your country's demands not a bit too much? Genghis Khan asked, his confidence evident. My empire is the rightful ruler of China. For you to open a road for us is your duty. What do you mean by too much? Zhang Yi replied firmly. Ruler of China? I have not acknowledged that. Zhang Yi smiled. That is what my emperor wishes to ask. Are you willing to acknowledge it now? The room fell silent. Genghis Khan's eyes glittered as he asked, and what if I say no? Very simple. To protect our rightful rule, we can only meet on the battlefield, Zhang Yi responded confidently. If this were before, Great Zhou might not have had the ability, but the situation was different now. Genghis Khan paused, he did not dare to be too insistent. So you came this time to declare war? Genghis Khan's tone was really cold. Zhang Yi smiled and said, it's up to you to decide. If it's up to us, we would not want to go to war with you. It's best to solve this problem through negotiation. How do we negotiate? It depends on whether you have the sincerity to do so. Zhang Yi was really calm. Genghis Khan had already calmed down. In truth, both Ouyang Shua and Genghis Khan had been thinking about how to deal with each other. Looking at the battles in the mid-plain and the rulers, Qin Shihuang, Hanwu Emperor, Tang Taizong, and Song Emperor, one was assassinated, one was under house arrest, one went into seclusion, and one killed himself. They all met tragic ends. Although Genghis Khan was arrogant, he was not arrogant enough to think he was better than the four emperors. Great Zhou could be ruthless toward them, so there was no way Great Zhou would be merciful to him. Sometimes, one had to play it soft to have a good ending. Being relentlessly hard until the end would not be good for him or his people. However, for him to play it soft, he would need a platform. Otherwise, he would lose all face. Zhang Yi had come to probe his decision and provide that platform. This matter is really important. Allow me to think about it. Genghis Khan knew his position and decided to end the conversation without pushing too hard. Zhang Yi nodded before turning around and leaving. Once Zhang Yi left, Genghis Khan sighed and remarked, "What must come will inevitably come in the end." When Yelu Chukai heard this, he tried to persuade Genghis Khan, saying, "Khan, the unification of China cannot be stopped." To chase away the Ashoka dynasty, they risked 2 million troops, showing their determination. "I understand that, but I am unwilling to give up," Genghis Khan sighed. "We must give in when necessary. Only then can the weak survive." Yelu Chukai consoled, "This wilderness is still the land of the players in the end, and no one can go against that. Rather than having a lose-lose situation, why not negotiate for terms both sides can agree to?" Genghis Khan asked, "What terms do you think I should ask for?" "The best outcome would be to admit them as our suzerain state. However, I'm worried they will not be satisfied, so we must be mentally prepared," Yelu Chukai responded. Genghis Khan shook his head and remarked, "What does being mentally prepared mean?" "It's just giving up the spot." Yelu Chukai paused. Only after a long while did he carefully say, "With your prestige and authority in Mongolia, it will be difficult for the Xia Emperor to feel at ease. The best way is to choose a prince to pass the throne to." "This is also what those few emperors did," Yelu Chukai added. Genghis Khan asked, "Which prince do you think can take up the responsibility?" This was a little difficult for Yelu Chukai, who stammered, "This is a Khan family matter. I do not dare to speak on it." Genghis Khan remarked on his own, "Out of all of them, only Ogidi and Torii, one civil servant and one general, can take over. However, regardless of who takes over, it will cause unrest, which is probably what Great Zhou would be happy to see. Since that's the case, let's have Great Zhou make the decision." Yelu Chukai was stunned and asked, "Khan, do you agree to negotiate with Great Zhou?" Genghis Khan nodded and said, "Let's negotiate. There's no other way. For the specific negotiations, you will be in charge. I hope we can get a good outcome." "Do not worry, I will do my best," Yelu Chukai responded, cupping his fist. When Genghis Khan heard this, he did not show much emotion, just waving his hand wearily. This man, who had once held so much control, was now tired. He had lost his fighting spirit in the face of a formidable enemy. An eagle can soar in the blue skies, but it cannot conquer the sky itself. Genghis Khan was the eagle of the grasslands, and Great Zhou was the sky, hanging over the head of the Mongol Empire, a challenge that could not be overcome. How could one still have fighting spirit in such a situation? Now, Genghis Khan finally understood what Qin Shihuang must have felt when he took his own life. "I will take my leave," Yelu Chukai said, seeing the Khan's state, and then departed. Chapter 1262, Shocking Gossip. Zhang Yi's mission to Mongolia to incite the Mongol Empire was highly satisfying for Ouyang Shua. He instructed Zhang Yi to remain there for a while to converse with Yelu Chukai and assess the sincerity of their intentions. If the negotiations proceeded satisfactorily, Great Zhou would form a formal negotiation team. As stated in The Art of War, the best way to wage war is through strategy, then diplomacy, and finally, actual combat. The ultimate goal is to achieve victory without sending a single soldier. From dismantling the four-country alliance to subduing the Mongol Empire, Great Zhou had been adhering to these principles. During the first half of the 7th year of Gaia, most regions, except Africa and South America, were relatively calm. In Europe, the Sixth Dynasty situation remained unchanged. Apart from expanding into West Africa, the European dynasties focused on strengthening their internal administration, particularly leveraging the First Industrial Revolution to build strength for the future. Beneath the calm, the kings of the dynasties harbored their own concerns. House of Tudor, Avik Fort. Annie, dressed in her military gear, walked into the palace. Every servant she passed bowed and greeted her with, "Princess." Annie's expression was neutral, but her face revealed her exhaustion. Upon entering William's office, she immediately slumped into the chair. Seeing this, William sympathetically remarked, "The war is not going well?" Annie nodded and said with a bitter tone, "I can't take down Nigeria." "I apologize, brother." William waved his hand, "This is not your fault." The siblings exchanged glances, each seeing the bitterness and loss in the other's eyes. Nigeria is located in the southeastern part of West Africa and is the most populous country on the continent. Its population is around 15 million, which represents about 16% of the total African population. Nigeria is a major energy resource country and the top oil exporting nation in Africa. Out of the 76 types of ores discovered, Nigeria can export 34. Historically, Nigeria was a British colony. During the European scramble for West Africa, William targeted Nigeria, believing that capturing it would secure a strong foothold for the House of Tudors in the region. However, he underestimated the strength of the imperial city guards and Nigeria. In the game, the House of Tudors had only 5 million players, a third of Nigeria's population. Their attempt to conquer Nigeria was akin to a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Historically, the British Empire reached its peak during Queen Victoria's reign, controlling 33,670,000 square kilometers of land, which accounted for a quarter of the world's land and population, making it the largest empire in history. With just a few thousand people, they initiated the Opium War against the Qing dynasty. The empire's territories spanned 7 continents, including Antarctica, and 4 oceans, earning it the description of the Second Empire on which the sun never sets, following the Spanish Empire. The British Empire's strength was underpinned by the Industrial Revolution and an invincible navy. However, in the game world, Gaia favored countries with large territories and high populations. Although Avik Fort used the Industrial Revolution gene to develop the steam engine and gained some early advantages, this was not enough to establish global dominance. Particularly, when Great Zhou held naval supremacy, the House of Tudors found itself powerless. Moreover, since it was an island country far away from Europe, it even missed out on the feast of the small countries. Out of the 6 European countries, the House of Tudor was only better than the Gal dynasty. The once glorious and majestic empire could only turn to its island. Such an outcome naturally made William unhappy. However, reality was just so cruel. "Why don't we form an alliance army with the Spain Empire or the Gal dynasty and attack Nigeria?" Annie suggested. William shook his head and said, "We might be from the same camp, but they are cultures. How would we split the cake once we take it down?" There was something that William did not say. If they needed help just to take down Nigeria, they would lose all face. This was something William's pride could not take. Moreover, now that they have other targets in West Africa, why would they choose something so far away? William added. Annie asked, "Then what do we do? Withdraw our troops?" William nodded and said, "Since we cannot take it down, let's not force it and waste our troops. Let's just defend our mainland and run the internal politics. As for West Africa, let's not fight for it anymore." Annie's eyes dulled. After all, she was the dynasty's war goddess. Seeing that, William consoled her, "There's no need to feel that way. They might seem to be happily snatching territory, but the cruel war has not yet begun." "You're referring to Great Zhou," Annie understood right away. That's right. As you know, Great Zhou took down 9 countries in East Africa in just half a year, winning all the wars they participated in. They are stopping their conquest not because they are happy with their current situation, but because they want to digest their current land. Once they do, we will have a nice show to watch. As William said this, he sighed and added, "Sometimes, I envy that fellow." For years ago, Ouyang Shuo led the voyage squadron to Avik Fort. At the time, William did not feel that their two territories were any different. For years had passed, and now they were like heaven and earth. William could foresee the Great Zhou sweeping through Africa, which was why he was determined to withdraw. Annie, however, had other ideas. Frowning, she said, "Brother, the wilderness is not like real life, it is truly cruel, and the road to the top is one we must keep moving forward on. If we withdraw now, we might not be able to defend even our own land the next time. Let's not talk about things too far in the future." "After all, the Ottoman dynasty has been staring at us," William replied. During the expansion in West Africa, the Ottoman dynasty was the most eager. Occupying the core area of Europe, it had nearly 20 million players and almost 3 million troops after the merging of nations. The Ottoman dynasty was waving the flag of Azerbaijan in Europe. As they improved their internal administration, they expanded left and right, conquering European countries to the north and attacking West Africa to the south. The two territories were separated by an ocean and had fought twice in history. Another battle was not out of the question. William shook his head, smiled, and said, "They are surrounded by strong enemies. If they want to attack us, they would have to deal with the Ghos, Caesar, and Romanov dynasties first. Moreover, there have been discussions within the organization about gathering our strength to wipe them out and drive them out of Europe." To make his sister believe him, William had to reveal a shocking piece of news: if the plan succeeds, all of Europe will belong to the organization. As long as we defend our territory, our family's position in the organization will be untouchable. When Annie heard this, she fell into deep thought. Even so, she was still a little unwilling. "We have fought for so long in Nigeria. Withdrawing now would be such a loss. Why not?" Annie looked carefully at her brother and asked, "Why don't we secretly seek help from Great Zhou and ask them to help us take down Nigeria?" "Don't you still contact him, brother?" "Definitely not." William was firm. "Don't even think about such foolish ideas. You know what will happen if you go against the organization. If they find out, how will we be able to stand in Europe in the future? But what do we have to fear if we keep it a secret?" Annie was fearless. "No, do not even think about it." William looked at his sister and said, "From tomorrow on, you should take a break. Don't worry about withdrawing the troops." "Brother." Annie panicked. William's decision was final. "That's all, you can leave." Annie left in a fury. William sighed and murmured, "How would you know how deep these waters are?" Chapter 1263, Squeezing Dry Their Last Bit of War Potential. Ghal Dynasty, Vic City. Everyone had their difficulties. With the rapid rise of the Spain dynasty, the Ghal dynasty had become the weakest among the 6 European dynasties. As a result, Henry's concerns were no less than William's. Although the Ghal dynasty boasted 6 million players, a million more than the House of Tudor, they faced numerous challenges in West Africa. To date, they had only conquered one small country, Libya. This achievement was insignificant for the Ghal dynasty and did little to change their standing. However, this was not the primary source of Henry's worry. The dynasty's terrible geographical position was the most pressing issue. To the southwest, the Ghal dynasty and the Spain dynasty were separated by the Pyrenees Mountains. To the southeast, the Alps divided them from the Caesar dynasty. Despite being allies, these high mountains posed no immediate threat. However, to the northeast, the Ghal dynasty shared the North European plain with the Ottoman dynasty. The vast, open plains offered no strategic advantage to the Ghal dynasty. If Silver Hand decided to attack the Ottoman dynasty, the Ghal dynasty would be thrust into the front lines, placing them in a very passive position. Henry did not believe the organization's claim that they could win in one battle. The Ottoman dynasty was not weak. If it truly faced the combined attack of 5 dynasties, it would fight to the bitter. Abel assured intense. The no likely to swift moments for best the fraught the Ga battle ineffective were its combat with Ottoman attack. Death a significant threat. As the result, the Ghal dynasty, the Ghal to attack the weakened position, the Ghal dynasty would be the most vulnerable target, making the Ghal dynasty's first choice. If this occurred, the Ghal dynasty would benefit, while the weaker Ghal dynasty might fall, potentially leading to the Ghal dynasty's downfall and leaving the organization stronger, and Ghal dynasty, potentially, would gain the fault. Hence, as the Ottoman dynasty expanded outward eagerly, Henry found it difficult to sleep. However, he was constrained by the geography and lacked the strength to effect any change, so he could only quietly wait for the massive war to arrive. Henry was looking forward to a change in the situation. On the 15th day of the 9th month, in the imperial capital, Ouyang Shua temporarily lacked the energy to concern himself with Europe. Instead, it was Di Chen who submitted a memorial stating that he had arrived in Europe and would soon visit the 6 dynasties. Ouyang Shua did not have high hopes for this matter. He would need a good opportunity if he wanted to dismantle the 2 organizations. On the other hand, Zhang Yi's first negotiation with the Mongol Empire left Ouyang Shua disappointed. Genghis Khan agreed to let the Great Xia army pass through the house of Ajadai, but he was unwilling to submit to Great Xia. The negotiation process came to a standstill. Ouyang Shua, being clear-headed, summoned Zhang Yi back and said, "They only have one chance. If they wish to negotiate again, they will have to send someone to the imperial capital." Currently, Ouyang Shua focused most on the war in Tibet. In the past few days, the 4 armies of Great Xia had gone all out, disregarding sacrifices as they sieged city after city. They had already broken through the first defensive line of Tibet and secured a stable frontline base. The 2 million Great Xia troops finally set foot on Tibetan soil. Meanwhile, the Ashoka dynasty's 500,000 guards and resources had all arrived in Tibet. Only then did the seismic battle between the 2 dynasties truly begin. Nearly 4 million troops were poised to fight a life-or-death struggle on the Tibetan plateau. The outcomes of both dynasties were on the line, and neither side would be able to take the loss. However, as their motives were different, the attitudes of both sides were different too. The Ashoka dynasty wanted to defend Tibet and protect their honor. As such, they were more conservative and let the enemy come to them. On the other hand, as the Great Xia wanted to reduce the strength of the enemy and wear them down, they were really proactive and all out. One attacking and one defending, the effects would obviously be different. Under Li_Jing's leadership and the coordination of the 4 marshals and various generals, the 2 million troops formed a solid line, pushing from east to west. Regardless of how many enemies stood in their path, they feared nothing. The battles were so intense, the cities that the Great Xia army brought down were in ruins, and some were even torn apart by cannon fire. Flames and smoke were everywhere. The Ashoka dynasty was vicious as well. Besides shipping grain from India, they plundered Tibet, annoying and filling with resentment. 9th month, 20th day, a Tibetan army attempted to rebel. Helplessly, their plan had failed to remain a secret and was discovered by the Ashoka dynasty army. They even fell into the Ashoka dynasty's trap, and 50,000 soldiers were killed just like that. 50,000 heads were piled up outside Lhasa city, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The moment this news spread, the entire Tibet was shocked. When Ashoka received the news, he declared, "Tibetans are abusing our kindness, they deserve to die." Since the damage was already done, he ordered to massacre the Tibetan royal family, placing Tibet under military rule. All young and healthy men were conscripted to help defend the city walls or sent to transport grain. Such crazy acts turned the entire Tibet into a living hell. However, Ashoka's madness did not mean he was foolish. From the attitude of the Great Xiao army, he could see that this war held more significance for the Ashoka dynasty, transcending the mere constraints of Tibet. If they lost, the Ashoka dynasty would never recover. He feared that if Great Xiao won, they would press their advantage and advance into Indian territory. Rather than allowing that, why not keep the enemy at bay? In this situation, the deaths of the Tibetans mattered little. Everything is done for war. If we win this war, even if we enslave all the Tibetans, they cannot resist. If we lose, everything becomes meaningless, Ashoka declared. Thus, he did not hesitate to wield his blade, squeezing out the last bit of fighting spirit from Tibet. Ashoka's cold-blooded methods proved immediately effective. With smooth logistical support, the Ashoka dynasty's frontline troops fortified the cities, their morale soaring as they leveraged their home field advantage to clash with the Great Xiao army. Now, to capture a city, the Great Xiao army had to pay a heavy price. To maintain morale, the four armies could only take turns, using legions as units to rotate in and out, much like training troops. Taking the Qing army on the right as an example, they formed 5 legions, with the remaining 150,000 troops serving as reserves. Why reserves? When the main legion suffered casualties, they would be replenished from the reserves, fully restocked by the next day. This strategy ensured that the legions remained in peak condition, their morale high despite heavy casualties. This method worked. Although the soldiers of the legion, in charge of the siege, could feel their brothers around them dying, when they returned to the camp, they could not sense that the camp was empty. Instead, they felt as though not many had died. Although this was a misconception, it served to calm them. As a result, the next morning, they could gather their spirits and charge onto the battlefield with their new comrades, fighting with energy and fervor. In such a training environment, only the true elite could survive. It was truly cruel, but this was the reality of the battlefield. In fact, from a broader perspective, the situation was even more. For instance, with the right wing, by the end of the 9th month, after just a month of sieging, less than 1/10 of the reserve forces remained. This highlighted the intensity of the war. These were the Qing elites, the others fared far worse. Especially the Middle Protector Army, which had 380,000 people, could only form for proper legions, with 100,000 acting as reserves. By the 25th day of the 9th month, their 100,000 reserves were completely used up. After paying such a heavy price, on the first day of the 10th month, the left wing, Middle Protector Army, and the Middle Army finally arrived under Lhasa City and successfully regrouped. Chapter 1264, Rumors Can Kill. In the 7th year, 10th month, and 2nd day of Gaia, at the Northwest Warzone Command headquarters in Chengdu, a month of siege had seen the Great Xiao army suffer 500,000 losses while killing 600,000 enemies and capturing 200,000. They had used an innumerable amount of grain. Moreover, most of the captured troops were Tibetan soldiers. These results confirmed that Jiasu's meat grinder operation lived up to its name. From an attacking perspective, achieving such outcomes was already remarkable. After all, both sides were using Imperial city guards, and the skill level was not vastly different. The Great Xiao army's strength lay in its famous generals, which the India region, with its shorter history, could not match. Although India is one of the oldest civilizations, its only notable dynasty was the Peacock dynasty. Following that, it was conquered and colonized by outsiders for a long time, with British colonization lasting nearly 200 years. With the left wing, middle, and middle protecting armies regrouping at Lhasa City, the Tibetan War officially entered its 2nd stage. The Northwest Warzone commander issued a series of orders. The Middle Protector Army would work with the Middle Army to formally besiege Lhasa City, while the left and right wings would continue westward to charge behind the city, cutting off the Ashoka dynasty's support to Lhasa City. Their goal was to capture Lhasa City within a month. As the imperial city of Tibet, Lhasa City was the only significant city on the Tibetan plateau. Its strong walls and vast area made it the central grain base of the Ashoka army. Breaking into Lhasa city would signal a significant victory for the Great Xia in the war. Without needing any explanation, everyone knew that Lhasa city would be the focus and that a heated battle would occur there. For this matter, Li Jing personally rushed the logistics to send a large number of cannons and siege weapons. They endured all the difficulties and hardships to transport these items to the front lines to aid the army's siege. Just as Li Jing was considering the frontline battle, advisor Sun Yu walked in once more. He had previously suggested bypassing the house of Ajudai to reach the enemy's rear and sneak attack their supply line, but the plan was rejected. As the war continued, Sun Yu suggested the plan twice more, only to be rejected each time. As they say, 3 strikes and you are out. Sun Yu was a smart person and knew that Commander Li Jing was not foolish. Since he was determined to fight head-on, he must have had his reasons. Moreover, the Imperial Court's lack of inquiry confirmed his suspicion. As such, Sun Yu did not bring up the matter again. However, to his surprise, Li Jing walked in at that moment, smiled, and said, "Advisor, the sneak attack plan on the supply line that you suggested can now be executed. Has the time arrived?" Sun Yu asked. Li Jing nodded. Yes. Close to half of the enemy troops have been eliminated. Now that we have surrounded Lhasa city, once we cut off their supply line, their million troops will be vulnerable. Sun Yu nodded. Tibet, Andhwa city. This was the first city taken by the right wing and served as the command center for the right wing. Thanks to the convenience of the communication compass, the warzone commander's orders reached Wang Jian quickly. He instructed the right wing to send a legion of elite cavalry to go through the house of Ajudai to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's grain path. Considering the Qing army's unfamiliarity with the land, Mongol guides would lead the way. Once they entered Tibet, Shanghai Guard spies would take over. Additionally, there were some battle details. As Wang Jian read, he gained a new appreciation for the planning ability of the Warzone Command headquarters and even Li Jing himself. In terms of military strategy, battle specifications, and duties, the Qing army could not match them. It was no coincidence that they could unify the mid-plains, Wang Jian mused. This was the first time he truly recognized Great Xia and the Imperial Court. Men. Present. Call Wang Ben over. Yes, General. Wang Jian naturally wanted to send his son on such a challenging mission. He would not feel at ease sending any other general, as they would need to penetrate deep into enemy territory and adapt quickly. Coincidentally, Wang Ben had recently withdrawn from the front lines, and he and his men were currently resting. Soon, Wang Ben rushed to the tent, bowed, and said, "Father." Consecutive days of fighting had tanned his skin, but this only highlighted the resilience and toughness of the Qing people. Having fought alongside his troops, Wang Ben bore 2 scars on his face, which added to his rugged appearance. "Take a look at this," Wang Jian said, passing over the order he had just received. As Wang Ben read the order, excitement showed on his face, and he declared, "Father, let me go. Rest for 1 more day before setting out." "Be careful," Wang Jian said. Though he did not speak many extra words, his final sentence revealed his deep concern for his son. Wang Ben was personally trained by Wang Jian, and the two shared a remarkably similar personality. However, when Wang Ben ventured into the wilderness, he was quite young and inevitably carried the sharpness and rashness typical of a young man. Historically, both of them achieved great deeds. After aiding Qin in establishing the nation, they withdrew from politics and vanished into the wilderness. It was only in the waning years of the Qin dynasty that Wang Ben's son, Wang Li, emerged. "Don't worry, father." Wang Ben felt a warm glow in his heart. The father and son stood around the map, meticulously discussing their travel route. In India, during the Ashoka dynasty in New Delhi, Ashoka was in a particularly foul mood. He had not anticipated that, despite deploying 1.5 million troops and vast resources, they would still be unable to repel the Great Xia army. each city lost on the front lines only deepened his anxiety and despair. Faced with such a dire situation, he was even tempted to lead the troops himself. However, the court officials dissuaded him, and he reluctantly set aside the idea. The officials explained, "It's not that the soldiers are not giving their all, but the enemy is simply too powerful." Only then did Ashoka realize that the strength of Great Zhou far exceeded that of the Ashoka dynasty. Without even considering other factors, just in terms of resources and grain supply, the Ashoka dynasty, despite divine assistance, could not compete with Great Zhou. Ashoka could not fathom how the Great Zhou civilians managed to transport grain to the front lines through all the mountains. After Great Zhou laid siege to Lhasa, Ashoka began planning their retreat. Ashoka was not a fool nor a blind soldier, so he would not sacrifice the fate of the dynasty to preserve their honor. He would not waste all their strength on the war in Tibet. After a few battles, the current state of Tibet, regardless of whether they could defend it or not, would likely result in ruins even if they managed to achieve victory. Apart from honor, Tibet held no value for the Ashoka dynasty. However, at this moment, rumors spread in India, stating, "Great Zhou has made Ashoka so afraid that he cannot sleep at night. In just a week, he will withdraw his troops." There were many versions of this rumor, and all of them mocked Ashoka. More shockingly, such rumors spread throughout the Ashoka dynasty overnight. From officials to civilians, everyone learned of this. Clearly, there were people behind these rumors with nefarious intentions, possibly to prevent the Ashoka dynasty from withdrawing their troops from Tibet. Although Ashoka saw through the enemy's plot, he had no choice but to fall into it. The rumors spread too quickly and became too prevalent, successfully igniting a common enemy mentality among the Ashoka civilians. If they withdrew their troops now, they would lose the people's support. Chapter 1265, The Strong Disarmament Plan in the World. This massive rumor storm forced Ashoka to the edge of the cliff. Under such public debate, Ashoka could not withdraw from Tibet but had to consider a way to defend it. At the very least, he needed to come to an agreement with the Great Zhou to explain things to his people. Otherwise, this storm would not calm. The instigators of these rumors were the Gupta and Peacock dynasty kings. They were planning in secret to launch a joint attack on Ashoka once the Battle of Tibet ended. Thus, how could they easily allow the Ashokati to withdraw from Tibet? Only if the Ashokati suffered heavy losses would they stand a chance of victory. In the process, the Black Snake Guard spies in India stirred the rumors. Thanks to the efforts of all three parties, the rumors spread rapidly. After much contemplation, Ashoka gritted his teeth and decided to send an additional 500,000 troops. At the same time, he ordered the defending troops in Lhasa city to hold out until the reinforcements arrived. Naturally, it would be best if they could defend the city. Even if they failed, Ashoka hoped to use the 500,000 troops to bring the majority of the army back to India. As long as the army survived, Ashoka would have no fear. To lessen the expectations of the civilians, Ashoka ordered the 500,000 troops to disguise as grain transporters to enter Tibet. Ashoka was concerned that if the people learned the dynasty had deployed 2 million troops but failed to defend Tibet, it would damage the authority and prestige of the dynasty. To avoid this, he decided to act discreetly. On the 5th day of the 10th month in the imperial capital, Ashoka placed Tibet under military control, treating the people harshly and exploiting them as he pleased. This sparked a public outcry in India, revealing underlying tensions. Ouyang Shua was filled with emotion, sensing that even the heavens were aiding Great Zhou. With these developments, the operation designed by Jiasu, known as the meat grinder, was likely to succeed. Moreover, the cooperation of the Peacock and Gupta dynasties could lead to miraculous outcomes for Great Zhou. The front lines received news that the Imperial Court had made progress on the disarmament plan. The Grand Council, Privy Court, and Administrative Mentor Court worked together to develop the largest disarmament plan in Great Zhou's history, which was also the most comprehensive military restructuring plan. Once approved by Ouyang Shua, it could be implemented immediately. A unique aspect of this disarmament plan was that it did not reduce the number of legion corps. Instead, it proposed reducing each legion from 70,000 to 50,000 troops, cutting 20,000 soldiers per legion. This was a significant change. Including the Guards Legion Corps, the Great Xia Army had a total of 19 legion corps, each comprising 5 legions. Along with the formations in Yingzhou and North America, this totaled 99 legions. Reducing 20,000 troops from each legion would mean cutting 1.98 million soldiers at once, which is 28.6%, or more than a quarter of the entire army. As such, after the disarmament, the structure of the Great Xia Army transitioned from its peak of 6.93 million to 4.95 million. The reduction was not merely a matter of shedding personnel but involved a complete overhaul of the army's structure. Transforming from 70,000 to 50,000 legions meant redefining the hierarchy and composition of the army entirely. Before the changes, the army was structured with men squads, platoon, 10 squads in a platoon, 5 platoons in a unit, 5 units in a regiment, 5 regiments in a division, which included a subordinate squadron of 1,000 men, and 5 divisions made a legion with 1 direct regiment. Post-disarmament, the squads remained as 10-man units, but were now grouped into 5 squads for a platoon, and the roles within the platoons were revised to better suit their missions, equipment, and training, breaking down into distinct roles such as infantry, cavalry, artillery, gunners and cannoneers, engineers, scouts, mechanics, logistics personnel, and medical staff. This platoon-level structure mirrored that of contemporary armies, and included all types of soldiers, be they combat or support roles, allowing for a more integrated and versatile fighting unit. Such an organization had 2 key benefits. It facilitated better coordination among diverse soldier types, allowing, for example, combined arms tactics at the unit level, making the army more adaptable and flexible. Each type of soldier brought unique capacities to the table, and their synergy could compensate for each other's limitations. The deeper the fighting model spread into the army, the higher its overall combat strength. The old styles, where an entire division or even an entire legion was a single soldier type, were unsuitable for the modern day, where new soldier types emerged quickly. They were destined to be eliminated. Clearly, Rome was not built in a day. How different soldier types worked together, the pairings, how to command them, how to solve logistical problems, and other issues had to be gradually addressed after the change was made. Once the change matured and succeeded, the Great Xia Army would advance to a new stage. Secondly, delegating logistical duties to the platoons enhanced the individuality and flexibility of the army. Before the change, the division level had 1,000 subordinate troops, mostly support soldiers such as engineers, logistical workers, and medics. Below the division level, there were no individual support soldier types. Previously, the Great Xia Army was accustomed to fighting in legions, so there were few issues. However, as war scenarios changed and regions and battlefields expanded, regiments and even units needed to fight independently. Consequently, support troops had to be properly arranged. The army's remodeling after Baiqi's arrival was completed in the first year of Gaia. 6 years had passed since then, and Great Xia had undergone earth-shaking changes. It was time for a new era. With the rich resources of Great Xia, the army could be equipped with various soldier types. This would not only increase flexibility but also enhance survivability and reduce mortality rates. Above the platoon level, a remodeling was also planned. A unit would consist of 6 to 10 platoons and 300 to 500 soldiers. Apart from combat platoons, a unit needed to have at least 1 logistics platoon. Based on the situation, other support roles such as chefs, medics, and scouts could be added. A unit would serve as the basic strategic level of the Great Xia Army. Similarly, based on the mission, the equipment and composition could be divided into infantry units, cavalry units, gunner units, cannoneer units, scout units, logistic units, and engineer units. One could see that, apart from machinery platoons not forming units, mechanics, chefs, and medics would not form units either. Instead, they would be equipped at the platoon level within units. A regiment would consist of 3 to 5 units and a support subordinate squadron of 2,000 men. This support squadron included engineers, scouts, mechanics, logistics, chefs, and medics. Typically, not all 6 support roles would be present, but they would adapt based on the actual situation. The regiment level would represent the Great Xia Army's advanced strategic level. Each regiment would have a regiment headquarters and a battle strategist. Based on the mission, equipment, and composition, regiments were differentiated into infantry regiments, cavalry regiments, gunner regiments, special forces regiments, logistics regiments, and engineer regiments. Given the current industrialization standards of the Great Xia, it was unable to equip a cannoneer regiment. Additionally, scouting was limited to the unit level and would not be scaled up to the regiment level, as that would be too wasteful. A division would consist of 4 regiments, an independent unit, and a support squadron, totaling 10,000 personnel. Following a similar logic, the independent unit would focus on battle logistics, technical support, and logistical supply, including engineer units, scouting units, and logistic units. The support squadron would consist of maintenance staff, chef platoons, and medic platoons. The division level would serve as the Great Xia Army's basic warfighting force, capable of independent combat and regional defense. Based on mission, equipment, and composition, divisions could be divided into sword-shield soldier divisions, cavalry divisions, and gunner divisions. It was evident that at this stage of history, spearmen and heavy swordsmen were becoming obsolete. In front of gunners, they were living targets and destined for elimination. Only sword-shield soldiers, clad in heavy armor, could effectively combat gunners due to the enhanced individual combat abilities of each soldier. Each division would have a department with a title and flag granted by the Legion Corps Marshal, as well as a special insignia. The division department would hold management authority over their forces, overseeing training and administrative tasks, including the selection of basic-level soldiers. Thus, a major general would rightly be called a general. A legion would consist of 4 divisions, a support regiment, and a support unit, totaling 50,000 men. The legion's independent regiments would include support forces such as engineer regiments, logistics regiments, gunner, sword-shield soldier, heavy swordsman, cavalry, and special forces regiments. Specific arrangements would be flexible, based on the situation, with the goal of maximizing cooperation among the various soldier types to enhance the overall combat strength of the army. The legion level would serve as the Great Xia Army's basic fighting formation, equipped with a legion department capable of leading the defense of a province. Unless during wartime, the 5 legions of a legion corps would not be housed together. Typically, a legion would comprise a variety of soldier types. Although the first-generation fighter jets were in production, it was not sustainable to establish an air force at the current scale. As for the Navy, they would only fight together during wartime and would not form a mixed Navy and Army organization. Before the military changes, when Great Xia entered a battle, it would often gather support troops from different legion corps to organize and send to war. A legion was the basic strategic warfighting force of the army and also the basic unit used to calculate war power. The number and quality of legions formed the metric used to measure the strength of an army. Simply put, the scale of a battle would depend on how many legions Great Xia deployed. Next was the legion corps level, the highest level in the army. The 5 legions under it would remain unchanged, and there would be an overall managing mechanism. This unit would determine the direction of the war and serve as a basic war unit. Not only that, but legion corps with relatively stable defense zones would also have headquarters, hospitals, and logistical centers to provide medical and logistical support. These were the core details of Great Xia's major disarmament plan. Rather than calling it a disarmament, it was more like using this opportunity to remodel the army. Ouyang Shua had mentioned long ago that the ultimate goal of disarmament was not to reduce troop numbers but to enhance the overall strength of the army. Du Ruhui, Zhang Liang, and others understood his intentions. Aside from the adjustment of the army structure, the plan also included specific details on which soldiers to remove, which types of soldiers to remove, and how to settle those removed soldiers. In the Great Xia Army, the Guards Legion Corps, Imperial Palace Guards, and City Protection Legion Corps were direct Legion Corps and held the highest rank. Next would be the Dragon, Tiger, Leopard, Eagle, Bear, Wolf, and Phoenix Legion Corps. After that, the border defense units such as the West Africa, East Africa, Hanoi, Halua, Nanjiang, Xinjiang, Hedong, and Beijiang Legion Corps, as well as the Yingzhou and South America formations, would follow. Below them would be the garrison divisions of the various provinces. At the bottom would be the reserve forces. From top to bottom, the Great Xia Army was structured in 5 layers, with the soldiers becoming progressively weaker at each level. Therefore, for this round of disarmament, 10,000 personnel from the Guards Legion Corps were to be let go, a waste of talent. The principle was that those cut from the top layer would replenish the next, and so on until the last layer. However, this was not yet confirmed. Du Ruhui drew a clear line during this round of disarmament, stating that the only sons, those who had served more than 5 years, and those with hidden illnesses must retire, even if they were from the Guards Legion Corps. Those with wives, negative records, or battle injuries were listed as primary targets for disarmament. Additionally, the plan included a ratio adjustment of soldier types. Due to the rise of firearms, the plan clearly stated that gunners, cannoneers, Air Force personnel, and combat puppet controllers should make up 60% of the army. Cannoneers and Air Force personnel, in particular, would see significant expansion in this round. Archers, spearmen, and cavalry were listed as primary targets for disarmament. Crossbowmen had already been replaced by gunners in the previous military reorganization. Among the cavalry, a new sub-soldier type emerged. These included light, heavy, war elephant, iron-armored beast, and a new gunner cavalry. The plan aimed to reduce the infantry ratio while increasing the proportion of support troops. The goal was for the Great Xia Army to become self-sufficient, eliminating the need to rely heavily on laborers for logistical support during major wars. Additionally, the difference in treatment between combat and support troops helped to reduce expenses. In conclusion, those removed from their positions would face one of 4 fates. They could be demoted, such as from the Guards Legion Corps to the Dragon Legion Corps, change soldier type, like from spearmen to gunners, change occupation, such as from cavalry to logistics soldiers, or transition from active service to the reserve force, receiving a retirement fee and leaving the military system. This was a massive undertaking, not only in scale but also in financial terms. The retirement fees for 1.98 million people alone would amount to 20 million gold. In principle, retired soldiers could choose their future jobs, and various offices were obligated to arrange suitable positions for them. The indirect costs were inestimable. Moreover, the retirement of 1.98 million soldiers at once also significantly expanded the size of the Great Xia's reserve forces. Effectively managing this new scale would pose an additional challenge. Along with the addition of 1.98 million reserve forces, Du Ruhui suggested establishing a military service department under the Privy Court to manage the reserve forces, surrendered soldiers, and soldier retirement. This would help to effectively manage these groups. He also proposed setting up relevant military service divisions in the Governor-General, Provincial Governor, Prefecture Governor, Prefects, and County Magistrate offices, all of which would be directly overseen by the Privy Court. His proposal would solve the retirement problem of soldiers and improve the management of reserve forces. The 1.98 million troops disarmed this time, along with those removed during previous reorganizations, would undergo military training as needed under the organization of local military service divisions. Therefore, in case of war, the Imperial Court could quickly gather 2 to 3 million trained soldiers, including experienced veterans, for the battlefield. No other dynasty, apart from Great Xia, had the necessary foundations to achieve this. Another benefit of establishing the military service department is that it would help manage the large number of generals. According to the new organizational structure, one division would be removed from each legion, leading to the loss of 99 major general positions. Additionally, a significant number of colonels, majors, and other ranks would have to retire. While the Imperial Court could provide a retirement sum to settle basic soldiers, these generals would require more appropriate treatment commensurate with their ranks. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their lives for the empire? Based on the plan, there are 3 ways to handle retired generals. 1. Transfer them to roles within the command headquarters, Legion Corps headquarters, Legion Department, Division Department, or Regiment departments. The latter 4 are the primary targets for this round of restructuring and need a batch of experienced generals. Secondly, they could join the military service department or various divisions within the offices. This was also a good option. Although they would be far from the front lines, they would still serve and wield significant power to a certain extent. Thirdly, they could be assigned to the Privy Court, Grand Council, or various law and order organizations. This required higher administrative skills and was not something ordinary generals could manage. However, if they excelled in this role, it would bring a significant influx of new talent to the Imperial Court. These 3 points could effectively settle the generals being released from service. If a suitable position could not be found among these 3 options, it would indicate that the general was not well suited for any of them. The third part of the plan addressed the restructuring after disarmament. Based on the empire's strategy, the main war zones could be divided into the mid-plains, Southeast Asia, South Asia, West Asia, North Asia, Africa, and South America. This meant that the empire needed to establish 7 war zones in the future. Currently, only the Northeast, Southwest, Northwest, and Africa war zones had been set up, so a significant adjustment was necessary. Adjusting the war zones involved the jurisdiction of the various legion corps. Though it seemed straightforward, it concerned many factors and was one of the toughest decisions Ouyang Shua had to make. Since the Tibet War had not ended and the Mongol Empire had not surrendered, China had not been fully unified. Ouyang Shua decided to defer the discussion of war zones until the end of the year. Of course, deferring this aspect did not mean postponing the entire plan. Ouyang Shua quickly reviewed the entire plan and sent copies to the cabinet and the provincial governors' offices. The cabinet was in charge of coordinating the military expenditure, while the provincial governor offices were responsible for the preparation and integration of retiring soldiers. They must ensure that the offices could provide appropriate positions when the soldiers retired. This disarmament impacted both administrative and military sectors, encompassing the entire empire. Ideally, it should commence as soon as practicable. Upon plan approval, apart from Tibet, Great Zhou avoided all wars. This rapid disarmament aimed to conclude before the spring of the following year. The initial groups were the Guards Legion, Imperial Palace Guards, and City Protection Legion. Before Great Zhou initiated unification wars, Ouyang Shua had pre-informed various warzone commanders and legion marshals about the impending disarmament. In the 7th month, when the 4 nations submitted and the Central Plains united, disarmament had propagated to the division level. Although the specific plan was not yet published, there was ample time to contemplate which troops would be the target of the disarmament. Consequently, once the plan was officially announced, the generals had a preliminary concept in mind. Ouyang Shua had every reason to believe that with the discipline and execution capability of the Great Zhou army, they could accomplish this significant disarmament and transformation before the 8th year, 3rd month. On the 10th month, 10th day, under the guidance of Mongol guides, Wang Ben led 70,000 elite troops to traverse the mountains and rivers, eventually arriving at the western tunnel between Tibet and Tukuf. This was the Tang-Tibet Ancient Tunnel. This ancient trail had a military fortress around it. The Mongol army had set up camp there. Due to its geography, the castle resembled those in the Shu lands. Once the army left it, they would enter the core area west of Tibet. At 11 a.m., Wang Ben's forces departed the castle under the watchful gaze of the Mongol army. As they passed, the deputy general moved beside Wang Ben and asked with concern, "Commander, why do I feel the Mongols are not looking at us very friendly?" Wang Ben smiled and replied, "The Mongols are forced by the empire to open a path for us, so it's natural they are uncomfortable. If they greeted us with smiles, that would be unusual." "But I still feel something is off," the deputy general said, puzzled. Wang Ben dismissed his concern and said, "Let's focus on completing the mission headquarters gave us. Sneaking an attack on their grain line won't be easy. A few days ago, we received intel that the Ashoka dynasty had deployed 500,000 more troops, but there's been no sign of them. Commander, don't worry. We can send more scouts and expand the scouting area. I don't believe they could blend into the environment that well," the deputy general said confidently. Wang Ben nodded, saying nothing more. Just as Wang Ben's forces entered the western part of Tibet, the 500,000 disguised troops from the Ashoka dynasty, having merged into the long grain transport line, crossed the border and moved east. If nothing surprising happened, these two forces would soon meet. House of Ajadai, Lulan City. After the Turkish Khanate was destroyed, its capital city, Lulan, became the capital of the House of Ajadai. Ajadai, the powerful lord who laid the foundations of the Yuan dynasty, had a grim expression as he asked, "Has father truly decided to pass the throne to our fourth brother?" "Yes, Ajadai." "Why?" Ajadai could hardly believe it. "I heard it's because you have already held the position of Mongol Khan. Genghis Khan is concerned about Great Zhou, which is why he chose Tolai," the official replied. "Great Zhou." Ajadai gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. Previously, when he received his father's order to make way for the Great Zhou army, Ajadai had already been deeply unhappy. Now, with this turn of events, Ajadai hated Great Zhou with a passion. "Ajadai, what should we do?" the official asked. Once Tolai ascended the throne, they would likely lose the house of Ajadai. Ajadai, a decisive ruler, muttered, "Since father has abandoned me, don't blame me for this." As he spoke, Ajadai issued a series of orders. The official was stunned and asked, hesitantly, "Ajadai, will that work?" "At this point, even if it doesn't work, it has to work," Ajadai declared. A formidable figure, once he made up his mind, there was nothing he feared. "At worst, we will flee to Persia." During the Mongol western conquests, the House of Ajadai had committed their absolute main force. The Mongol army always gave rewards based on one's contributions, so a large half of the cities obtained in the western conquering expedition were given to Ajadai. That would be their backup plan. 10th month, 13th day, west of Tibet. The vigilance of Wang Ben saved the life of the entire army. Morning, just as Wang Ben's forces were about to encounter the Ashoka dynasty army, the scouts sent noticed the enemy grain transport squad. In ancient times, to ensure the safety of the grain line, they would usually send an army to accompany the laborers to act as a bodyguard. Even then, the entire group would mainly consist of laborers that pushed the grain carts slowly up the mountain paths. Especially since this was the Tibetan land and not far from the Ashoka dynasty. Naturally, Ashoka would not be worried about sneak attacks, so there should only be a small number of bodyguards. However, the Qing scouts discovered that this grain group was different. They basically had a guard squad every few hundred meters. Besides that, there was something unusual with the laborers pushing the grain carts. According to the report of the scouts, more than half of the laborers were muscular, emitting a menacing aura, and their eyes shone with energy. The problem was that the ones in charge of transporting the grain were Tibetan civilians forced into labor. One could imagine that although they would be respectful, they would not be eager and filled with energy. Furthermore, after being tortured by the Ashoka dynasty troops, the food that they received would surely be terrible. There was no way that their bodies would be so healthy and strong. All signs pointed toward the fact that the so-called grain transport group in front of them were disguised Ashoka dynasty soldiers. Temporary camp in the commander's tent. When Wang Ben received the report, he smiled and said, "The enemy is so crafty, disguising themselves as a grain transport force. No wonder we couldn't find them, they had been hiding right under our noses all this time." After entering Tibet, Wang Ben had sent out many scouts to find traces of the enemy, hoping to avoid them. Their mission was to besiege the enemy's grain supply line, not to engage their main force. Now that the enemy was mixed into the grain transport troops, they had no choice but to fight. "Commander, this is a good chance to earn merit," the deputy general mused. Wang Ben smiled and nodded, saying, "That's true. The enemy hiding among the grain force means their weapons and armor are concealed on the grain carts. If we catch them by surprise, we can win easily. Order the troops to rest, we will go to war tomorrow." Wang Ben commanded. "Yes, Commander." The deputy left, excited. The next morning, after Wang Ben had his breakfast, the entire army mounted their horses and quickly proceeded to hide behind one of the hills. At the foot of the mountain was a route that the enemy grain supply line would have to pass. At 9 a.m., the Ashoka grain transport force appeared at the start of the path. Since they were traveling from the rear lines and had 500,000 imperial city guards defending them, the transport force had nothing to fear. They were so relaxed that they didn't even send out sentries and simply strolled along. "Commander, the enemy is here," the deputy reported. Wang Ben remained calm. "Wait a little longer." This place was not a valley, and Wang Ben's forces were unable to collapse the mountain to block the enemy's path. If they wanted to use 70,000 troops to defeat 500,000, they could not attack the middle, they had to try to separate the front and the back instead. If they did that, it was possible that the front and back of the enemy forces would be able to pincer them. Even so, Wang Ben did not want to take a small victory and only eliminate the enemy's vanguard. His plan was to kill 200,000 enemies before immediately retreating. After that, they would find more opportunities to disturb the enemy. However, at that time, the enemy would be prepared, and the disturbances would be a lot less effective because Wang Ben's forces would already be exposed. As a result, the first battle was their best chance, and they had to try to utilize it to its fullest effect. 2 hours later, the deputy reminded him, "Commander, it's about time." Wang Ben looked up at the sky. Seeing that it was close to noon, he nodded and said, "Mount your horses." "Yes, Commander." With a schwa, the waiting soldiers all mounted their horses. Instead of charging down screaming and announcing their presence, they swiftly climbed up the mountain and looked down from above. From their vantage point, they could see the traveling enemy. Fire! With the order given, the arrow rain was like a massive net that spanned several miles and covered the heads of the enemy. With the help of gravity, these arrows shot from above were like meteors crashing down. With low poochie sounds, they pierced the flesh of the enemy soldiers. Screams broke out all over. In the blink of an eye, many soldiers fell to the ground in pain. Sneak attack. Enemy sneak attack. The grain transportation forces were like birds that had heard a gunshot. The first to react were the completely equipped bodyguard force. They either knelt down or gathered into formations to shoot back in counterattack. The soldiers disguised as laborers took out their weapons from the grain carts. As time was of the essence, they did not have time to equip armor. Ancient armor was complicated and not something to be worn in a short amount of time. There were some true Tibetan civilians among them. Right away, they were so afraid, they hid under the grain carriages, shivering and praying to survive this ordeal. With no one to take care of them, all the animals cried out, some broke free and charged around the troops. Many grain carts were knocked down, and bags of grain fell. Some grain bags opened, and white rice flowed out, scattering all over the ground. The entire scene was chaotic. Wang Ben's forces used their geographical advantage to rain down from above. After 3 rounds, the enemy troops suffered heavy casualties, especially those soldiers disguised as laborers. Lacked any armor and died when shot. Fresh blood splattered all across the ground, mixing with the dirt and rice, impossible to separate. Facing such a situation, the attacked troops could only try to flee. Soldiers, laborers, and animals mixed together as they tried to escape. What an exciting mess. Mua Cow fell after being shot, crying out in pain. Rapida, move away. The escaping Ashoka dynasty troops did not hesitate, seeing laborers blocking their path. They raised their blades and cut down, stepping on corpses as they escaped. They are killing people, the soldiers are slaughtering the laborers. The laborers mostly came from the same area, and some from the same village. Seeing their friends being killed as they were treated like slaves filled them with resentment. This all exploded when they were on the brink of life and death. Go all out against them. Some of the laborers seized weapons and charged forward. Bastards, you still dare to rebel? Seeing the enemy soldiers' hesitation, they charged without hesitation. The enemy was not prepared for their determined resistance. As the enemy forces above did not even move, they fought with growing resolve, aiming to preserve their and the enemy's lives. Despite the overwhelming odds, they did not lose hope. The moment they climbed the mountain, the outcome was uncertain. Commander, the enemy is at the top of the hill, the officer shouted. Wang Ben stood, ordered, stop firing and get ready to confront the enemy. As the hill was steep, it was not a suitable environment for the cavalry to charge. If they charged down, they could kill the enemy, but there was also a risk they could fall off the cliff on the other side. Yes, Commander. Very quickly, Wang Ben's forces formed up, turned their horses around, and charged toward the backline. At this moment, the Ashoka dynasty's backline had just made it up the hill. Before they could establish a stable position, they had to face the thundering hooves of the Great Zhou army. Kill. The Qing army soldiers, who had suffered almost no losses, raised their spears and charged forward. Faced with this iron flood, the Ashoka dynasty army had no way to fight back. The soldiers only had time to let out desperate shouts before they were trampled into meat paste. Wang Ben's forces charged across the mountain peak like a bulldozer, clearing out the Ashoka dynasty troops climbing up the hill. They were either killed one by one or knocked off the hill, their fates unknown. This sent a chill down everyone's spine. The Ashoka dynasty army, which was climbing up, could not help but pause. Then, they charged up the hill with even greater speed. When people fought on a narrow path, the courageous side would emerge victorious. The enemy had already charged past. Now, they just had to charge up and form up. After that, they would surely be able to block the advance. As long as they managed to hold off the first wave, more of their allies would be able to charge up. The outcome of this battle was still far from decided. Chapter 1268, Surviving is my fortune, Death is my life. Wang Ben's forces surged to the top of the hill, completely overwhelming the first wave of enemies that managed to climb up. The true test had just begun. Stop. On the order, the charging cavalry soldiers tightened their reins, which wrapped tightly around their horses. Even then, it took several minutes for the entire army to come to a halt. Backline becomes the front line, continue to charge. The peak of the hill was narrow and steep, making it difficult for the cavalry to make large turns to change direction. They could only use such primitive methods, which inevitably wasted some time. Additionally, these actions meant that they would have to gather momentum anew. By the time the army turned around, a well-formed Ashoka dynasty army was waiting for them. They were densely packed along the peak, and one could not see their end. On the slopes of the hill, archers were closely gathered. Charge. Wang Ben's forces had no choice. They had to charge backward down the path, as it was the only way off the hill. During this time, the cavalry shook off the flesh, heads, and body parts hanging from their spears. After shaking their spear tips, blood splattered, and a cold glimmer shone once more. This was all the soldiers could manage. They did not even have time to adjust their armor, which had loosened and fallen out of position. Tapping their legs against their war horses, they began charging once more. As they charged, they adjusted themselves to find the optimal attacking position. They focused all their energy on the spears in their hands. Anyone they pierced would have no chance of surviving. An invincible momentum had gathered at the tip of the spear and would only stop after it saw blood. Kill! The Qing soldiers hollered in unison, exhaling foul breaths as they all accumulated their energies and auras. The Ashoka dynasty army ahead of them felt a mountain-like pressure bearing down on them. Moreover, the pressure carried a rumbling killing intent. It was as if they were trapped in a blood ocean, feeling suffocated and struggling to breathe. After just a month of fighting, the Qing army had managed to amass the spirit of an ironclad force, sending chills down everyone's spine. The Ashoka dynasty soldiers nervously adjusted their shields on the ground. Their right hands, wielding blades, dripped with sweat as they stared straight ahead. Their current nervousness was indescribable. Hold it! Hold it! Thankfully, the generals remained calm and kept the army in check. Get ready! The general raised his hand. He could faintly smell the pungent stench of the warhorse's breath and the sour aroma of trampled green grass. Fire! The general swung his hand forward powerfully, and a rain of arrows covered the sky. No matter how tough one was, flesh and blood could not withstand an arrow rain. Both Wang Ben's soldiers and their warhorses, charging at high speed, were struck, falling to the ground and unable to rise. At this point, no matter how skilled the cavalry, they could not make any evasive movements. Moreover, if they tried to dodge, they might collide with the cavalry on either side, making it far too dangerous. Therefore, they could only remain expressionless, ignoring the cries of the warhorses and the pleas for help from their comrades. They did not stop at all, galloping past them. The battlefield was merciless. They could only brave the arrow rain and continue the charge. In a short while, Wang Ben's troops had charged to the front of the enemy. Facing the rows of shields and the long spears poking out from the gaps, the cavalry soldiers did not even blink. The warhorses crashed into the enemy, and the spears in the hands of the soldiers either stabbed or pierced through. The two wings of the enemy soldiers were pushed back by people around them as they rolled down the hill, knocking right into the archers crouching on the slopes. This only increased the chaos, and curses filled the air. When the Ashoka dynasty army commander saw, his expression became really awkward and embarrassed. In hindsight, hiding the archers on the slopes was such a foolish idea. Let the archers withdraw and send the sword-shield soldiers, the commander decisively ordered. Yes, the archers withdrew like a flood, and the sword-shield soldiers hollered energetically and charged up. The two sides clashed with one another, and the sword-shield soldiers could not help but mock the archers, making the faces of the archers flush red. While the Ashoka dynasty army was disorganized, Wang Ben's forces had already penetrated. As the hilltop was narrow, either the infantry were knocked aside by the cavalry or the cavalry were mercilessly cut down by the infantry. There was no third possibility. The side that was able to hold out till the end would be the victor. The objective of Wang Ben's troops was clear to them. They just wanted to charge out to their triumph. Regardless of the price, this objective would not change. The hill was a steep _1. The commander's expression became really awkward and embarrassed when he saw the chaos. He ordered, "Let the archers withdraw and send the sword-shield soldiers." The archers quickly withdrew, and the sword-shield soldiers charged with renewed vigor. The two sides clashed fiercely, and despite the archers' efforts, the sword-shield soldiers could not help but mock the archers, whose faces flushed red with frustration and anger. Although the Ashoka dynasty's army was disorganized, Wang Ben's forces had already broken through the narrow hilltop. The cavalry either knocked aside the infantry or mercilessly cut down. There was no third possibility. The side that could hold out until the end would be the victor. Although they had killed many enemy troops, only 50,000 of them were left when the army finally charged back to their starting point. Even Wang Ben's deputy general had died in battle. Luckily, they won. Looking back at the mountain of corpses, the ocean of blood, and the chaotic scenes on the slopes and at the foot of the mountain, Wang Ben nodded in satisfaction before decisively ordering, "Withdraw." The remaining troops whizzed past from the other side of the hill, disappearing from the enemy's sight. Wang Ben's forces retreated just as the Ashoka dynasty army began to clear up the mess. Although they had not calculated the casualties, the commander's face was dark as he looked at the corpses scattered everywhere. The bodies on the mountain path even blocked the road. With his experience, he knew that at least 100,000 troops had been lost. Besides the loss of soldiers, a large amount of grain and resources had been scattered on the ground, mixed with blood and dirt during the chaos. These items could no longer be used. The commander wanted to cry, but no tears came. He ordered viciously, "Find the tracks of the enemy. If I do not kill them, I will have no face to see the king." Yes, the surviving Ashoka dynasty troops were similarly furious. In truth, the Ashoka dynasty army did not even need to search for them. In the following week, Wang Ben ordered the army to disrupt the enemy's grain supply line, sending large and small groups to disturb them. Large battles would start almost every day. The Ashoka dynasty army was unhappy and infuriated, but they were helpless against such tactics. Tibet was mountainous, with many ridges and hills and few open paths. There was just that one grain transport path, and they could not hide even if they wanted to. Furthermore, as they were in charge of transporting grain, their formation was inevitably stretched long. Facing the disturbances of Wang Ben's army, the Ashoka dynasty army could not react in a timely manner. Their front and rear forces could not assist one another. Each time after they managed to form up with great difficulty, the enemy troops would have already fled. After a week, not only did the Ashoka dynasty army lose close to 50,000 troops, but the grain they were transporting also suffered heavy losses. The commander realized that if this continued, they would be crushed by the enemy. 10th month, 21st day. Due to the aims of the disturbance basically being achieved, Wang Ben decided to launch the final assault today before heading back to the Tang-Tibet ancient path. After a week of battles, they had lost 10,000 more men, and the remaining ones were exhausted. Another mountain path, another sneak attack. The last sneak attack proceeded in an unusually smooth manner. The Ashoka dynasty army was in turmoil and did not have the ability to fight back, running all around and resisting without any discipline. However, this made Wang Ben feel uneasy. "Commander, something is not right," the newly appointed deputy said. "It is a little weird." Wang Ben was really decisive and ordered, "Immediately withdraw." "Yes, General," the deputy general was about to spread down the order. Unfortunately, it was already too late. From the path they had come from, many enemy troops suddenly charged out, blocking their path of escape. It seems like the Ashoka dynasty army commander had set up an empty city plan, gathering up the army in advance behind the grain-transporting troops to adapt to the situation. When the Qing army arrived, the Ashoka dynasty army swiftly moved to cut off their path of retreat. "We have fallen for their trap." Wang Ben's eyes froze up. For the first time, he held the enemy general in some regard. This was because the sneak attacks over the past week had gone too smoothly, which had made him subconsciously lower his guard. However, that was not all. At this moment, the shouts of battle erupted from behind the grain transport force. The troops gathered on the backlands had also charged forward, forming a front and rear pincer. "Commander, we've been surrounded," the deputy general exclaimed, a touch of worry in his voice. Wang Ben remained calm, a smile spreading across his face. "Hey, we are the troops of a fallen nation. Shouldn't we follow His Majesty to the end? Why fear death?" Even now, Wang Ben could not accept Qin Shi Huang's death. When they heard his words, the surrounding Qin soldiers silently agreed, their hearts in deepest emotions stirred. "Brothers, follow me. We charge out. To live is fate, to die is destiny. To live is fate, to die is destiny." The Qin soldiers' blood boiled with a stunning resolve to fight to the death. They were like undead warriors. Kill. Wang Ben was the first to turn his horse, charging in the direction they had come from. His image was unusually majestic. The Qing soldiers silently followed their commander. A massive slaughter was about to begin. Chapter 1269, The Front Path is Broken. Their attempt to break out was a trial by fire. After the enemy surrounded and blocked them, the 40,000 Qing troops tried to break out, striving to ensure as many as possible survived. By noon, the army finally succeeded in escaping. After breaking out of the encirclement, Wang Ben looked around at the small number of soldiers left, and was heartbroken within his eyes. Of the 70,000 who had set out with him, only 20,000 remained. "Brothers, let's go home," he shouted as the enemy continued to chase them. Wang Ben, however, did not have the time to linger over emotions. Over the next 2 days, one part fled while the other pursued, shifting them toward the Tibet ancient path. On the 10th month, 23rd day, at 2 p.m., Wang Ben's forces finally reached the castle. "Open the gates, quick, we are the Great Zhou army," the Qing soldiers continued to shout, but the castle gates gave no sign of budging. As they raised their heads, all they saw were the Mongol soldiers standing on the city walls, unresponsive to the cries of Wang Ben and his men. Wang Ben, the intelligent one, felt a heavy round. He spurred his horse and moved toward the front, before hollering, "I am Wang Ben from Great Zhou, why aren't you opening?" he shouted. "Aren't you afraid the Empire will demand answers?" His only reply was a deathly silence. His eyes froze. The situation was already clear. In a short 10 days, something had happened within the Mongol Empire that made them dare to bravely challenge the Great Zhou army outside the gates. "Commander," the deputy general walked over uneasily and said, "the enemy troops are about to catch up." Wang Ben took one last look at the castle before swiftly turning around and saying, "Let's go." "Where to?" the deputy general asked, somewhat anxious. "Keep going east until we meet up with the right wing," Wang Ben replied, having made up his mind. Worry clouded the deputy general's face. He wanted to say something but held himself back. They were deep in enemy territory, surrounded by obstacles in front and troops harassing from the rear. With only 20,000 men, and without food supplies, the task of breaking through was as arduous as scaling the walls of heaven. "We have no other choice," Wang Ben affirmed, remaining clear-headed. Since there were no other options, this had to be the best one. The castle ahead of them was easy to defend but difficult to take. Moreover, the enemy troops behind them were preparing to counterattack. Time was running out. Taking a step back, even if they forcefully took the castle, they would not be able to extricate themselves smoothly. Weighing the loss of baggage with the aggressors, the tenor of thousands of them set off eastwards. After the soldiers in the castle saw them go, they could only watch and pray. Their spirits were incredibly low. Wang Ben wanted to turn around and lead them all, his face truly dark. Tibet, Andhwa City. Upon hearing the news from his son, Wang Jian's face turned green with fury. "Scoundrel, if anything happens to my son, I will not forgive you." Losing composure was unusual for Wang Jian, who was usually calm. However, right now, he simply wished to lead his troops to assist his son. Luckily, after many years in the military, Wang Jian still managed to keep a shred of his rationality. Wang Jian knew the right wing alone might not save Wang Ben's forces. Moreover, if they acted now, they would commit the sin of disobeying orders, dragging the entire Qing army into trouble. Without hesitation, Wang Jian immediately contacted Commander Li Jing. When Li Jing received the report, he was truly surprised. "Is the Mongol Empire mad?" Wang Jian said, "Commander, please let me lead my troops west to meet Wang Ben's forces." Li Jing did not hesitate and replied, "Do not worry, General. Wang Ben went on a mission for our empire, so we will not abandon him. Not only your right wing, but the left wing will also enter the west." "Thank you, Commander." Gratitude appeared in Wang Jian's eyes. If both the left and right wings moved, their chances of success would greatly increase. Benner, you have to hold on. Wang Jian was truly anxious, praying silently in his heart. At the same time, left-wing Marshal Tian Dan received the same order and led his troops west to coordinate with the right wing to charge into the core land of Tibet. However, the difference in their orders was that Li Jing instructed Tian Dan to destroy all enemy forces in their path, creating an opportunity for the Middle Army to take down Lhasa city. Tian Dan naturally heeded the orders. Li Jing was truly a godlike general. Although an unexpected matter had occurred, he managed to sense an opportunity in the crisis and seized it, aiming to deal the enemy a fatal blow. Strictly speaking, Wang Ben's forces had already exceeded their mission. Not only did they disrupt the enemy's grain supply, but they also crushed the 500,000 reinforcements sent by the Ashoka dynasty. As a result, the tide of the battle favored the Great Zhou. The left and right wings were advancing west to rescue Wang Ben. At the same time, they would use this opportunity to sweep through the core area of Tibet, officially cutting off all reinforcements to Lhasa city. After this, Lhasa city would be theirs for the taking. With clear orders from the command headquarters, the Middle Army and the Middle Protector Army increased the intensity of their attacks. If nothing went wrong, the Tibetan War would end very soon. 10th month, 24th day, Imperial City. Early in the morning, Ouyang Shua received Li Jing's urgent memorial, and his face instantly sank in disbelief. That was because just the day before, Karakoram had sent a report that they would be sending an envoy to the imperial capital to discuss their surrender. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, such an event had occurred. Men. Present. Summon Zhang Yi. Yes, my emperor. Very quickly, Zhang Yi, who had just returned to the office, hurried to the imperial reading room. Greetings, your majesty. Ouyang Shua told him what had happened at the castle and asked, what are your views on this? Zhang Yi was astonished and hesitated before saying, I heard that Genghis Khan intended to pass the throne to Tolai. Could Ojadai's resentment be the reason he refused to let us pass at the castle? Ouyang Shua sighed. The Mongols are truly arrogant, unable to be tamed. Zhang Yi's heart trembled. Who knew how this matter would affect the Mongol Empire's surrender? This event might even cause the emperor to change his strategy toward the Mongol Empire. Ask them what is happening and tell them to give us an explanation, Ouyang Shua instructed. Yes, your majesty. Zhang Yi took this matter seriously and immediately turned to get it done. He could sense that a storm was brewing in the Mongol Empire. Chapter 1270, The War of Tibet is over. Mongol Empire, Karakoram. After receiving the letter from the Great Zhou Honglu Temple questioning the matter, Genghis Khan panicked for the first time. Rebel son, he exclaimed. Clearly, Ojadai was behind this, and his goal was to sabotage the peace talks between the Mongol Empire and Great Zhou to consolidate his position. In the end, Ojadai was not willing to listen to his brother, Tolai. As a mighty lord in history, this was a point of pride for him. Moreover, in history, Tolai was poisoned due to Ojadai's wariness. Who could guarantee that Tolai would not seek revenge once he ascended to power? Additionally, as a powerful lord raised on the grasslands, Ojadai was unwilling to bow down to Great Zhou. Doing so would bring great humiliation, which he could not accept. Not only Ojadai, but many other Mongols shared similar sentiments, especially the generals in the army. After a short while, the Mongol chancellor, Yelu Chukai, was summoned. How should we handle this matter? Genghis Khan asked. This was a difficult question for Yelu Chukai, and he hesitated before responding. By the tone of Great Zhou, the so-called given explanation would at least require sending the third prince to their imperial capital for them to deal with. Genghis Khan's expression darkened. He knew what explanation Great Zhou wanted, but hearing Yelu Chukai say it outright made him feel humiliated. We cannot do that, Genghis Khan shook his head. Ojadai's authority and prestige in the Mongol Empire were only second than Genghis Khan's. If the Mongol Empire had truly passed to Ojadai, the entire Mongol nation would not have been able to raise their heads high in the future. That's right, Yelu Chukai nodded, before adding, I heard that many generals resent Great Zhou. If we really order the capture of the third prince, the army would end up in chaos. That's why it's difficult, Genghis Khan continued, his voice tight with determination. This rebellion will not stand. I cannot help but scold this rebellion. Ojadai's actions pushed Genghis Khan to the back foot. It would not be too far-fetched to say that his actions pushed the entire empire to the edge of a cliff. One side was peace, and the other side was hell. Do you have any good plans? Genghis Khan asked, hopeful. Hearing that, Yelu Chukai knelt to the ground and replied, I should. I'm unable to help you with your worries. In front of absolute power, sometimes not having a solution had nothing to do. Genghis Khan asked, can we make it so that Great Zhou gives us a chance and hand over a border general to the south? To tie this off, Ojadai said, not only was he the head of the four heroes, but he was also Genghis Khan's playmate from when he was young. The meaning within Genghis Khan's words were clear. He was willing to sacrifice Boer Shu in return for forgiveness from Great Zhou to tie this past together. After listening to this, Yelu Chukai felt a cold sweat on his palms. This text seems to be a narrative or dialogue about historical events and figures, but it is quite disorganized and contains several grammatical and stylistic issues. I will clean it up and make it more coherent. Ojadai's authority and prestige in the Mongol Empire were second only to Genghis Khan. If the Mongol Empire had truly passed over to Ojadai, the entire Mongol nation would not have been able to hold their heads high in the future. That's correct, Yelu Chukai nodded, then added, I heard that many generals hate Great Zhou. If we really order the capture of the we can give it a try. Yelu Chukai did his best to calm himself down. Genghis Khan nodded in satisfaction and said, then go and do it. Yes, my king. Yelu Chukai turned around and left. His footsteps were truly empty and soulless. Genghis Khan looked at Yelu Chukai's back, his eyes shining with a cold gleam. The so-called explanation from the Mongol Empire failed to satisfy Ouyang Shua. The Wang father and son were not just generals of the right wing, they were also officers Ouyang Shua held in high regard. He had planned to give them significant appointments after the conclusion of the Tibetan War and did not want anything to happen to them. If Ojdi's selfishness caused the death of Wang Ben and left Wang Jian dissatisfied with the empire, how could the killing of one Boer Shu make up for that? While the Mongols cared about Boer Shu, Ouyang Shua did not. Ouyang Shua said expressionlessly, handle this matter, do not reveal any resentment. Understood. Zhang Yi, responsible for spreading the message, fell deep into thought. Despite his unwillingness to see it happen, tragedy eventually struck. On the 27th day of the 10th month, before Wang Jian's right wing could arrive, the remaining forces of Wang Ben were encircled by the Ashoka dynasty army. Unable to escape, the entire army was in trouble. Wang Ben, unwilling to be captured, killed himself on the spot. When Wang Jian heard the news, he was overwhelmed with sorrow, almost going mad. He led his troops in a fearless attack on the Ashoka dynasty army, initiating a massacre in the heart of Tibet. The current Qing army possessed the same fearsome aura as the one that historically conquered the 6 states. When Li Jing received the news, he sighed and ordered the left flank to prepare to support the right. He instructed them to ensure Wang Jian's safety, or he would be unable to face the king. Under the relentless assault of the left and right wings of Great Zhou, the Tibetan core region fell. Wang Jian led his troops to charge to the western border of Tibet. After retrieving Wang Jian's body, he cut off the retreat path of the Ashoka dynasty army. If not for a lingering sense of restraint, Wang Jian would have led his troops to storm the castle in vengeance for Wang Ben. On the 3rd day of the 11th month, the Central Army and the Central Protector Army finally captured Lhasa city. At this point, the Tibetan battlefield was under Great Zhou's control, and the despondent Ashoka dynasty army could only surrender. According to post-war statistics, after 2.5 months of fighting, apart from those who died in battle, 750,000 of the 2 million Ashoka dynasty troops had surrendered. Additionally, 250,000 Tibetan troops had surrendered. This reduced the Ashoka dynasty's forces from a peak of 4.5 million to 2.5 million, sharply diminishing its strength. In the future, the Ashoka dynasty would struggle to maintain its position in India, let alone expand. When they heard the news, the Peacock and Gupta dynasties were overjoyed. Almost simultaneously with the end of the Tibetan campaign, the Peacock and Gupta dynasties launched their attacks on the Ashoka dynasty. India witnessed its largest-scale internal conflict in history. After this war, the India region would see a reshuffling of cards. Although they emerged victorious in the Tibet War, Great Zhou had also paid a heavy price. Out of the 2 million troops, only 1.3 million survived. Among the armies, the right wing lost the most, with only 250,000 remaining, nearly half dying. Wang Jian's madness was simply terrifying. Apart from the 70,000 troops under Wang Ben, the latest casualties of the right wing came when Wang Jian led them west. In his state, Wang Jian did not care about the sacrifices. The Tibet battlefield was a true meat grinder. Fortunately, the surviving 1.3 million troops had grown through this war. Placed in any other dynasty, they could surely act as elites. However, Great Zhou was currently undergoing its largest-scale disarmament and did not have space for 1.3 million troops. How to arrange them had already been decided. The moment he learned of Wang Ben's death, Wang Jian could not suppress the pain and sadness in his heart. He directly sent a memorial to Ouyang Shua, pleading, "I have no other requests. I only hope to attack the house of Ajadai. As long as you agree to my request, I am willing to be loyal to the empire till death." Since Wang Jian had already said that, what more could Ouyang Shua say? Genghis Khan's half-heartedness made Ouyang Shua really unhappy, and he intended to deal with the Mongol Empire. Once Wang Ben died, he made up his mind. Wasn't Wang Jian's letter the best chance for Ouyang Shua to earn his loyalty? If he could make a god general like Wang Jian loyally serve the empire, it would be more worth it than anything. It appears there's a mix-up in the names and the sentence structure. Here's the corrected and cleaned version. Zhao Shua pretty much did not hesitate and agreed with Wang Jian's battle plan. Would you like to provide more context, or is there anything specific you would like to discuss or clarify about the characters or the battle plan? Wang Jian's plan was to deploy the surviving 1.3 million Tibetan troops on the Mongol battlefield. He wanted them to adjust their attack direction and move north toward the house of Ajadai. The Privy Court's opinion on this matter was divided. Du Ruhui argued that after the Tibetan War, the remaining 1.3 million soldiers were, strictly speaking, Great Zhou army soldiers unless they were disarmed. They had risked their lives on the Tibetan battlefield. Although it was for self-preservation, they had fought hard for the empire. They should be given the respect and dignity they deserved and receive proper treatment. How can we treat them as expendable and throw them onto the Mongol battlefield? Du Ruhui couldn't understand. Du Ruhui's words made sense. In response to the complaints from the Privy Court, Ouyang Shua chose a middle ground and clarified that the 1.3 million troops would be responsible for attacking the house of Ajadai. Once they succeeded, they would no longer be labeled as an expendable army. During the Tibetan War, either someone had leaked the information, or outsiders had guessed correctly. People referred to the 2 million troops sent to Tibet as an expendable army. This insulting term understandably made one's heart cold. When Ouyang Shua learned of this, he immediately sent people to investigate. Only after capturing the rumor-mongers did the storm subside. If the controversy had continued and spread to the front lines, who knows what chaos it would have caused. Ouyang Shua, as the final decision-maker of the operation, stepping in to quell the rumors seemed somewhat disingenuous. However, politics are complex. As a ruler, Ouyang Shua had to navigate such conflicting choices. His hands were far from clean. Ouyang Shua only wished his conscience would be clear in the end. The house of Ajudai housed the troops of Ajudai, Boer Shu, and Qi Laowen. After suffering losses while attacking the Persia Empire, their overall strength stood at about 550,000, and they were mostly cavalry. Facing 1.3 million troops, the House of Ajudai had no chance of winning. As for potential support from the Mongol Empire, Great Zhou had considered this long ago. When Ouyang Shua agreed to Wang Jian's plan, the Privy Court issued an order to the Eagle, Hedong, Beijiang, and Phoenix Legion Corps to suspend their disarmament temporarily. If the Mongol Empire attempted to aid the House of Ajudai, they would launch an attack. Now, it all depended on Genghis Khan's decision. On the 10th day of the 11th month, Wang Jian led his troops to capture the castle, advancing his forces into the Tang-Tibet ancient path, marking the start of the House of Ajudai's war. The 1.3 million troops then split into 4 groups and moved northward into the House of Ajudai. When Ajudai received the report, he was not nervous. He ordered his troops to form defenses and galloped around the Mongol Empire, rallying the troops who favored war and using this opportunity to recruit more soldiers to fight against Great Zhou. Suddenly, the Mongol Empire became quite restless. At that moment, the first and second princes, Chagatai and Joki, sent letters to Genghis Khan, urging him to send forces to assist Ogedai Khan in his fight against Great Zhou. Sons of Mongol can only die standing, not live kneeling, Joki said. Suddenly, the Mongol Empire grew restless, and more people sought battle. At such a time, even Genghis Khan found it hard to control the situation. Joki's words became the motto of the Mongol people. On the 12th day of the 11th month in Karakoram, the imperial palace, Genghis Khan's expression was unusually serious. He had not expected the empire to disregard Great Zhou so much, with the tide of people demanding war nearly overwhelming the palace. If this continued, a coup would be inevitable. Tolui, facing Genghis Khan, wore a complex expression. When Genghis Khan decided to pass the throne to him, Tolui was summoned from the southern border to Karakoram. Tolui, what is your view on this matter? Genghis Khan asked. Just as he posed the question, both of them faintly heard shouts from the streets outside the palace. Those were the people who wanted war. Tolui clenched his teeth and said, Father, we cannot go against the people's will. Genghis Khan's eyes hardened. Even you agree to fight Great Zhou? You do not want the Khan position? Father, I am a warrior. I do not truly desire the throne, but the situation forces my hand. Compared to the throne, I value the spirit of our Mongol people more. Can only die standing, not live kneeling? Genghis Khan's eyes became inscrutable. Tolui nodded and said, Can only die standing, not live kneeling. At that moment, Genghis Khan seemed to age several years, showing signs of weariness. He slowly closed his eyes. When Tolui saw this, he felt really uneasy. The 4 princes and all the generals feared Genghis Khan. After a long while, Genghis Khan slowly opened his eyes. In his cloudy eyes, there was not even a trace of hesitation. There was no more lethargy, weakness, or yielding, there was only a steel-like determination. Since that's the case, let's go to war. Genghis Khan stood up and looked out at the white clouds. These blue skies and white clouds bear witness to the Mongol warriors. With fresh blood, we will protect the lost. Yes. Tolui nodded his head. The blood in his body was boiling. On the 13th day of the 11th month, the Mongol Empire ended all negotiations with Great Zhou. This also meant that before the arrival of winter, the only 2 empires left in China would have a life-or-death battle. Without any words being exchanged, the Eagle, Xian, and Genghis Khan, with their combined forces, crossed the frozen Mongolian plains from 4 paths. In Ouyang Shua's words, Great Zhou would never allow any enemy to penetrate their borders. Defending the enemy outside of their doors. This was Ouyang Shua's basic requirement for the Great Zhou army. All of a sudden, the flames rose in the north once more. Ouyang Shua had seen through all of this. A month earlier, he could feel that this war was unavoidable, which was why he told the 4 Legion Corps to prepare themselves. The grain supply had been prepared long ago. Apart from the 500,000 troops of the House of Ajadai, the Mongol Empire had 800,000 split up in the north, south, east, and middle. They were definitely unable to cope with the 4 Legion Corps of Great Zhou. Not to mention, behind these 4 were the Leopard and Tiger Legion Corps serving as reserve forces. In this war, the Mongol Empire had no chance of winning. They only considered how to maximize the price that Great Zhou had to pay to take them down and unify China. As the war took place in the north and it was already the 11th month, this conflict was destined not to last long. Otherwise, once winter arrived, both sides would face dire situations. Bear with it, it's just this one left, Ouyang Shua sighed as he settled the post-war Tibet matters. After taking suggestions from the cabinet and drawing on historical precedents, they decided to rename Tibet as Shihuang Province, with its capital naturally being Lhasa City. Shuanan Province's Shuanzhou Prefecture Governor, Bao Shuya, was promoted to Shihuang Provincial Governor. Bao Shuya was a long-serving minister of the empire and had once competed with Fan Zhengyin for the Shuanan Provincial Governor position. In terms of both experience and ability, he was well suited for this role. Some observant individuals noted that along with Bao Shuya's promotion, none of the 5 prefecture governors of Shuanan province were historical figures. Ouyang Shua's third uncle, Wuzhou Prefecture Governor Ouyang Heng, also shone brightly in Shuanan. Is this a coincidence, or did His Majesty plan it? The officials only dared to ponder this question in their hearts. With the empire's conquest of Tibet, Ouyang Shua finally fulfilled his promise to Wufu and established the Zhejiang Governor-General House. The Jiangchuan provincial governor position he left behind would be taken up by Jiuzhou Prefecture Governor Sima Guang. With his ability, running Jiangchuan province would not be a problem. The Zhejiang Governor-General's office currently oversees only the Zhejiang and Xihai provinces, with its administrative center in Lhasa City, radiating influence across the entire Western Territory. As for the Shu lands, based on the empire's long-term strategy, it would not be placed under Zhejiang. In fact, on the empire's map, the Shu lands are considered part of the core area. Following the establishment of the Zhejiang Governor-General's office, Mulanyu, Baihua, Gongchengshi, and Wufu have all received their rewards. Fengqiuwang will likely be next, and Xiangba will naturally be arranged for in the future. With the establishment of the Zhejiang Governor-General's office, the Northwest Warzone headquarters will move from Chengdu to Lhasa City. The Bear Legion, led by Zhuozongtong, will be redeployed to Shihuang Province. Their primary mission will be to manage the 1 million prisoners. Ouyang Shua has already issued orders to disarm the war prisoners and send them to construct the 2 major roads connecting Lhasa City to the Shu lands in Xihai. These roads are crucial for the empire's governance of Zhejiang, so significant attention has been given to this project. For this task, the war prisoners are the ideal labor force. While they cannot be treated like slaves, as long as they are provided food and warmth, they can be directed to work. In addition to these 2 roads, Ouyang Shua is also planning to build 2 more roads from Shihuang Province to the Peacock and Gupta dynasties, preparing for potential future conflicts. In Asia, India is a target that Ouyang Shua must address. For this, Ouyang Shua had already quietly buried a landmine for both the Gupta and Peacock dynasties. Esteemed to attack but heavy to local resistance, which made the enemy must to retreat with affairs that took severe. They requested to appoint him as Secretary General, came after much deliberation. Or after much deliberation, the cabinet recommended him as Secretary General. Given Fubai's proficiency in both management and military matters, the cabinet wanted to appoint him as Shuai's General House Secretary General, which happened after many meetings. In summary, Fubai, a famous minister of the North Song, worked on governmental reforms with Fan Zhengyin and after the reforms failed, he was moved to Qingzhou and Yunzhou to help civilians affected by disasters. reappointed as chancellor in the second year of Zhi He, and was tasked with diplomatic missions to the Liao country, where he gained knowledge of West Xia's affairs. Given his experience and proficiency, the cabinet recommended him as the Secretary-General for the Xi's General House, after many discussions. On the other hand, Chaghatay's forces were camped at the northeast border, coordinating to defend the eastern border of the Mongol Empire. Their opponents were the Great Zhou Beijiang and Phoenix Legion Corps. Under the leadership of Deputy Marshal Qin Yuqing, the Beijiang Legion Corps entered Beijiang province, ready to engage Boerhu's troops. Meanwhile, Guozi led the Phoenix Legion Corps to enter western Liaojin province, charging toward Chaghatay's forces. At 9 a.m., the 1st Legion General of the Beijiang Legion Corps, Zhang He, led 20,000 elite cavalry as the vanguard to clash with Boerhu's main force on the vast grassland. As one of the 4 heroes of the Mongols, Boerhu was skilled in cavalry battles. Upon learning that the Great Xia's vanguard troops were all cavalry, he gave no orders and simply charged forward. Kill them all. Boerhu led the charge on his horse, racing toward the enemy. Would Zhang He, one of the top generals of the Three Kingdoms era, be a coward? Without a second thought, he too led his troops forward. In reality, the Great Xia cavalry excelled in warhorses, equipment, and tactics, far surpassing the Mongol cavalry. The Mongolians, unaware of this, still believed they were the best in the world. This battle proved otherwise. Facing 40,000 Mongol cavalry, Zhang He's forces held their ground, fighting the enemy to a standstill, causing Boerhu's face to turn red. This was a blatant insult. The so-called Mongol Iron Cavalry had no reason to be arrogant in the face of the Great Xia cavalry. The face of the furious Boerhu turned dark. He wanted to save a bit of his dignity, so his killing intent toward Zhang He's forces erupted. He ordered the main force to attack the enemy. At the same time, he commanded the 2 wings to join the main force to surround the enemy. Strictly speaking, this was the first battle between the Mongol Iron Cavalry and the Great Xia cavalry. The enemy's strength had exceeded Boerhu's expectations. To boost his troops' morale, he had no choice but to stop at nothing to destroy the enemy, allowing them to regain some pride and dignity. Otherwise, the outcome would be extremely detrimental. Boerhu wanted to go all out, but Zhang He was not interested. After all, he had a mission to accomplish. Hearing the spies report that the enemy's right and left wings were moving toward them, Zhang He grinned. They had completed this mission so easily, which was beyond his expectations. Retreat. Zhang He did not hesitate and immediately gave the order to retreat. Chase. Seeing the enemy retreat, Boerhu immediately guessed that they might have learned of the movement of the wings. More importantly, he could not let the enemy escape. If he did, where would his dignity go? Speed up the 2 wings and rush over to join the main force. Originally, Boerhu intended to have the 2 wings encircle the enemy's rear. However, seeing the enemy retreat, his plan would not work. So, they might as well chase them directly. The 2 armies, one chasing and one fleeing, galloped across the vast Mongolian grassland, creating a spectacular sight. In the blink of an eye, noon arrived, and the 2 armies had traveled over 100 miles. This speed was something that infantry troops could never achieve. In this regard, the cavalry truly deserved their pride. Shortly after, Zhang He's troops encountered a small, hilly region. The hills, rising and dipping like green bubbles on the grassland, presented a majestic view. Without hesitation, Zhang He charged into the hills, disappearing from Boerhu's sight. Boerhu wasted no time either. He immediately ordered his army to pursue the enemy. On the vast grasslands, even the hills did not exceed 35 meters in height. Moreover, there were no trees, making it impossible to set up an ambush. Thus, Boerhu had no fear. However, once his troops entered the area, he realized something was amiss. He saw many shadows atop each hill, revealing a large number of Great Xia troops and simple defensive works. Clearly, this was the enemy's carefully planned final battle location. When Boer Hu saw this, he did not panic but instead laughed and said, "I did not expect the Great Xia army to be so foolish. They think such small hills can block our attacks? How immature." Logically, 35-meter-high hills were not ideal for an ambush. One could neither effectively ambush the enemy nor survive for long without water. Boer Hu wasted no time and ordered his army to spread out and besiege each hill. The hills on the grassland had relatively gentle slopes, and with the skills of the Mongol cavalry, they could easily charge up without dismounting. Charge! Boer Hu personally led his troops to attack Zheng He's forces ahead. At the same time, he ordered the two wings to remove the nails from the tops of the hills. The entire hilly region contained no fewer than 100 such hills, closely packed together. At the foot of one hill, 1,000 Mongol cavalry soldiers valiantly launched their charge. Their crescent-shaped knives glinted with a chilling gleam under the midday sun. When the commander on the hill saw this, he calmly ordered, "Fire the cannons." Boom! 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 The cannons, which had been arranged on the hills earlier, were fired instantly. The leading cavalry immediately fell to the ground. The advance of the entire group slowed. However, the Mongol cavalry were fearless like a pack of wolves and pressed on through the cannon fire. On such a short hill, they reached the top before a second round of cannon fire could be discharged. When the commander saw this, he calmly ordered, "Gunners, ready. Fire." Crack! 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 Rapid and dense gunfire erupted. Bullets were discharged in a relentless stream. The formidable Mongol cavalry proved weak against the Great Xia army's rain of bullets, falling in rows like wheat, unable to cause any damage. In the face of firearms, the Mongol cavalry, still reliant on cold weapons, were destined to be slaughtered. Indeed, it was a slaughter. The Great Xia firearms had evolved from primitive blunderbusses to relatively advanced matchlocks and now to the current flintlocks. Unlike the cumbersome matchlocks, flintlocks featured a spring-loaded arm with a flint stone. When the rotating arm was turned downward, the flint stone would strike the steel plate in the gunpowder chamber, causing sparks to fall into the gunpowder chamber and ignite the gunpowder derivative. Since it relied on flint to light it up, this gun was called a flintlock. Compared to the matchlock, the flintlock was safer and more reliable. Its structure was simple and it was easy to reload. One flint stone could last for 30 rounds, and even allowed for the possibility of firing successive shots. Such pros allowed the flintlock to be commonly used for 300 years. The flintlock did not leave the stage until the creation of more advanced percussion guns. Currently, the research and development of percussion guns in Great Xia had reached a critical stage, and experimental products were being created. They had not reached the stage required to produce percussion guns. Even then, the power of the flintlock was enough to send a chill down the spine of the enemy. The cannons and firearms worked together. At the same time, they made use of the beneficial geography to fire down upon the Mongol not like cavalry that above of the like babies, unable to take a hit. Even if elite cavalry managed to charge up, a row of sword-shield soldiers would be waiting in front of the gunpowder. The Mongol cavalry had no way to proceed forward. The small hills became a massive nightmare for the Mongol cavalry. The current Boer Xia had already led his troops deep into the hills. When the messenger reported that the two wings had suffered heavy casualties while surrounding the hills, his expression became really complicated. How did that happen? Boer Hu could not understand. The messenger, still in shock, replied, "General, the enemy has set up cannons on the mountains, and they have many gunners. Their killing power is shocking, and we cannot charge at all." Boer Hu felt a chill in his heart. Finally, he realized that the enemy's trap was not so simple. "General, let's retreat," the deputy suggested. Boer Hu's face darkened. After a long pause, he said, "No, we cannot." For the Mongol Empire, this was a war with no way out. If they did not win, they would be wiped out. The deputy, anxious, said, "Then let's break out of this hill. We cannot let the men die for nothing." "That's a good idea." Boerhu was not stubborn this time. Unfortunately, this was a carefully constructed plot by Qing, and he would not allow the enemy, who had fallen into it, to escape so easily. Just as Boerhu's troops charged out of the hill region, they found the Great Zhou army already waiting for them around the hill. Chapter 1273, Cavalry will not die, it will only take another form. Although the hill region seemed to be filled with war castles, there were actually not many Beijiang Legion Corps soldiers there. Most of the soldiers were stationed at the entrances and exits of the hills. A line of cannons had been prepared at every exit, followed by gunners and 2 wings of sword and shield soldiers providing cover. Beside the sword and shield soldiers were the cavalry. For the Mongol cavalry, which had suffered heavy casualties, breaking through such a defensive line was nearly impossible. Beijiang Deputy Marshal Qing called this place the grave of Boerhu's forces. Cannons sealed the exits, and bullets rained down. The 130,000 Mongol cavalry troops were trapped among the hills. If they moved forward, they would die. If they retreated, they would still die. Nothing was more hopeless than this situation. In just one afternoon, nearly 70,000 cavalry troops were buried under the bullet rain. Those who barely managed to charge out had to face the pursuing cavalry and infantry of the Beijiang Legion Corps. There was no escape, no hope. At 5 p.m., Boerhu was struck by a cannonball fragment and was severely injured. The soldiers wanted to carry him to safety, but he refused. This Mongol general, carrying his heavily wounded body, launched his final charge toward the enemy. With the death of Boerhu, the remaining Mongol cavalry finally lowered their proud heads and surrendered to the Great Zhou army. In just one day, the Beijiang Legion Corps had crushed one of the 9 forces of the Mongol army. The moment this news spread, the entire Mongol Empire was stunned. In Karakoram, at the palace, Genghis Khan nearly lost his footing when he received news of Boerhu's death and the destruction of his forces. His face turned ashen white as he murmured, "How is this possible? How?" This outcome was something Genghis Khan could not accept. As he looked at the intelligence report, a chill spread through him, affecting his entire army. Facing such a formidable Great Zhou army, could the Mongol army, consisting primarily of cavalry, stand a chance at winning? The renowned Mongol Iron Cavalry was now facing an unprecedented opponent. When Tolui saw this, he asked, "Should we enlist the young men into the army?" In Mongolia, everyone was required to serve, so they could gather nearly 100,000 more troops if they wished. Clearly, Tolui was not confident about this battle and wanted to bolster their forces. "Let's leave some seeds for our people," Genghis Khan said, waving his hand in exhaustion. Facing such an opponent, enlisting troops now would just be draining the lifeblood of the Mongol people. "We are the ones who caused this problem. Let's not have our people die with us," Genghis Khan said, closing his eyes in pain. When Tolui saw this, he felt regret for the first time. If it weren't for his support of the war against Great Zhou, today's defeat might not have happened. They wouldn't have dragged the Mongol Empire into a bloody abyss. Tolui even felt resentment toward Ojidai. However, what's done is done. Since they had declared war and Great Zhou had responded, there was no room for peace. They had only 2 paths ahead of them. They could either bow their heads and serve, or they die with their pride. Not only the Mongol Empire, but the Great Zhou army, too, felt surprised at the unexpected strength of firearms. Many of the generals did not expect the firearms to be so overwhelmingly powerful. In this round of disarmament, they clearly discussed increasing the number of firearm-type troops and reducing the number of cold weapon troops. In truth, many of the generals in the army did not understand this decision. There were many people who opposed the disarmament process. However, after detailed reports of the battle at the unknown hill were revealed by the Privy Court, the generals and soldiers who were hesitant and inconsistent lost their voices and cooperated to complete the disarmament. When Ouyang Shua received the report, he put on a happy countenance and immediately decreed to promote Qin Yuqing to Beijiang Legion Corps Marshal. He had advocated for using firearms to remove the greatest obstacle to the military disarmament. Qin Yuqing, who hailed from Taiping country, was well versed with firearms. As expected, he did not let Ouyang Shua down. Qin Yuqing made use of the special environment and targeted the weakness of the Mongol cavalry to craft a suitable firearm tactic, becoming famous in one battle. The olden phrase was true, seeing is believing. The Great Xia generals, who had never seen the strength of firearms, unavoidably had a bias against these new weapons. Some even stubbornly felt that cold weapons were the core. Due to the differences in experiences and the limitations of their eras, it was not surprising for some generals to have such thoughts. Ouyang Shua understood these thoughts but could not agree with them. The battle at the unnamed hill was like the first blood that awakened these stubborn generals. They truly focused on the power of firearms and learned to adapt to the times. Even the Marshal of the Guards Legion Corps was inspired. Undoubtedly, this battle had the greatest impact on Huatsubing. After all, Huatsubing was a cavalry genius, and his Guards Legion Corps were mostly composed of cavalry. He had helped the empire and earned much merit, deemed the brightest pearl in the empire's crown. However, he now found himself in an awkward position. Was the tragic fate of the Mongol Iron Cavalry a sign of the future for the Guards Legion Corps? This round of disarmament saw 100,000 troops removed from the Guards Legion Corps. Half of the remaining cavalry had to change roles, especially the light-armored soldiers, who had to become gunner cavalry. Although Huatsubing's confidence was greatly shaken, Ouyang Shua had high hopes for him. Huatsubing excelled in lightning-fast battles and long-distance sneak attacks. In the post-cavalry era, such tactics still possessed unique value. Especially in the modern world, where there is much room for application. For example, the Air Force, often seen as the cavalry of the sky. Additionally, there were motorized forces such as tanks and heavy armored units with high mobility, which were essentially enhanced cavalry. The only difference was that warhorses had been replaced by machines. Generals like Huatsubing, with their distinct and specialized combat styles, would always find a place. Cavalry will not die, it will only take another form. Ouyang Shua consoled him. Ouyang Shua had already instructed the Army University and the Navy University to use this opportunity to train and develop advanced generals and to train the current generals in firearms. Huatsubing was the first general to sign up. This unnamed hill battle was not an isolated incident, it was just the beginning. On the 19th of the 11th month, Ghos led the Phoenix Legion Corps to strike Chaghatay's troops, killing 30,000 of them. At this point, the eastern part of the Mongol Empire was lost. On the 20th, Li Mu led the Eagle Legion Corps to attack Mukhali's troops, killing 50,000 of them. Mongol General Mukhali died in battle. On the 23rd, the newly appointed Ho Junji led the Hedong Legion Corps to fight Joki's troops, who had moved south, killing 20,000 of them. The southern defensive line of Mongolia was lost. In just 4 days, the Mongol Empire lost more than 100,000 troops. Although the three armies did not create a miracle like Qin Yuqing, with the coordination of guns and cannons, Great Xia completely suppressed the Mongol cavalry. One must understand that these three battles were fought on the grassland. The vast Mongolian grassland was the main battlefield, the place most suitable for the Mongol cavalry. Yet, the Mongol Iron Cavalry was forced to flee in defeat. Pure cavalry was destined to be eliminated in the 7th year of Gaia, with the rise of firearms. Chapter 1274, 6 countries destroyed, 4 oceans under one. On the 24th day of the month, the 4 armies of Great Xia marched toward the capital of the Mongol Empire, Karakoram. Their aggressive advance indicated their determination to end the Mongol Empire before winter. On the 27th, Ghos led the Phoenix Legion to engage Chaghatay's forces once more. This time, Ghos did not give Chaghatai any chance and completely annihilated his forces. Chaghatai himself also died in battle. At this point, a prince and 2 generals from the Mongol Empire had perished, and the empire's eastern defenses had been thoroughly broken. When Tolui learned of his second brother's death, he ignored Genghis Khan's attempts to stop him and personally led troops out of Karakoram to fight the Phoenix Legion. He was determined to avenge his brother. The outcome was brutal. On the 2nd day of the 12th month, Tolui's forces were ambushed by the combined forces of the Phoenix and Beijiang legions, suffering heavy casualties. Tolui himself was severely injured and managed to break out of the encirclement only with the protection of his personal guards. However, before he could return to Karakoram, he died from his injuries due to ineffective medical treatment. On the 5th day of the 12th month, Joki's troops, which were heading toward Karakoram, were surrounded by the Hedong and Eagle legions. Joki failed to break out and was slain by the Eagle legion's general, Shihuang. The Mongol Empire's defenses were now completely shattered. After learning about Tolui's death, Genghis Khan could no longer bear it. He lay in bed, resting, suffering from a grave illness. When news of Joki's condition worsened, Genghis Khan spat blood and fell into a coma. Karakoram instantly descended into chaos. The faction that favored surrender held the upper hand, especially the Mongol nobles who were corrupted and swayed by wealth and influence. If Karakoram lacked Genghis Khan's personal guards, the disorder would have been even greater. On the 12th month, 6th day, Genghis Khan, who had barely woken up, could not handle the successive deaths of his sons and other family members. In the dead of night, he struck down many enemies. The moment the news of his death spread, Karakoram immediately plunged deeper chaos. On the 12th month, 26th day, the Phoenix Legion and Beijiang Legion Corps were sufficient to overcome the internal turmoil. The Phoenix and Beijiang Legion Corps could effectively dismantle the remaining opposition, ensuring total control. The Mongol cavalry, though skilled at raid, found the cities hard to defend. After Genghis Khan's death, the Mongol forces were as disordered and unpredictable. They fought to the death without concern for their survival. Confronted with such a disordered army, Guizhi's force moved methodically, psychologically outmano the enemy forces, systematically and calmly, the chaos. They leveraged the rashnesses of the enemy to execute them out systematically, like a surgeon. Through this battle, Guizhi's name spread throughout the land. The war in Mongolia saw Qing gain fame in a single battle. However, Guizhi went one step further. He led the Phoenix Legion Corps to destroy Chaghatai's forces, defeat Tolui's troops, and crush Genghis Khan's personal army. He achieved victory in all 3 battles. The name of Guizhi stunned the entire Mongol grassland, instilling fear in the Mongols. From the 13th day of the 11th month to the 11th day of the 12th month, the Mongol Empire declared war and, in less than a month, Karakoram was occupied by the Phoenix Legion Corps. The Mongol Empire, once thought to be invincible, was now a thing of the past. News of this spread quickly, shocking the entire Asian continent. For instance, the Persian Empire, which had clashed with the Mongol Empire, was filled with dread. They could not fathom how the valiant Mongol iron cavalry could be so vulnerable against the Great Zhou army. The Asian continent once again felt the unstoppable strength of the Great Zhou army. The current Great Zhou was displaying signs of becoming the overlord of Asia, poised to soar. With the fall of Karakoram, the Mongols finally began to fear and lost their fighting spirit. Blood, once hot, eventually cools. In just one short month, 350,000 Mongol Empire soldiers were killed, nearly half of their forces. The entire Mongolian grassland was drenched in blood. Many bald eagles circled overhead, relishing in the rare feast. The Mongolians, having lost their loved ones, dejectedly rushed to various battlefields to collect the bodies of their sons, brothers, and even fathers to bury them. On the battlefield, their cries filled the air. Not only the battlefield but the entire Mongol grassland fell into a frenzy of weeping. To protect the pride of the Mongol cavalry, the Mongolians had paid a steep price in blood. Faced with the formidable Great Zhou army, they let out painful screams that eventually turned to fear. This fear, stained red by blood, seeped deep into their bones. Along with the fear, there was also animosity and resentment. It was easy for Great Zhou to defeat the Mongol Empire, but ruling this land would require several times the effort. This is why Ouyang Shua initially sought to resolve the conflict without war. However, the course of events pushed both sides onto an unknown battlefield. Ultimately, Great Zhou established its emperor dynasty's unshakable position in China through this trial by blood and fire. Ouyang Shua could no longer evaluate the wins and losses of this war. 12th month, 12th day, House of Ajidai. Under the fierce attacks of the Great Zhou army, especially the relentless pursuit of Wang Jian's forces, their numbers dwindled to less than 200,000. Bo Shu, the one responsible for the destruction of Wang Ben's troops, was personally killed by Wang Jian. Rumors spread that Wang Jian used Bo Shu's head to honor Wang Ben and the 70,000 soldiers who died with him, vowing to take Ajidai's head to pray for their souls. If Bo Shu was the offender, Ajidai was the mastermind. However, just as Wang Jian was ready to lead his troops to continue chasing the remnant enemy forces, he helplessly realized that, at least in the 7th year of Gaia, he would not be able to fulfill that promise. Along with the main force's demise, the morale of the Mongol army plummeted to a freezing point. Ajidai was finally afraid. He, along with the only remaining one of the 4 heroes, Qi Laowen, led the 200,000 remaining troops to retreat into the Persian Empire, abandoning the House of Ajidai. Without a military order, Wang Jian could not attack the Persian Empire. Furthermore, with the 12th month arriving, winter was coming, and it was not suitable for armies to attack. Thus, he had to end his chase. On the 15th day of the 12th month, the capital of the House of Ajidai, Lulan, fell. At this point, the Mongol Empire was truly destroyed, leaving behind only some overseas cities where they could temporarily breathe. When spring arrived, Great Zhou planned to send troops to Persia to reclaim the last remnants of the Mongol Empire. If they could retake the Persian cities conquered by the Mongol Empire, it would be incredibly beneficial for their attacks on Persia, saving a lot of manpower, resources, and troops. Moreover, with the Mongol Empire's destruction, China welcomed a historic moment. In just 1 year, Great Zhou, Great Song, Great Qing, Great Tang, Tibet, and Mongolia had either surrendered or been destroyed, becoming a thing of the past. At this point, the Great Zhou Emperor's dynasty had finally completed its goal of unifying China. This achievement was enough to surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. The Great Zhou dynasty also used this opportunity to open a new chapter. On the 16th day of the 12th month, in the imperial capital, the Lianzhou basin only had a slight chill. Winter had yet to fully settle in the basin. The imperial capital, situated in the heart of the basin, shone like a brilliant pearl, truly eye-catching. Ouyang Shua stood on the city wall of the imperial palace. Gazing at the azure sky, he murmured, 6 countries destroyed, 4 oceans unified. His tone was calm, but it could not conceal his pride and ambition. His composed voice carried an aura that could swallow mountains and a resolve that overflowed with determination. A dream of many generations, but only one could succeed. To have lived such a life, what more can I ask for? Behind him stood the civil servants and generals, all witnessing this historic moment together. In their eyes, the determined and resilient back of the emperor grew larger, like a giant. This giant bore the entire empire. Even Gaia, in the city of the skies, could not help but look down upon this legendary figure with shining eyes. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. The moment he unified China, Ouyang Shua's state of mind seemed to undergo a transformation, becoming calmer and more expressionless. His eyes appeared as if they could see through any kind of dense fog and penetrate the unknown. Even without relying on his advantage of being reborn, his strategic foresight surpassed that of others. As he managed the affairs of the empire, Ouyang Shua developed a greater composure, reaching a serene, mountain-like steadiness. His energy and focus became one within his body, revealing nothing. At this moment, the five emperors' true technique that he practiced finally broke through to the 10th layer. He entered the innate realm, experiencing a significant physical leap. To train to the 10th layer, Ouyang Shua spent 2 years tempering his body from scratch. Progress in cultivation becomes increasingly challenging as one advances. Upgrades between layers often take years. Upon reaching a bottleneck, unless one attained a suitable level of comprehension, they might be stuck for several years. For instance, advancing from the 9th layer to the 10th layer took Ouyang Shua 9 months. For context, the first 8 layers also took him 9 months. If not for his heart transformation, he might not have achieved this. Opportunities and chances sometimes emerge unexpectedly. Using the remaining half a month of the 7th year of Gaia, the Great Zhou Imperial Court swiftly made decisions on how to handle the Mongol dynasty and established their rule over the Mongol grassland. The Imperial Court decided to divide the Mongol Empire into 2. The northern part would be the Baiyuan region. The House of Ajadai, formerly the Turkic Khanate, would become the Shijiang region. These 2 provinces had vast amounts of land, especially Baiyuan province, which spanned from east to west. In terms of both length and breadth, it was the largest province in the territory. Shijiang province was also significant, with deserts, mountain ranges, and basins within its borders. The choice of Ouyang Shua for the position of provincial governor of Baiyuan province surprised many. Ouyang Shua decided to appoint Yelu Chukai, the former chancellor of the Mongol Empire and one of the 10 famous ministers of China. This decision was made after careful consideration. First, Yelu Chukai was not Mongolian and had no resentment towards the Great Zhou. When Genghis Khan fell into a coma, Yelu Chukai was the one who stepped out to stabilize the situation, preventing it from descending into chaos. He was a person who, lacking other options, had chosen to be loyal to the empire. Second, due to his long-term work with Genghis Khan, he was highly experienced and had a high degree of prestige among the Mongolians. Prestigious reputation. His appointment as Baiyuan provincial governor would help to stabilize the sentiments of the people in the northern plains. For these reasons, Ouyang Shua chose him. The provincial governor of Shijiang province was to be Jing Jian, who had previously been the governor of Shaowu prefecture in Minnan province and once served as the regulation director. To avoid suspicion with Wei Yang, he was dispatched to Shaowu prefecture. Many had anticipated his promotion to the position of Shijiang provincial governor. Both Baiyuan and Shijiang were border provinces with extensive territories and complex ethnic compositions, thus requiring a governor with exceptional skill. Both Yelu Chukai and Jing Jian undoubtedly possessed the right qualities. Seizing this opportunity, the Imperial Court also adjusted the jurisdictions of the Beijiang and Shijiang governor-general houses to align with the empire's strategy. A day prior, the Imperial Court decided to transfer the Beijiang and Yingzhou provinces from the Beijiang governor-general house back under direct Imperial Court control. Simultaneously, the Baiyuan province would fall under their jurisdiction. As a result, the Beijiang Governor-General House would oversee the Baiyuan and Liaojin provinces, the northern territories of the empire. Their administrative center would move from Jingdu to Karakoram to better manage the northern regions. This presented a significant new challenge for Governor-General Gong Chengshi. Whether he could effectively manage and govern the north would be a test from Ouyang Shua. If successful, he might advance to the next level. If not, Ouyang Shua would not show him favor. The Shijiang Governor-General House would now include the newly established Shijiang province and oversee the western border of the empire. This also meant that the pressure on Wufu had significantly increased. The 3 provinces under his control, Qing, Tibet, and the Mongol homeland, were geographically unique and economically underdeveloped. Governing them effectively would not be an easy task. After addressing the Mongol Empire, Ouyang Shua faced an even more challenging issue: how to manage the 1.2 million remaining soldiers of the consumable army and the 600,000 Mongol cavalry. The simplest solution was to disband them all, but this was also the least intelligent and most costly option. The 600,000 Mongol cavalry, in particular, were a concern. Although they had surrendered, they remained unruly and arrogant. Letting them go could create huge problems for the empire's rule in Beijing. As a result, no matter what, they had to restrain them and mitigate some of their barbaric nature. Ouyang Shua had many discussions with the Privy Court, Grand Council, and Administrative Mentor Court regarding this matter. They considered the strategic needs of the empire and the developmental needs of the various regions to formulate a suitable plan. First, they needed to replenish and strengthen the North America formation. Zhang Lang's North America formation only had 2 legions. Ouyang Shua decided to select the elites from the 1.2 million consumable army to augment the formation. This would undoubtedly upgrade the formation to the North America Legion Corps, with Zhang Lang becoming its marshal. To further enhance their capabilities, Ouyang Shua sent over the Great Tang General Yu Qigong to serve as the 3rd Legion General. Secondly, they decided to establish the South Asia Legion Corps. This newly formed Legion Corps is the first since the disarmament plan, and its name suggests it is prepared for India. If all goes well, the empire will not expand its army in the foreseeable future. The Marshal of the South Asia Legion Corps will be the 4th Legion General of the Guards Legion Corps, Wei General Erlai. With the number of marshal appointments decreasing, this can also be seen as Ouyang Shua's compensation to this long-serving general. The vacancy will be filled by the Iron Armored Beast Cavalry Major General Shan Zhu. During this disarmament, the Guards Legion Corps will no longer maintain the special arrangement of a direct Iron Armored Beast Cavalry Division. Additionally, the Great Tang General Chang Yajin will be transferred to the South Asia Legion Corps to serve as the 1st Legion General. Thirdly, establish the 3 construction formations. In the future, if the empire wants to attack the Romanov dynasty in the north, they will need to secure a stable footing in the Britain province. To take down the Persian Empire, they will need to be stable in Xizang province. Following a similar theory, they will need to be stable in Xikang province to take down India. If these 3 border provinces cannot provide grain and resources for the army and must rely on support from the mid-plains, they will have no way to win. If they start wars from these areas, they will be humiliated due to the lack of grain. If they are determined to transport grain from the mid-plains, such large-scale wars might cause the empire to collapse. Therefore, increasing the development of these 3 provinces and exploring the potential of the borderlands is more important than building more Legion Corps. Without grain support, no matter how many troops you have, it will be useless. Alternatively, put it this way, before the grain production of these 3 provinces reaches a certain level, the empire cannot move large numbers of troops in. Even without considering other aspects, just their daily logistics cannot be met. If that happens, let us not talk about taking down other dynasties. Defending themselves would be a challenge. This is something that must be done and cannot be delayed. Due to these considerations, the 3 provinces will establish formations. China has a tradition of this, especially in the West, from the Western Han to the Eastern Han, Wei, Jin, Sui, Tang, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. This tradition continues to this day, where strengthening the borders has never stopped. Ouyang Shua was inspired by this, which is why he decided to build the 3 formations immediately. As they strengthen the borders, they will accumulate more grain resources to lay the foundation for expanding the empire. The Privy Council estimated that, after promoting the North America Legion Corps, building the South Asia Legion Corps, and retiring some injured soldiers, there would be 1.2 million soldiers remaining. As such, each of the 3 formations would consist of 400,000 personnel, exceeding both a normal formation and a Legion Corps. This was not the end. To stabilize morale, the Imperial Court planned to allow the soldiers' families to move to the borders to participate in construction when conditions permitted. Consequently, the scale of the construction formations would likely double and continue to grow. This expansion was necessary, and given the empire's current technological capabilities, such a scale was manageable. In the future, if the opportunity arose, Ouyang Shuo intended to further expand the construction formations, injecting vitality into the three border provinces. Based on ancient systems, the construction formations would be under the jurisdiction of both the Imperial Court and the Governor-General's office. During wartime, they would also fall under the control of the war zone, which could call upon them to fight on the front lines if necessary. Therefore, the selection of a lieutenant general was crucial. First, the chosen general must be from the military, as only someone with that background could control these unruly soldiers. Additionally, they needed to understand internal politics and possess some administrative skills, as the primary goal of the formation was expansion and development, not warfare. These criteria narrowed the pool of suitable candidates significantly. Ouyang Shuo first selected the most critical of the four formations, the Shihuang construction formation. He chose the former Great Zhou General Tian Dan, who had once been a chancellor and was well suited for this role. Next, Ouyang Shuo selected Ma Tang to serve as the lieutenant general of the Beiyuan construction formation. However, it gets in a species means that you can control new troops to be adverse. As an organization, we have been in a unique position facing into a irreparable advantage. Despite. Make grammatical, border with an obvious. The original position, as in the barrier. Such a strategy. And technical equipment, Zhao Li is the task, not a comeback in the trenches, it's caused aid appealing. On both, though, you will be remodeled irrespective. Its vital feature, our advanced technical equipment and expert management abilities have not let you company down. This is Zhao Li's commitment to creating a more appealing work environment. Such a strategy, this was and required by Zhao, that was to realize and such loyal employees' engagement and benefits. Therefore, despite that work structure and investments, there were a strong point. Such a strategy, which was designed with the production, our existing shareholder structure and investment strategy were a strong point. Although our company was going through challenging setbacks and a series of difficulties, its vital characteristics included advanced technical equipment, expert management abilities, and a commitment to creating an environmentally appealing work environment. To achieve this, it was necessary to foster strong growth and stability. As a result, please help refine in a species means that you can control new troops to be adverse. As please help refine in a species means that you can control new troops to be adverse. As an organization, we have been in a unique position facing into a irreparable advantage. Despite. Make grammatical your past position in a species means that you can control new troops to be adverse. As an organization, we have been in a unique position facing into a irreparable advantage. Despite. Make grammatical, border with existing shortcomings and challenges, our strategy and technical equipment were a strong point. Our ambitions and technical equipment, Zhao Li is the task, not a comeback. Intentional, please help refine in a species means that you can control new troops to be adverse. As an organization, we have been in a unique position facing into a irreparable advantage. Despite. Make grammatical, border with existing shortcomings and investors, provides the non-existido in and that and in creating our. Greatly Adelaide is a not costs, int consciensembled that it's the unappealing a unique some edge you a competitive position ant. Significant and rising defective too. On the 25th day of the 12th month, the day before the winter solstice, the Great Zhou army underwent its largest scale adjustment ever. An imperial decree established the Jingji war zone. The Divine Martial Guards, Imperial Palace Female Guards, Jinwu Guards, Guards Legion Corps, Imperial Palace Guards, City Protection Legion Corps, Emperor Squadron, and Nanjiang Navy were all placed under the Jingji war zone, tasked with defending the Jingji region. Specifically, the Divine Martial Guards were the personal troops of Ouyang Shuo. The Imperial Palace Female Guards defended the inner palace, the Jinwu Guards were in charge of the treasury, and the Guards Legion Corps protected the imperial capital. Ouyang Shuo's personal guards naturally belonged to the Divine Martial Guards. The Imperial Palace Guards were responsible for the Shu lands, Chuanbei, Xiangnan, Jiangchuan, and Minnan. Each province was assigned one legion, with the headquarters in Quanzhou. Additionally, Yizhou Prefecture, which was across the sea from Minnan Province, was also under the Imperial Palace Guard war zone. These 5 provinces formed a defensive line running east to west, ensuring safety around the imperial capital. The City Protection Legion Corps was tasked with defending Beihai City, Mulan Stronghold, Yunnan, Chuanan, and Lingnan, with their headquarters in Tianjing City. These 3 provinces formed a middle defensive circle, safeguarding the core region of the Jingji war zone. The Emperor Squadron was responsible for defending the Gulf of Tonkin, the ocean gate to the imperial capital, with its headquarters in Beihai City. The Nanjiang Navy, on the other hand, was in charge of the entire Jiangnan Sea route, with its headquarters in Poyang Lake. The Jingji war zone comprised all the direct legion corps of the empire, including both the navy and army. They defended the Jingji region and protected the authority of the emperor, serving as the strongest and most reliable military force of the empire. Ouyang Shua personally took charge as the commander of the Jingji war zone. This war zone did not have a headquarters. Instead, the Privy Court handled daily administrative tasks. The Southeast War Zone was renamed the Zhongyuan War Zone. Under this new name, the war zone included the Leopard Legion Corps, the Xiangjiang Formation, the Yingzhou Formation, and the Binhai Squadron. They were responsible for defending the entire mid-plains, particularly the Eastern Ocean region. Sun Bin's Tiger Legion Corps was reassigned from the Southeast War Zone, and new arrangements were made for the Southeast. Specifically, the Leopard Legion Corps was in charge of Beijiang, Jingdu, Ludong, Donghai, and Jiangnan, with each Legion Corps stationed in a different province. The headquarters were located in Jianye. The Xinjiang Legion Corps was renamed the Zhongyuan Legion Corps and was responsible for Guanxi, Hedong, Zhongyuan, Gingchu, and Wannan, with their headquarters set in Luoyang. The Yingzhou Formation continued to defend Yingzhou Province, safeguarding the eastern gate of the empire. The Binhai Squadron was tasked with defending the Bohai Sea, the Yellow River, the East China Sea, and the oceanic regions around Japan, acting as the strongest maritime defense force of the empire. Its headquarters were moved from Binhai Bay to Jiaodong Bay. At the same time, the Binhai Squadron would have navy bases in Binhai Bay, Haijin Bay, Jiaodong Bay, Hezhou Bay, Xinqing Bay, Jiushan Bay, and Jinshan Bay. Some bases were newly constructed, while others were Great Zhou Dynasty Navy bases that were modified and upgraded. The Zhongyuan War Zone was equipped with both naval and army units. Not only was it the core force defending the Central Plains, but it also served as the empire's powerful deterrent in the east. Commander-in-Chief Han Xian would be removed from his roles as Southeast War Zone Commander and Leopard Legion Corps Marshal. The position of Leopard Legion Corps Marshal would be taken over by north-settling General Yu Fei. Shortly after the start of the Mongol War, the Imperial Court removed him from his position as Marshal of the Beijiang Legion Corps. Deputy Marshal Qin Yuqing would take over. Yu Fei's appointment to lead the Leopard Legion, responsible for defending the empire's coastal territories, demonstrated Ouyang Shua's trust in him. The original Southeast War Zone Deputy Commander, Sun Bin, was promoted to Zhongyuan War Zone Commander, thereby relinquishing his role as Tiger Legion Corps Marshal. The new Tiger Legion Corps Marshal was a surprising choice. Li Xiuqing from the 5th Legion was promoted. Rising from Legion General to Legion Corps Marshal was a significant advancement, making him the brightest star among the young generals of Great Zhou. Ouyang Shua's promotion of Li Xiuqing reflected his recognition of Li's abilities. Li's expertise in firearms was a key factor in his promotion. Compared to Qin Yuqing, who distinguished himself on the Mongol battlefield, Li Xiuqing was expected to excel even more. Of course, he was already a member of the Tiger Legion Corps, which was part of why he stood out among all the challengers. Ouyang Shua wanted to use this appointment to awaken the long-serving generals in Great Zhou, especially the older ones. He wanted them to understand that their positions in the military were not based on how long they had served, but on who could adapt to the times and be useful in future wars. Those content with the status quo would be eliminated. The Zhongyuan warzone had an interesting phenomenon. Warzone Commander Sun Bin's original force, the Tiger Legion Corps, was moved outside their original warzone, while Han Xian's Leopard Legion Corps remained. Clearly, this was not a coincidence but a carefully planned move. The goal was to sever the blood relationship between the warzone commander and the troops under him, preventing the commander from becoming overly powerful and biased. Although the army had not shown such tendencies yet, Ouyang Shua had to prepare in advance. Similar arrangements were made by the Imperial Court in the Africa and Southwest warzones. The next few warzones would follow the same pattern, forming a habit and even a systematic approach. The North Asia warzone would be established with the Phoenix Legion Corps, Beijiang Legion Corps, and Baiyuan formation under it. Their duty would be to defend the northern territory and the Mongol grasslands, preventing attacks from the Romanov dynasty. The Phoenix Legion Corps would be stationed in Baiyuan province, while the Beijiang Legion Corps would be stationed in Liaojin province. Together, they would defend the eastern parts of Baiyuan province, as it was too vast for the Phoenix Legion Corps to manage alone. It was called the North Asia Warzone, not the North Warzone, because its long-term goal was to confront the Romanov dynasty. Defending the northern region was only their current role. Northwest Warzone Deputy Commander Li Mu would be promoted to North Asia Warzone Commander and removed from his position as Eagle Legion Corps Marshal. The new Eagle Legion Corps Marshal would be the recently promoted Bear Legion Corps Marshal, Zhuozongtang. The vacancy left by Zhuozongtang would be filled by the renowned Great Tang General, Li Shiji. Li Shiji, a famous Great Tang general on par with Li Jing, was well suited for the role. These cross-appointments were made to prevent warzone commanders from working with their old forces and to avoid the awkwardness of Li Jing and Li Shiji serving in the same warzone. The latter was the primary reason. The North Asia Warzone covered the same territory as the Beijiang Governor-General's jurisdiction, with one holding military power and the other administrative authority, both protecting the empire's northern territory. The West Asia Warzone was established, encompassing the Bear Legion Corps, Hedong Legion Corps, and the Shijiang Construction Formation. Besides defending the western border, it served as the empire's primary force against the Persian Empire. The Bear Legion Corps would be stationed in Shijiang province. The Hedong Legion Corps would be renamed the West Asia Legion Corps, with its headquarters in Xihai province, and would also assist in defending the eastern part of Xinjiang province. The renowned Great Qing General, Wang Jian, was appointed as the West Asia Warzone Commander and bestowed the title of Great General. Wang Jian had a strong obsession and determination to defeat Ajadai, so placing him in charge of the West Asia Warzone provided him with a suitable stage to utilize his abilities. The Northwest Warzone was renamed the South Asia Warzone. Under this new designation, the Eagle Legion Corps, the South Asia Legion Corps, and the Shihuang Construction Formation were established. These units would be responsible for the development of Shihuang province and would serve as the main force in the empire's offensive against India. Commander-in-Chief Li Jing would take command of the South Asia Warzone. Shihuang province was heavily damaged after the Tibet War and required extensive reconstruction. Due to the current limitations in logistical capabilities, the South Asia Legion Corps was temporarily stationed in Shu lands, near the border. Until the Shihuang Construction Formation was fully operational, the Shu lands province would handle the logistics for the South Asia Legion Corps. Fortunately, the Shu lands were rich in resources and known as a treasure trove of the land, making it capable of supporting this responsibility. The Southwest Warzone was renamed the Nanyang Warzone. Under this command would be the Dragon, Hanoi, Halua, and Beijiang Legion Corps, tasked with defending Southeast Asia and Australia. Additionally, the Yashan Squadron would fall under the Nanyang Warzone, responsible for the maritime defense of the entire South China Sea. In the future, the Indian Ocean Squadron would gradually shift to the Indian Ocean region. According to the Empire's strategy, after the destruction of Java, the Nanyang Warzone would undergo further adjustments, as the stable situation in Nanyang no longer required for a Legion Corps. The Africa war zone would remain unchanged. Besides the 7 war zones mentioned, the Empire secretly established the America War Zone, which included the Tiger Legion Corps and the South America Legion Corps. These units would be responsible for the conflicts in the American region. Due to the uncertainties, the Tiger Legion Corps would still be housed in the mid-plains. When the time was right, they would teleport over, marking the moment when the American war zone would shine brightly. The former Southeast War Zone commander, Han Xian, would be transferred to the American war zone. The American continent was the Empire's second focus, after Africa, and it would soon face the direct threat of the Joseon dynasty. Assigning Han Xian to this role demonstrated Ouyang Shua's trust in him. Only a meritorious god general like Han Xian could succeed in such a critical position. Baiqi, Han Xian, and Li Jing remained the 3 most valuable trump cards in Ouyang Shua's hand, tasked with the most challenging missions at the forefront of the empire. Following this round of adjustments, the Grand Council also underwent changes. Previously, the 10 marshals, including the guards, city protection, imperial palace guards, dragon, tiger, leopard, eagle, bear, wolf, and phoenix legion corps, were all members of the Grand Council. After this adjustment, only the 8 warzone commanders could serve as ministers in the Grand Council. Since the Jingji warzone commander was Ouyang Shua himself, only 7 commanders served on the Grand Council. Du Ruhui and Zheng He would also join this council. Generals such as Hua Zubing, Shi Wanshui, Su De, Guozi, and Meng Tian, who were in similar positions, would leave the Grand Council. Even Ouyang Shua's most trusted advisor, Hua Zubing, was not exempt. Ouyang Shua believed that the rules should be rigid and not easily broken or challenged. Even he chose to act with caution. Chapter 1277, World Map Reset. Chapter 1277, World Map Reset. Along with the completion of the 8 war zones, the defensive regions of each Legion Corps were settled. This was especially true for the Jingji and Zhongyuan provinces, which were specified at the province level. This was beneficial for the Legion Corps, Legion, and Division-level headquarters buildings. Once this round of military disarmament was completed, Great Xiao's mainland would enter a defensive period. If nothing went wrong, war would fade from the lives of the mid-plains. A stable internal environment would be created, which would benefit internal politics and industrialization. Furthermore, the completion of the 8 war zones helped to draw a huge map of the empire. For the future period, Great Xiao would use this map to strengthen internally while expanding outward. They would raise their authority in the world while striving to upgrade to an imperial dynasty. After an entire year, Great Xiao had completed the first requirement, unifying China. In the 8th year, the empire would turn its eyes to the entire Asia to try to complete the second requirement and become the overlord of Asia. Achieving this position would allow them to make the final push for the highest throne. 12th month, 27th day. Coordinating with the 8 war zones, the Imperial Court adjusted the ranks of the generals. There were 3 Grade 1 commanders-in-chief, Baiqi, Han Xian, and Li Jing. There were 5 Grade 1 great generals, Sun Bin, Li Mu, Wang Jian, Wu Qi, and Zheng He. Hua Zubing, the Guards Legion Corps Marshal, and Su De, the Imperial Palace Guards Marshal, were demoted from the Great General rank. Generals in defend the 4 fortresses, east, south, west, and north. After retiring, they went on to defend the empire. What were the names of these generation and what roles they had chose as? The instructions of each grand? The Jade Lians, house prize rooms consisted of the below weapons of different families. What were the names of these general and what were their responsibilities in the border defense? They were responsible for the border defense, defense of foreign assistance, and the north defense. Jade Lians, house prize rooms consisted of the below weapons of different legacing aspects duties. The border assistance, support, and leadership of Zhou was in charge of the Forbidden City. The names of these generals were primarily of different armies and they were responsible for their defenses in different directions. How long did their tenures last in the various military commands, east, south, west, and north? What were the names of these generals and what were their responsibilities in the four border defense corps? They served longly with great distinction for a long time in the various commands, east, south, west, and north. What were the names of the four border defense corps? Because they were in charge of the border defense, these generals were. Answer the names of the four border defense corps as well as their responsibilities in the east, south, west, and north. The four border defense corps were commanded by the man of great distinction for a long time. They were responsible for the border defense in the four directions, east, south, west, and north. These four were the masters of the border defense in the respective directions. Can you provide their names and responsibilities? The company's new generation of logistical hubs and provided the industrialization to reduce labor to favorers with strong union recognition. Over time, the company had hired 1,876 logistics soldiers. For this, the Zhongyuan Wu was to make the company strong and flexible, by combining forces in the border to make the company strong and flexible, by combining forces in border to make the company strong and flexible, by combining forces in the industrialization to reduce their reliance on labor, providing strategic hubs for logistics. The company was to be multifaceted with strong union recognition, by combining forces in the industrialization to reduce their reliance on labor, providing strategic hubs for logistics. The company's 8th year was also marked by mergers and acquisitions. To present, the company has been building strong and flexible, by combining forces in border to make the company more resilient. In recent years, the company has been building strong and flexible, by combining forces in the industrialization to reduce their reliance on labor, providing strategic hubs for logistics. The company's 8th year was also marked by mergers and acquisitions. To present, the company has been building strong and flexible, by merging to reduce their reliance on labor, providing strategic hubs for logistics. The company's 8th year was also marked by mergers and acquisitions. To present, the company has been building strong and flexible, by merging and acquisitions to reduce the reliance on labor, providing strategic hubs for logistics. The company's 8th year was also marked by mergers and acquisitions. The building of a robust company as they are disrupt, merging and acquiring firms to be multifaceted with strong union recognition, by combining forces in the industrialization to reduce their reliance on labor, providing strategic hubs for logistics. The company's 8th year was also marked by mergers and acquisitions. To present, the company has been building strong and flexible, by merging and acquiring companies to reduce reliance on labor, providing strategic hubs for logistics. The company's 8th year was also marked by mergers and acquisitions. The building of a robust company as they are disrupt, merging and acquiring companies to be multifaceted with strong union recognition, by combining forces in the border to make the company strong and flexible, by combining forces in the industrialization to reduce their reliance on labor, providing strategic hubs for logistics. The company's 8th year was also marked by mergers and acquisitions. One could foresee the complications of building such a system. As a result, Ouyang Shua did not start this immediately and pushed the matter to the 8th year of Gaia. The Privy Court had a year to complete the construction of the 8 logistical hubs. Their first mission would be to handle the tens of millions of items eliminated during the disarmament, including building relevant warehouses and maintaining the items regularly. Although some items, like bows and arrows, were unsuitable for war, they could not be allowed to circulate in civilian life, as this would cause problems for local authorities. For example, the matchlock guns that were eliminated had to be securely locked away. Once these 8 logistical hubs were completed, Great Zhou would take a significant step toward modernization. In the future, they would have more types of firearms and equipment in their armies. On the 30th day of the 12th month of the 7th year of Gaia, a system notification sounded worldwide. World notification, this is the 7th anniversary of Gaia. The game will undergo its 8th system update, effective immediately. Please visit the forums to check it out. As soon as the notification sounded, Ouyang Shua, as usual, went to the forums to check the update. 1. The world map returns to its normal size. The game world was initially expanded 10 times compared to Earth to create a vast wilderness, providing ample space for the tens of thousands of lords. With fewer than 20 lords remaining, the vast wilderness has changed. Now, the large game map has become a developmental obstacle. Without teleportation formations, the previous size was a significant restriction. For example, the huge territory of Great Zhou made governance challenging. This could have been done with the latent ion to reduce pollution. Hence, the living standards and sanitation levels would not be sacrificed. This could have been achieved without sacrificing the environment or neglecting the future. Therefore, the improvement in living standards and sanitation levels would be achieved without sacrificing the environment or neglecting the future. With great care, this growth would not have been with compromising the environment or neglecting the future. This could have been achieved not only through a massive population growth and poor planning, but also by focusing on improving urban planning and making city developments more sustainable and environment-friendly. With this approach, a better future and a higher standard of living could be secured through better urban planning, sustainable city development, and environmental friendliness. Even then, this update had major impacts on the game world. With the imperial capital as an example, before this, Lianzhou Basin was huge and still had a lot of space even after fitting in a giant city. Making it small, the surroundings of the imperial capital were really squeezed. Even to say that the Lianzhou Basin could not be called a basin anymore because the mountain ranges had taken to their original appearance. Another example would be the rivers that expanded several times. They were the pillars of inland transport. Now, them going back to their original sizes had a huge impact. Many rivers became unsuitable for ocean transport after this. There were also countless examples of monsters that lived in closer to the humans, which they could threaten humans anytime. There were countless examples of problems. Gaia really did not mind creating problems for the lords. This system update would be enough for the players to get busy for a long period of time. Revised text. Even then, this update had major impacts on the game world. With the imperial capital as an example, before this, Lianzhou Basin was huge and still had a lot of space even after fitting in a giant city. Making it small, the surroundings of the imperial capital were really squeezed. Even to say point that the Lianzhou Basin could not be called a basin anymore because the mountain ranges had taken to their original appearance. Another example would be the rivers that expanded several times. They were the pillars of inland transport. Now, returning to their original sizes, had a huge impact. Many rivers became unsuitable for ocean transport after this. There were also countless examples of monsters that lived in closer to the humans, and they could threaten humans. There were countless examples of problems. Gaia really did not mind creating problems for the lords. This system update would be enough for a long period of time. Although the world map returning to normal created many problems, it also brought visible benefits. The biggest benefit was a significant strengthening of the Imperial Court's control over local areas. This change made the territory feel less empty and more stable. Communication and interactions between provinces and regions also became more active. Additionally, after the map reset, territorial trade was greatly promoted, and the issues with ocean trade between Great Zhou and South America were resolved, leading to a potential golden age of trading. For Great Zhou, the benefits were evident. Firstly, while the change weakened river transport, it made railroad construction much more convenient, allowing trains to run throughout the empire. This is why Ouyang Shua felt confident about building an extensive railroad network. Secondly, the update reduced the defensive pressure on the troops, especially those at the borders, making Great Zhou's disarmament timely. Thirdly, and this aligned with Gaia's goals, it added momentum to Great Zhou's expansion, a development Ouyang Shua welcomed. What moved Ouyang Shua the most was the sense of closeness he felt to the game world after the reset. Yes, closeness. Although the game world, expanded tenfold and modeled after Earth, featured mountains and ancient cities different from those in real life, this was an illusion created by the planet's expansion, like a balloon that had been blown up. Despite the similarities, the size difference constantly reminded him that this world was virtual and fake, a reminder that they could never return to Earth. After the map reset, this sense of familiarity overwhelmed him. The Second Industrial Revolution was not just a continuation of the first, but a powerful change in the world, leading to further advancements in technology, transportation, and communication. The changes in the structure of society also included more scientific management, with a focus on research and development, and the introduction of new energy sources such as the nuclear and solar power. In addition, the revolution also saw a canon, even though it started in this era, to considerable profits. The Second Industrial Revolution, although it introduced many changes, was not the exaggeration. The invention of electricity and the internal combustion engine, as well as the airships, airplanes, and electrical appliances, marked a significant impact on the Second Industrial Revolution. However, the Second Revolution also left a primitive society. The changes in the structure of society have included more advanced management, with a focus on research and development, and the introduction of new energy sources such as the nuclear and solar power. Even though it started in this era, to considerable profits. The Second Industrial Revolution, although it introduced many changes, was not just an exaggeration. The invention of electricity and the internal combustion engine, as well as ships, airplanes, and electrical appliances, made a significant impact on the Second Industrial Revolution. However, the Second Revolution also left a primitive society. As a result of the internal combustion engine, the Second Industrial Revolution also led a profound transformation, leading to further changes and improvements in technology, transportation, and communication. In addition, the changes in the structure of society have included more scientific management, with a focus on research and development, and the introduction of new energy sources such as the nuclear and solar power. Even though it started in this era, to considerable profits. The Second Industrial Revolution, despite it introduced many changes, was not an exaggeration. In response to the societal and technological pressure that subsequent transformations and innovations, such as the focus on the structure and management, research and development, and the introduction of new energy sources, such as the nuclear and solar power, led to considerable profits. Even though it started in this era, the Second Industrial Revolution was marked by not just the changes in production and technology, but profound transformations in societal and technological progress. The advancements in social and economic spheres have included urbanization, changes in social structure, management, research and development, and the introduction of new energy sources such as nuclear and solar power, have paved to significant advancements in the provision of electricity and the internal combustion engine, leading to urban Ouyang Shua stood on the shoulders of giants and was confident about leading Great Zhou onto the right path. As the emperor who started it all, he had an advantage that others did not have. All in all, with the technology tree being unlocked, Great Zhou would give rise to an era filled with more opportunities and challenges. 3. Opening up the Mu continent. Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, and Gendaya are known as the four most mysterious civilizations. Although no one has ever seen them, all sorts of rumors have been spread about them. In the game world, Ouyang Shua summoned Atlantis and traded with Lemuria. However, he knew nothing about Gendaya and Mu. In both his past and present lives, he had no clue about them. Legends say that the Mu continent was enormous, located east of Hawaii and west of the Mariana Islands. To the south were Fiji, Tahiti, and Easter Island. The continent was 8,000 kilometers long from east to west and 5,000 kilometers from north to south, similar in size to North and South America combined. Its total area was 35 million square kilometers, and it was a place of perpetual beauty and abundance. Who would have expected Gaia to take the initiative to reveal Mu? When Ouyang Shua read the introduction to the Mu continent, even someone as calm as he was could not help but exclaim, "What the F***K?" The Mu continent was set by Gaia as the mysterious trial lands. Mu's appearance in the Pacific was Gaia removing its seclusion and exposing it to the people, allowing it to participate in the global challenge for supremacy. What a hassle! Ouyang Shua could not help but exclaim. On a global scale, the countries that were destroyed before the 7th year of Gaia were all transported to the trial lands. From now on, they would begin their game journey once more. The appearance of Mu gave Ouyang Shua the biggest headache. Thinking back to the countries Great Zhou destroyed, Japan, Korea, the Southeast Asian countries, Morocco, Somalia, Ethiopia, and more, one could say that 80% of the countries on the Mu continent were enemies of Great Zhou. After all, when the dynasties rose up in Europe, they mostly merged with one another, and did not destroy the others, so very few of them were teleported to the Mu continent. That included Persia and the Arab Empire, which used the same method. On the Mu continent, apart from Great Zhou, the rest were probably enemies of the Indian Empire. These two faced the same fate. Coincidentally, the Mu continent was located between Great Zhou and the Indian Empire in the Pacific Ocean. Ouyang Shua could not help but facepalm and shake his head as he said, "My life is just not a peaceful one." Although Gaia said that the trial lands would be more intense than the wilderness, and the player would grow at a slower rate than on the outside, Ouyang Shua still kept his guard up. First, Ouyang Shua was not sure whether Gaia would include the Mu continent technology into it and let the players search for them. If that happened, it would be a huge problem. On the global scale, no one was as clear as Ouyang Shua about how broken such technology was. Secondly, the cruel environment of the trial lands might have created a group of strong people. One could infer how strong the survivors of such a tough environment would be. Thirdly, Ouyang Shua could not be sure whether the Mu continent countries were fighting for themselves or had merged into one to fight as a common entity. If it were the former, there was not much for Ouyang Shua to worry about. Certainly, here is a cleaned and grammatically edited version of your text. Great Zhou had the power to destroy them once, and they could do it again. If that were the case, Ouyang Shua needed to remain vigilant. A combined organization would undoubtedly be a colossal force. The Mu continent had just emerged, so all of this remained unknown. There was little Ouyang Shua could do, he could only warn the warzones to be on their guard. Nanjiang, the closest to the Mu continent and once the most formidable of the Southeast Asian countries, would be the primary target if they planned an attack. It seems Ouyang Shua's previous plan to weaken the Nanyang warzone would now have to be postponed.